Chapter 1590, How Matriarch Yu got the mountain from this mythical race remained a mystery. In short, she placed it in Discover right after. From then on, people called it the 12 Scales, and it became a beautiful scenery in this place. Because the Yu clan didn't place any restriction, anyone could come and try to climb it. It was a test of comprehension, determination, and Tao heart. Cultivators were more than happy to try at least once, especially the younger ones. If they could climb up high, they would gain fame and reputation. Some even considered it to be an examination mountain. The higher one could climb, the greater the future potential. Because of this, many geniuses have tried since immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Of course, some didn't care for this test either. Each day, many experts would come to watch or try to climb. The younger ones were much more eager since they wanted to prove their worth. There were even more people here than normal, resulting in a lively and young crowd. The reason was very simple: the golden daughter of the Yu clan, Yu Yulian, wanted to try. The youths came to cheer her up. Moreover, Matriarch Yu had come out, so many older experts came to Discover as well. Their juniors followed along. This was a good chance for them to befriend her. People were everywhere around the scales. Conversations began to form. There were 12 large steps that made up the scales. Each step was at least 3 meters high, so it wasn't easy to go up at all. Cultivation didn't matter here because the entire mountain was created from the shackles of the Grand Tao. Only an immortal emperor who has broken through these chains would be freed from suppression. Otherwise, cultivation was useless. This was because the higher the cultivation, the greater the pressure from the Tao shackle. It wouldn't help the ascension at all. Each step had its own note. Others wouldn't be able to hear anything, only the climbers. This note was the sound of the Grand Tao. After each successful step, another note would ring. With sufficient talents, one would be able to understand the mysteries of the Tao note. With that, they would have a much easier time climbing the steps. Of course, it was fine to be average talent-wise. With enough determination and a firm Tao heart, they could still withstand the Tao note. This sound became increasingly more powerful at the higher steps. It would resonate with the climber's own Grand Tao and create a proportional pressure. Thus, the steps were a great challenge to all of the characteristics required for cultivation. If one could reach the 8th step, it meant that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. Above this step, they could leave behind a shadow. This was a record of their achievement and glory. Because of this, one could see many shadows on these upper steps. They consisted of famous people. Thus, the young generation considered the 8th step to be the challenge. Once successfully reaching this particular height, they would have made it and be considered a genius. As the saying goes, a man must leave a long-lasting legacy. Because of this, the young ones wanted to leave behind their shadow on these steps in order to become famous. The 8th step had many shadows of all forms and ages. The 9th level had much fewer compared to the previous. As for the 10th floor, it was a sad amount that could be counted with one's fingers. Needless to say, about the 11th floor, there was only one shadow. It was a supreme figure that was quite young. It had an imperious presence just like a crownless tyrant. There was only one shadow for the last one as well, a man in gray. Despite being very fuzzy, this shadow has carved itself on the 12th step. Many people stared at these steps enviously. There weren't that many shadows after the 9th step. However, there were some in the middle of the 9th and 10th. This made the crowd curious. One person asked, "What's the stop between the 9th and 10th?" 9.5. One young cultivator from Discover said. An eagle-eyed youth saw the shadows there and shouted, "Aren't that the Sky Dragon King, Golden Dragon Prince, and Hai Lin?" These three were in the middle zone. Their shadows looked as if they were there in person. Yes, they're the most brilliant geniuses from the last generation of our Grand Sea. A cultivator from this region proudly claimed. He's right. The Sky Dragon King is in charge of the Crouching Dragon Cliff now. She was capable of challenging any other prodigy in the past. One fan explained, the Golden Dragon Prince is in charge of Wuxia's demonic city. He's quite famous now too. Hai Lin came out a bit later compared to these two. That may be, but he's quite fierce, causing trouble everywhere. I mean, he's still alive now after being chased around so much. A demon recalled. These guys are quite amazing, but the 10th step has even more frightening people. One powerful cultivator looked at the 10th step and said, if I could leave my shadow on the 10th step, there would be no regrets in life. There were 3 shadows on the 10th step. 2 were a bit older and the last one was very young. That's Ding Yuanhou from our demon race, the most amazing god king in the Grand Sea. Rumor has it that he can assail an emperor. A demon proudly pointed at one of the shadows and said. The mass was drowned in admiration after hearing the name, Ding Yuanhou. He didn't have the same astonishing battle record like Matriarch Yu. However, he withstood the difficult Tao era and eventually became a god king. Some even said that he was the greatest genius after the Black Dragon King's generation. Because of this, many demons viewed him as their pride. That person is an ancestor from our heaven suppression. In the middle of the field was a heaven suppression disciple. Of course, he was only an ordinary outer sect disciple. Yi Jiuzhou. Someone blurted out but immediately shut up right after, since they felt that this was very disrespectful. This particular shadow was left by Heaven Suppression's invincible ancestor, Yi Jiuzhou. He was very famous in the Grand Sea due to his current authority. People were quite wary whenever his name was brought up. What a pity. Wulongzi. If he is alive right now, his achievements would be amazing, no less than Ancestor Yi and Ding Yuanhou. A cultivator who had some ties with the sea demons sighed and said. The Crouching Dragon Cliff is amazing this generation, one sect with 2 prodigies. Wulongzi and his sister, Wulongxian, are brilliant. Some do think that Wulongzi is more gifted than his sister though. What a shame, even the heaven is jealous of his great talents, so he died during the life reduction. Another person lamented. Those who knew him felt quite bad. Even the ones who had never met him sympathized as well. Wulongzi was famous alongside Heaven Suppression Goddess. Unfortunately, a peerless genius like him fell to the tribulation. Chapter 1591, Many were mourning for Wulongzi. There were only 3 people who could leave their shadows on the 10th step, Ding Yuanhou, Yi Jiuzhou, and Wulongzi. Zi was the youngest among the 3 but also the first to die, while the other 2 were unstoppable and influential god kings. Some said that if Wulongzi were still alive, his future achievements wouldn't be inferior to the other 2. All eyes fell upon the 11th step now with its 1 shadow. It meant that only one person has climbed up to this level before. The discussion stopped when someone quietly stated, Princess Yu is here. They quickly turned around and saw a young woman approaching. With her white dress, she looked like a lotus blossoming on the water surface. This was a beautiful woman with luminous and seductive eyes. Miss Yu. Many quickly rushed forward to greet her. They were quite friendly since some aimed for flattery. Of course, some of them had a crush on her too. Yu Yulian was very famous among the young generation of the Grand Sea, a highly sought-after lady. I'm here today to test it out and didn't expect to see so much support. Thank you, everyone. She said slowly with a touch of shyness. You're too reserved. Princess, to be able to see your ascension is our honor. One youth said with haste, Our Majesty once said that you are the heavenly daughter of the contemporary, standing shoulder to shoulder with Heaven Suppression Goddess and Sky Dragon King, one of our 3 great beauties. This youth came from the Wuxia's demon city and was Golden Dragon Prince's martial nephew. His self-chosen title was Peacock Prince. His flattery act wasn't for himself but rather the Golden Dragon Prince. The prince had wanted to propose to the Yu clan for Yu Yulian. However, this was put aside due to Taichuan's emergence. Because of this, the Peacock Prince wanted to use this opportunity to put in good words for his uncle. No way, the Golden Dragon Prince is too kind. She smiled and said, quite pleased with the comment. Everyone knew that Wulong Xian and Zi Queening were at the top of the young generation on top of being extremely beautiful. Yu Yulian naturally couldn't compare to these two. However, many wanted to flatter the Yu clan, so they placed her on the same level as the other two. She was very willing to hear these praises while feeling very smug inside. As the moon surrounded by the stars, she walked towards the 12 scales with her eyes fixated on the man alone on the 11th step. Brother Long's temperament is matchless in history. He will definitely become emperor. A strange glimmer flashed in her eyes. She didn't try to hide her adoration at all. The young cultivators here also looked up at the shadow above. He alone stood proudly on the 11th step. Everyone became serious after seeing his aura. Even those who liked Yulian couldn't help but sigh. They became gloomy because this young man was supreme indeed. Young Emperor Long is indeed unique in this generation. When our king became sworn brother with him, our king said that he will become immortal emperor. The Peacock Prince, who was a demon pheasant, said with admiration. Yes, who can compete with Brother Long nowadays? He will be victorious for sure. Yulian's eyes stared lovingly at the shadow and wanted nothing more than to jump into its embrace as she said, he already has a grand completion immortal physique. She revealed an intoxicating smile at this point. Yes, young Emperor Long could even slay a 9 worlds god king. No one can stop him. The geniuses here were utterly convinced. Long Outyan. Those who had a crush on Yulian became very annoyed as they murmured this name. Nevertheless, they could only express this annoyance quietly. Members of the crowd were stirred to hear this name. It was too overwhelming and powerful in the Grand Sea. He had many young fans as well, with countless noble daughters and princesses. Being the successor of the soaring immortal sect, he was destined for greatness and excellence. His cultivation didn't shame his background since he had a grand completion immortal physique already. Furthermore, his current level was at Emperor candidate, only lacking the recognition of the heavens' will. The news was so shocking since he was already a grand completion user when he showed himself to the world with the strength of a candidate. He would be the magnificent son of the heavens, the object of countless praises and love. He shall become the unbeatable master in this generation. How could others not notice him? Yulian was elated to talk about him. Brother Long still hasn't ascended just yet, but he already has the style of one. After meeting and talking to him the first time, I can see that scene already, when he fought against the world alone for 10 days and nights without tasting defeat. Her complexion had a peachy color after saying this. Her heart rapidly bumped with the resurfacing memories. She fell in love with him at first sight and wanted nothing more than being his woman even without any official title. The people who had a crush on her didn't have an easy time looking at her current appearance, but they didn't say anything. The crowd was stirred with her message. The Peacock Prince had to admit, young Emperor Long challenged the heroes of the world and killed 5 god kings in a row. Even the strongest 9 worlds god king, Hai Guai, was taken down too. He's the only one who can have such a battle record. That's right, the Denari King can take on the whole world, that's an unparalleled feat. The others quickly parroted. Some weren't too happy about the praises, so they quietly scowled. After the soaring immortal sect descended, they took up a sea region. Its inhabitants were naturally unhappy. Moreover, they weren't the nice crowd either. Despite being afraid of the soaring immortal sect's reputation, they didn't hand over their territory so easily. They were offsprings between demons and sea monsters. Thus, they were adept at battle, especially in the ocean. The great powers here joined forces to attack the soaring immortal sect. A war erupted right away. Despite having the numerical advantage, the result was too predictable. The soaring immortals sect flattened all of them. This displeased the other lineages in the Grand Sea because it was a blatant occupation. This sect claimed to be a traditional and orthodox lineage with a benevolent outlook. Naturally, others criticized them for this hypocritical action. Because of this, Long Outyen sent a message to the world that his sect was only temporarily borrowing this sea region. If any sect was unconvinced, they could challenge him. If he were to lose, then not only would Soaring Immortal leave the Grand Sea instantly, they would also compensate for all the losses with Immortal Emperor's manuals and weapons. Thus, everyone's attention was grabbed by these treasures. No one cared whether the invasion of the sect was lawful or not. Remember, this was a sect with 5 emperors. Their manuals and weapons would have been incredible. Many experts rushed forwards like bees to challenge him. Outyen created a stage on the vast sea. Anyone could challenge him without any restriction in numbers or otherwise. In a short time, many demons, sea monsters, and even famous experts attacked him. They not relied on number, some even used assassination methods. The battle astonished the entire Grand Sea. Even some dust-laden god kings decided to participate. Chapter 1592. Though many experts frantically tried to kill him, Outyen was insanely powerful. His grand completion physique was virtually untouchable as he put down one enemy after another. Bones piled up on the battle stage after waves of assault, leaving others with no room to stand. Blood stained this region as this battle shocked the very soul. After 10 days and 10 nights, Outyen killed too many virtuous paragons to count with 5 god kings among them. One of the 5 was the strongest ancestor of the sea monsters, a 9 worlds god king. Such an invincible existence was still no match for Outyen. A 9 worlds god king was a supreme existence in the mind of many cultivators. Just a flip of their hand could take down a lineage, but this person was still killed by Outyen. No one tried to attack him anymore after this. All of the enemies that had yet to attack were frightened by him. Because of this battle, his brilliant self became even more radiating and dazzling. People started calling him the Denari King after the drawn-out fight. Mind fluttered after hearing this story again. Yulian, who was smitten by him at first sight, viewed this battle accomplishment as her pride. With her rippling eyes, she said, "Brother Long is not only the Denari King, he has also reached the 11th step. Who else can be as great as him in this world?" Her suitors became even more dejected. They were eclipsed by Long Outyen, the heaven's favorite child. Long Outyen isn't the strongest. Remember, there is someone on the 12th step. An unhappy youth snorted and had to state. With that, many turned their attention towards the final step. There was someone with a gray robe. The shadow was very faint, so it was hard to see his face. This shadow stood there without the imperious temperament of Long Outyen. It wasn't as gallant either, but even time itself couldn't erase the mark of the shadow. That's Ancestor Guzun. Even Yulian quietly sighed after this man was brought up. Ancestor Guzun? The legendary ancestor from Heaven Suppression? I think people say that he is Yi Jojo's master. Not too many youths here understood Guzun because, in this generation, he has maintained a low profile. His disciple, Yi Jojo, was much more famous. Only the people from the last generation who knew more about him understood how frightening he was. Yes, the strongest in Heaven Suppression, one of the 10 Ionic geniuses, the greatest talent in the world, and the only person who can compare to my ancestral grandmother. Yulian said proudly. The Yu clan and Heaven Suppression had many ties. Their ancestral grandmother was the strongest general in the Black Dragon Legion. Though their clan was not under Heaven Suppression's jurisdiction, many disciples from this sect still viewed the clan as part of the Legion. Because of this, Yulian has heard about Heaven Suppression from her seniors, so she knew more about Guzun compared to the other youths. one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. Some jumped from shock after hearing this. Such a title was quite frightening. Even Long Outyan didn't dare to claim this title. However, the fact that Gu Zun's shadow was up on the 12th step showed his amazing ability. In a short time, the crowd was completely stunned while thinking about an Ionic genius. Would a person be completely flawless? No one dared to question her statement. Heaven suppression was too prestigious in this region. At the same time, Yulian said that he was on the same level as Matriarch Yu. This was enough to show his power. Matriarch Yu's assailant title wasn't a boast. Immortal Emperor Yin Tian himself said so, thus, there was no need to question it. Of course, some were curious about why such a great man like him was so unknown. They didn't dare to ask though. The disciples of the city, on the other hand, became quite proud since their ancestor has made his mark on the 12th step. Lin Hao is here. Someone said during this moment of silence. The crowd turned right away. A handsome young man with the bearing of a noble came about. His looks alone made him look quite exceptional. The young cultivators here quickly said hi to him with a blatant servile intent. They couldn't be blamed for doing so. Lin Hao was from the Soaring Immortal sect. He was the disciple of an elder, responsible as a messenger. Though his status was far inferior to Long Outyan, a difference of the heaven and earth, he was still from the Soaring sect. His status and cultivation were much stronger than many successors of the great powers. He was quite arrogant, being the disciple of an elder, so when others came to greet him, he simply nodded back. He finally let go of this prideful act after seeing Yu Yulian and amicably spoke, "Princess, I'm here to support you after hearing about your climb." He could show off his identity before others but not Yu Yulian. The Soaring Immortal sect was great indeed, but they still needed to give the Yu clan some respect, or more importantly, Matriarch Yu. Yulian was very friendly as well after seeing Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, it is our pleasure to have you here. May I ask where Brother Long is?" "Princess, eldest brother is leading the troops to wipe out the remnants. He's deep undersea right now, I'm afraid he can't come." Lin Hao answered right away. Young Emperor Long is unstoppable for real. He destroyed the sea monsters' armies and made them run back to their lair. Even their god kings would run for their lives after hearing his name. Someone quickly flattered. For many experts here, being able to curry favor with Soaring Immortal was a great honor. If these youths could form some ties with Soaring Immortal, their sect would even promote them. That's right, young Emperor Long is the immortal emperor in this generation. Someone else chimed in. Lin Hao became smug after hearing all the praises. He agreed with all the comments too. Spring came on Yulian's charming face. She viewed her crush as her pride, especially when others praised him. Brother Long is the son of the high heaven. It's no problem for him to take down those losers. Yulian smiled and said, "No matter what it is, if Brother Long requires my clan's help, just say the word. Our clan will do our best and won't refuse even if it is jumping into the fire. I will tell eldest brother about your kind words." Lin Hao busily said. "How can you make such a thoughtless statement when it comes to the honor and well-being of the Yu clan?" A leisurely voice came right after Yulian expressed her loyalty to her sweetheart. A young man slowly came forward. There was nothing special about him and no one would give him a second glance. There was a servant on his side. These two were naturally Li Qia and the peacock bright monarch. Of course, Li Qia normally wouldn't care about the young ones. However, it was not a trivial matter when Yulian is speaking for the Yu clan about pledging their allegiance to Soaring Immortal. Chapter 1593. The young cultivators glanced at each other after seeing Li Qia. They were puzzled. Who was this man? Why did he dare to say such a thing? In fact, the crowd was also confused. No one recognized him, so they didn't know of his identity. Some of them didn't care due to his ordinary appearance. Yu Yulian wanted to use Lin Hao to profess her feelings towards her crush, but being interrupted by a nobody left her sour. She uttered coldly, "No need for an outsider to worry about the Yu clan's business." Li Qie simply glanced at her and shook his head. "Your ancestors' prestige will be destroyed in the hands of you fools." Her expression changed greatly as she furiously said, "Who are you? Daring to run your mouth like this? Princess, no need to worry about who he is. Allow me to teach the ignorant brat a lesson for blustering before you." Lin Hao immediately told Yulian. This was the nice part of being a disciple from Soaring Immortal. They had no qualm about opposing anyone in the world. No need for young noble Lin and princess to dirty your hands. The peacock prince from Wuxia's demonic city jumped out with the intention of currying favor. He pointed at Li Qie and shouted, "Brat, being disrespectful here is a sin worthy of death. Come, I'll break your limbs in just one move." The peacock bright monarch in the form of a servant shook her head and chuckled. These people didn't know who they were dealing with. They won't know how they will die either. Li Qie leisurely smiled at the peacock prince. "What's your name?" "This young noble is the peacock prince of Wuxia's demon city." The prince sneered and smugly stated his title. After all, he was a famous character in the Grand Sea. Peacock Prince? Li Qie laughed in response and told the monarch standing next to him, "A demonic pheasant naming itself peacock, this is besmirching the word." The prince's face reddened. He hated when people talked about his origin the most. Being a pheasant gave him a sense of inferiority, so now, embarrassment turned to anger. He screamed, "Little animal, come accept your death." The other young cultivators here watched amusingly on the sideline. Yu Yulian and Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't care for this unknown junior. "Slap him." Li Qie ordered the monarch next to him, too lazy to care about the peacock prince. Bang! 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 The monarch instantly attacked. The peacock prince might not be bad among the young generation, but there was too much of a gap between the two. He was slapped a dozen times in just a blink. His cheeks flared red with blood dripping down his lips while being completely confused. Once he calmed down, he spat a mouthful of blood with all of his teeth falling out. She had already gone easy on him or he would be dead. "Animal, I'll kill you." The mad prince roared with an aura rushing to the sky. Several hundred sharp blades appeared before him and acted like arrows with extreme speed. They instantly pierced at the monarch. She easily shattered all of them with a bang. Next, she had him by the neck. Ah! The monarch slightly clenched her fist and shattered his Dao body to reveal his true form. A pheasant appeared before everyone. Its feathers were quite beautiful. The beast was screaming while being grabbed by the monarch. "Young noble, what should I do now?" she asked while staring at Li Qie. The prince's life and death was up to Li Qie's answer. "Just a junior, no need to kill him," Li Qie said flatly without looking at the pheasant. Boom! She casually threw him on the ground, causing more blood to ooze from his mouth. He struggled to turn back to his human form. The guy was lying on his stomach in fear, not daring to even get up. Everyone was aghast, including Yu Yulian and Lin Hao. The prince's cultivation wasn't bad among the young cultivators, but this guy defeated him in one move. It seemed as if killing him was even easier than crushing an ant. More importantly, he was only a servant. Thus, this ordinary master must have been even more frightening and powerful. The two's expression changed. They were keen enough to know that these were masters. "Who are you?" Yu Yulian questioned. Nevertheless, they came from invincible sects and could still maintain their composure. Li Qie. He looked at her and said insipidly. "Fiercest." Someone shouted after hearing this name. In the shortest possible time, everyone here turned pale. The majority quickly retreated, so the area around Wuxia suddenly became empty. The youths here kept their distance. Even Yulian and Lin Hao staggered backward in fear. Not everyone might know the name, Wuxia, but the whole world knew of the title, Fiercest. This person annihilated Space Tramble, massacred Azure Mysterious, and banished Soaring Immortal. Such deeds and notoriety were preeminent. The inhabitants of Mortal Emperor trembled before his name. The crowd took a deep breath and stared at Wuxia in horror while their legs quivered. They knew that opposing him meant death, even imperial lineages weren't spared. Juniors like them were nothing before Fiercest. They were aware that Soaring Immortal was unstoppable since its coming. The only time it suffered a loss was to Wuxia's banishment. He had done the impossible. Because of this, even Lin Hao was scared. Fiercest wasn't someone that would be deterred by his sect's prestige. "Looks like some of you have heard of my name before," he said flatly. Yulian and Lin Hao were quite powerful, capable of killing ordinary god kings. Alas, the disparity between them and the banisher, Wuxia, was too great. The Yu clan's juniors are too disappointing compared to Matriarch Yu. Wuxia stared at Yulian and gently sighed. He wasn't looking down on her but was lamenting the fact that she couldn't be polished into gold. In the past, Matriarch Yu used to be his confidant and an important figure in his administration. Unfortunately, Yulian wasn't even a tenth as exceptional as Matriarch Yu at the same age. He was sad at the Yu clan's lack of capable successors. Yulian considered herself a heavenly daughter that was on the same level as Wulong Xian and Zi Queening. Her expression darkened after hearing his evaluation. "Wuxia, you might scare the Grand Middle Territory, but no need to show your bravado at the Grand Sea, especially at Discover," she coldly uttered. "I can't do as I please here." Wuxia couldn't help but smile after hearing this. "Is it because of you, the Yu clan, or Soaring Immortal? Someone of your level can't understand whether I am capable of carrying out my whim or not. Heaven Suppression is also here, not just Soaring Immortal. Yes, and the Black Dragon Legion as well," she went on. Meanwhile, the crowd was watching with bated breath. No one dared to comment thoughtlessly. The notorious Fiercest has scared the soul out of many. "You're courageous indeed." Wuxia shook his head. "It's a pity that you rely too much on your ancestors' prestige. Go home, don't throw away all your face here. Be a good girl and think about your mistakes and focus on the Tao. Your future will be better in this way." In his eyes, Yulian and Lin Hao weren't qualified to talk to him. He was only giving such good counsel to her due to Matriarch Yu and would be too lazy to care for anyone else. Her complexion kept changing from being livid. Fury overwhelmed her mind since she has never been shown such contempt before. "Wuxia, you won't be invincible much longer." Lin Hao finally mustered some courage and claimed, "There is still someone who can trample and defeat you. You're not the best genius in our generation." Chapter 1594. The crowd stared at Wuxia and understood what Lin Hao was implying. Wuxia became amused and said, "Is that so? I would like to hear who is it that wants to be my enemy." "My eldest brother, Long Outyan," Lin Hao proudly declared. "He shall be an immortal emperor, the real invincible being." He became smug after saying this. Regardless of their opinion about Long Outyan, most admitted that only Long Outyan was qualified to compete against Fiercest and no one else. "Long Outyan? Never heard of him." Wuxia leisurely responded with a smirk. The boys who had a crush on Yulian became happy after hearing this. Only Fiercest would be able to attack Long Outyan like this. The other cultivators also smiled wryly. Anyone else would seem foolish and arrogant to make such a comment, but it sounded so natural coming from Fiercest. Lin Hao had no response in a short time. All he could do was glare awkwardly at Wuxia. Brother Long is the first of the young generation to have a grand completion immortal physique. He fought against the world and killed 5 god kings. Even a 9 worlds god king couldn't stop his incredible arts. Yulian defended Outyin. Her face blushed again while recalling his tales with rippling eyes. She was full of pride whenever she talked about him to the chagrin of her suitors. This comment entertained Wuxia. He said, "You like this Long Outyin? None of your business." She angrily glared at him while feeling slightly embarrassed due to her one-sided crush being blatantly revealed. He smiled and shook his head, "Even if he likes you, nothing good will come of this. Soaring Immortal shouldn't have come out with such fanfare and definitely shouldn't have let its disciples compete for the heaven's will, at least not in this generation. If our Soaring Immortal wants to come into being, we shall do it. If we want to have the heaven's will, our successor shall become Immortal Emperor." Lin Hao angrily backed up his sect. Wuxia chuckled in response, "It doesn't matter if this is the idea of your elders or the successor, this is a futile attempt with only one result, death. You are too confident. Brother Long has a grand completion physique with the arts of 5 emperors on top of supreme weapons. No one can stop him." Yulian was unconvinced. Love could make a person blind. In her mind, Long Outyin was unstoppable, so she naturally became unhappy when Wuxia put him down. Wuxia understood her thoughts and gently chuckled again, "How can a grand completion immortal physique boast in front of me? You. At the very least, Brother Long has a grand completion physique, you still don't have one." She angrily retorted. Wuxia felt like destroying her fantasy and leisurely stated, "I have 13 palaces." This sentence rendered her breathless. In her opinion, Long Outyin was number 1 in all aspects. No one could match him. However, he didn't have 13 palaces. The other spectators gasped. This was an achievement worthy of arrogance. Brother Long know the arts of 5 emperors and have created a supreme Tao in all of history. She claimed again, unwilling to give in. Wuxia smirked again and said, 13 palaces. Brother Long has a triple saint talent and he's the Denari king. No one could stop the perfect man in her heart. 13 palaces. Wuxia leisurely repeated. She had no response and could only leer at him. Despite her crush's perfect conditions, he couldn't surpass Wuxia in terms of palaces. The monarch nearby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wuxia was clearly teasing Yulian, but she didn't let up her undying love. "My young noble's 13 palaces are enough to look down on the world." She wanted to wake Yulian up. As for grand completion physiques, there are no less than 100 in history, but there is only one person with 13 palaces. The monarch aimed to wake Yulian up, but the girl's expression became even uglier. She took this as a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. Even a servant was doing so. Wuxia simply chuckled and didn't say anything else. That's about right. Many youths found the monarch's statement reasonable. The ones who like Yulian felt that she was too apartment. After careful consideration, many young geniuses felt that Long Outyin was indeed blessed by the heavens, a top contemporary genius, but his achievement wasn't unheard of in history. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. 13 palaces were one and only. It was a miracle created by him, more than enough to carve his name down history. This was an achievement comparable to being an emperor. Yulian was at a loss, unable to come up with another argument to defend her sweetheart. However, she saw her love's shadow on the 11th step. Her eyes flashed with a new idea, so she pointed at the 12 scales. "Wuxia, you're amazing indeed, so you probably don't mind climbing the scales. Brother Long easily left his shadow on the 11th step, so you can try to. If you can't reach that spot, then you're no match for him and definitely can't compete for the throne. It shows his peerless talents, Tao heart, and determination." She stared gloatingly at Wuxia and believed that he wouldn't be able to reach the 11th step. After all, ever since the generation of immortal Emperor Yin Tian, only Long Outyen has reached the 11th step out of so many climbers. That's right, it was a piece of cake for my eldest brother to reach the 11th step. Lin Hao loudly chimed in, try it if you dare. Show that you can compete with my brother. The two of them were under heavy pressure, especially Yulian. She refused to believe that Long Tian was beneath Li Qia. After hearing this, Li Qia shook his head and smiled. Love can make someone foolish. Only the 12 scales, not some insuperable test. There are plenty of people who can reach the 11th step in this world, not just your sweetheart. It is just that they do not care for fame, so they don't bother. Humph, really now? Lin Hao said aggressively, they're just afraid of losing faces. These geniuses that do not care for fame probably can't even reach the 8th level. That's why they don't try at all in order to avoid losing some reputation. Lin Hao always had his elder brother's back regardless of the situation. He was certain that Long Tian would become emperor. Is that your excuse? Yulian pushed on further after seeing Li Qia's disinterest on climbing. We won't force you if you don't want to, but do not go around and say that you're the only one qualified to become emperor, since you still have a long way to go before competing with brother Long. She was particularly pleased with this victory. If he were to find out, perhaps he would look at her in a different light and like her even more. Chapter 1595, Li Qia smiled while looking at Yulian. Does this Long Outyen guy know that you like him? Yulian blushed because of this public revelation. She angrily stared at him and said coldly, none of your business. Li Qia teased her again. I don't really care for your romance since nothing good will come of it, but I do have to say, daring to love and hate so openly is not a bad thing. If you like him, then go confess, no point in hiding it. Even if you do more things for him, he won't know about them and you will be nothing more than an insignificant stranger in his mind. Li Qia had no problems with Long Outyen either. However, Soaring Immortal purposely came out in this generation and this has sealed their fate. They have broken the agreement of past, so there was nothing left to say. His blatant statement embarrassed Yulian, while the boys who like her became justifiably annoyed as well. Li Qia, stop running your mouth here. She shouted, if you can't climb the scales then just admit your defeat, no need to buy time. If you don't want to do it, it's not too late to give up. Yulian coldly uttered. Very well, I'll break your dream then so that you won't keep on falling in deeper. It's not too late to turn back. Li Qia smiled and said. Li Qia only wanted to take the monarch for a look but didn't expect to encounter Yulian's matter. Since this was the case, it was time to wake her up or it would be too late when her lover turned to ashes in the future. Everyone watched with anticipation after hearing Li Qia's confirmation. They stared attentively at each and every move of his and wondered how many steps he could reach. In the past, Outyen's achievement at the 11th step has already rendered the young generation breathless. No youth dared to challenge him, but it was different for Fiercest. Some believed that if he couldn't make it to the 11th step, he would be overshadowed a bit by Long Outyen. Even if he could reach this step, it would only show that he would be a capable rival. They knew that he was at a disadvantage because he was doing it after Long Outyen. The guy has robbed all of the fame. Even if Li Qia could reach the 11th step, the reaction wouldn't be as resounding as before. He needed to reach the 12th step to be on the same level as the Ionic genius, Gu Zun, in order to gain the limelight and surpass Long Outyen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be shining as brilliant by just going evenly. Meanwhile, the youths who had a crush on Yulian prayed quietly for Li Qia to break Outyen's achievement and reach the 12th step. They wanted someone to take Outyen down a notch and rob him of his reputation. That was the only way for Yulian to know that her sweetheart wasn't that excellent. In fact, even the monarch became a bit anxious. It wasn't about whether he could beat Outyen or not. She was wondering if he could actually reach the peak. He stated so a while ago, so if he could actually stay true to his words, it would be quite frightening. Some people believe that only immortal emperors could break through the Tao shackles to reach the peak. At this time, he has walked onto the first step. A note immediately played. Outsiders couldn't feel anything, but this wasn't the case for the climber. This booming sound was the noise of the Grand Tao, as sonorous as a bell. It instantly attacked the Tao heart with a devastating force, as if it could tear the body apart. It instilled a primal fear. Someone with a weak Tao heart would immediately kneel on the spot. However, Wuxia had no need to use determination and comprehension. There was no need for him to understand this particular Tao note, since his Tao heart alone was sufficient. It has been polished by the tides of time, not something these 12 scales could touch. Boom! 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 He took one step at a time before the leering crowd. 1, 2, 3, someone counted quietly each step. 9, 10, he finally made it to the 10th, to the dismay of Yulian. Her breathing became rapid as she made a cross with her hands and secretly prayed for him to fail the 11th step. At this time, he purposely stopped to look at the group. Is that it? One spectator said with a hushed voice. Yulian heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Should I continue? He cheerfully smiled. The crowd exchanged glances with uncertainty. They didn't know whether he could keep on going or was only preparing an excuse. Perhaps it could be a provocation as well. Yulian slowly said, "This is a friendly competition. If you can't make it any further, don't force yourself. Losing to Brother Long isn't shameful at all. He's the high heaven's son." That's right. Lin Hao thought Wuxia was trying to get off easy as well. He snorted in response, "Losing to the future emperor is just fine. Don't force yourself, come down already." People saw Wuxia standing motionlessly on the spot and thought that he was giving up. They became disappointed in his failure to take Long Outyan down. "Looks like I have to try then." He smiled and took another step. 11th. Another cultivator shouted when he made it to the next step. Some people couldn't help clapping. He glanced at Long Outyan's shadow and chuckled before reaching out with one finger. Boom! Outyan's shadow was instantly destroyed with nothing left. No! Yulian shouted with a pale complexion. That's too fierce. The crowd was astonished after seeing this casual yet destructive gesture. Keep in mind that Wuxia was withstanding the same pressure as Long Outyan. The shadow left behind was created by the Tao note. It wasn't so easy to break. What did you do? Lin Hao howled after seeing this. No challenge at all. Wuxia ignored them and took another step towards the next. 12th step. Another screamed after seeing this. So amazing. The young cultivators here began to cheer. The guy is unreal. Such Tao heart and talents can compare to an Ionic genius. Some were utterly convinced. Wuxia chuckled again and shook his head while looking at Gu Zun's shadow. He shot out another finger strike. Boom! Gu Zun's shadow turned to ashes too. It was the heaven suppression disciples' turn to become angry and glare at Wuxia. Chapter 1596. The crowd was astounded to see Wuxia destroying Gu Zun's shadow. Everyone gasped and stared at each other in amazement. Fiercest is just too ferocious. Who could actually match his fearlessness? One spectator murmured. Everyone knew that heaven suppression was the leader in the Grand Sea. Even though it didn't have 5 emperors like Soaring Immortal, it was more influential in this particular region. But now, Wuxia destroyed Gu Zun's shadow without any hesitation. This was a prelude to war. How many in this world would dare to challenge both heaven suppression and Soaring Immortal at the same time? Perhaps only an emperor. The disciples here were furious. This was their territory, yet Wuxia dared to commit such a crime. It was humiliating for their sect, a direct challenge even. But there was nothing they could do. Fiercest has been aggressive for a long time now with wanton regards for the consequence. So what if they were angry? Fiercest wouldn't care for disciples of their level and could crush them with a single finger. The monarch smiled wryly as well. It was all she could do. Everyone stared at him at this moment without being able to utter a single word. There was no doubt that Fiercest has exceeded Long Outyan. The guy being able to reach the 11th step was incredible enough, worthy of his name. However, Fiercest has reached the 12th floor. This meant that he was above Outyan. The guy might not be Fiercest's match in the upcoming war for the heaven's will. Just when everyone thought he would stop on this final step, he raised his foot again. No way. People's eyes widened after seeing this. That's not possible, the 12th step is the highest suppression already. One murmured. Yulian felt the same way. She had heard her seniors said that no one besides immortal emperors could reach the top due to the Tao shackles present. The 12 scales had an amazing origin. It was the ultimate treasure from a divine race and was brought here by Matriarch Yu. It wasn't just a simple test but also a weapon that could protect Discover and their clan. She almost shouted after seeing this with her mouth agape with incredulity. In her mind, climbing the 11th step alone was already amazing, enough to surpass all the current geniuses. But now, Wuxia wasn't even happy with the 12th step and wanted to reach the top. This guy was a complete monster. Bang! Wuxia actually made it up there and another sonorous note struck. Though it wasn't overly loud, it was a hammer striking everyone's heart. Impossible. The first to scream was Yulian in astonishment. She couldn't believe her own eyes and almost became a fish out of the water. She wanted to speak several times but the words were stuck in her throat due to the utter shock. This is too unreasonable. The crowd was stunned speechless as well. Gu Zun was an Ionic genius who made it to the last step but now, Fiercest even went further. If Gu Zun was one of the 10 greatest geniuses, then who the hell was Wuxia? An emperor? Even the monarch in her disguise couldn't stay calm. She wasn't confident in his previous claim but he has indeed done it now. She became very afraid due to the significance behind this. She thought about Yu Zhengfeng. This was an existence capable of fighting against an emperor yet he was still respectful towards Wuxia. Such a being didn't need to act so servile towards anyone, not even an emperor. After careful consideration, she was stricken with fear. Just what kind of terrorizing character was Wuxia? She felt a chill at this point and realized that anyone who opposes him in the future will have a bad end, including Soaring Immortal and her heaven suppression. This realization made her take a deep breath. Boom! 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 More notes came from the scales in continuation like the sound of the world. Bang! Prostrating noises came about. The young cultivators here all kneeled before this burst of sounds. It wasn't out of their own volition since they were completely helpless before the noises. Each note was a supreme order of the worldly Grand Tao. This was the will of the world so one had to prostrate. Some gritted their teeth in order to resist but the more they struggled, the more powerful the notes. Because of this, some were bleeding heavily from their knees after being pushed down to the ground. The stronger masters here could withstand several notes, but the weak dropped down after just one or two. After Lin Hao kneeled down, Yulian couldn't handle it either so she still fell down after another note. She was powerless in resisting its might. The last to kneel was the monarch. She was much stronger than the others but she eventually lost her footing and dropped down. Lin Hao was completely unwilling. As a disciple from Soaring Immortal, he has never knelt down before anyone outside of his sect. He lifted his head and tried to get up but the slightest movement invoked a greater suppression. His knees started to bleed profusely. Rise. Wuxia said flatly above the notes, I grant you absolution. Having said that, he stared at the kneeling mass. He didn't intentionally suppress all of them. The 12 scales weren't a simple test. It was once a supreme location for divine bestowment on top of being a defensive weapon. Its power could instantly take someone down. Yulian and the others simply couldn't withstand its power. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief since the power instantly disappeared. Nevertheless, they were still pale and confused. Some glanced at Wuxia once, not daring to steal a second glimpse. They have heard of his fame before, but now, they have actually experienced it in person. Fear overwhelmed their mind and told them that it was best not to oppose Fiercest. Yulian didn't dare to speak either. Her sweetheart was perfect and peerless, but Wuxia's achievement today has overshadowed him. This robbed her of her voice completely. Some trickeries must be going on. Lin Hao shouted after calming down. Chapter 1597. Wuxia stared at Lin Hao while standing above the 12 scales and said, "What, can't accept defeat gracefully? It's absolutely impossible." Lin Hao turned red, but he still stubbornly said, "Everyone knows that the scales are affected by the Grand Tao, so no one can reach the top. Something is amiss here, he must have cheated. Either that or the scales aren't working." As someone who has been a fan of his eldest brother since youth, he couldn't accept Wuxia destroying the shadow or reaching the top, since even an Ionic genius like Gu Zun couldn't do so. Because of this, he wanted to nitpick or even question the validity of Wuxia's achievement. Many looked at him without speaking. Some found displeasure in his choice of words, but they chose against speaking up since he was from Soaring Immortal. Yulian didn't like this statement either and gave him a cold stare. His questioning the 12 scales was the same as questioning her Yu clan. Ever since Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation, so many people have climbed the scales without issues. It can be said that the scale was a different symbol for their clan, so his skepticism was an attack on their integrity. Thus, even Yulian, who had a crush on Outyan, became dissatisfied with Lin Hao. Wuxia replied flatly, "Someone who can't bear losing and having to resort to accusations like you should die." "You!" Lin Hao immediately retorted, "Wuxia, are you trying to silence me? Maybe you are afraid of others finding out your trickery, so you want to kill me to avoid questioning. Even if you can kill me, can you also kill everyone here? What about everyone else in the world? You can't shut all of us up regardless of how many you kill." Lin Hao wanted to besmirch Wuxia at this moment while dragging everyone else into the fray, onto the side of opposing Wuxia. The youths here stared at Lin Hao, some even moved away from him. Even a fool could see his intention. Normally, anyone else would try to support him in order to curry favor with Soaring Immortal. But now, they weren't going to joke around when facing Fiercest, a mass murderer. If Lin Hao were to really drag them into this mess, Fiercest would kill them without hesitation. They didn't want to be buried alongside Lin Hao. Just a clown thinking that he's something, deserving of punishment. Wuxia glanced emotionlessly at the guy and casually slapped. Boom! Lin Hao couldn't even dodge in time or block it. He was blown flying with blood and teeth falling out. He fell on the ground, but his words were still strong. "Wuxia, even if you kill me, the rest of the world will still know the truth. Do it." Soaring Immortal disciples have never been afraid of death. "Just a worm, you think I care what others say about me?" Wuxia replied, "If you wish to die, so be it." With that, he pointed his finger at the youth. It was the most casual of strikes, but Lin Hao couldn't dodge at all. The gap between the two was too immense, so Lin Hao closed his eyes, awaiting death. "Show mercy!" A shout came about at this key juncture. A loud banging noise came next with a breaking sound. Debris went flying everywhere. A huge shield flew forward to stop Wuxia's finger strike. It was still destroyed completely, with pieces scattering everywhere. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was able to survive the ordeal. A strapping old man landed down in front of Lin Hao. More shields emerged around him while he held a saber, ready to fight without the slightest sign of carelessness. "Master!" Lin Hao shouted happily and crawled up. "Don't worry, our warships are coming right away." The old man nodded, but his eyes remained fixated on Wuxia. He was consoling his disciple while telling everyone here at the same time, especially Wuxia. "An elder from Soaring Immortal." One youth was aghast. The crowd quickly retreated since they understood the implication of an incoming warship. Though an elder wasn't considered a high-ranking member in Soaring Immortal, he still emitted a frightening aura. Just an elder was already this powerful. It was indicative of the sect's strength as a whole. The elder looked at Wuxia and said slowly, "Fellow Taoist Li, my disciple is young and ignorant, how about sparing him and showing our sect some sensibilities?" He was still ready for battle, not daring to underestimate the enemy. He has heard of Fiercest a long time ago. This was a being capable of murdering god kings and banishing their sect. The crowd was moved after hearing this. Ever since Soaring Immortal descended down on the Grand Sea, they have always been imperious. Those who opposed them would be flattened for sure. Alas, this elder had to play nice at this moment. But then again, it wasn't shameful at all for him to act in this manner. After all, his enemy was the notorious Fiercest, who has never been afraid of anyone ever since his debut. The name Soaring Immortal couldn't scare him. Wuxia looked at him and chuckled, "Show some sensibilities? Not for your Soaring Immortal sect." The elder's expression soured after hearing this. Even imperial lineages would show their sect some respect, but not Wuxia at this moment. The elder found it difficult to remain calm. "Fellow Taoist Li, the Grand Tao is long, you will always see others again." The elder took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's better to make a friend than an enemy. Our sect isn't that easily bullied." "So what? Does everyone need to give you some face just because you had 5 emperors?" Wuxia still didn't respond, but a sneer came from the distance. A youth arrived with a golden luster emanating from his body. He had golden scales all over his body with 2 green dragon horns. A stormy tsunami accompanied him. "Hai Lin." One of the spectators recognized him and became startled. Even those who haven't seen him in the past knew who he was, the young leader of the sea demons. The elder uttered coldly, "So you are hiding here, but not for long, our young lord will kill you soon enough. I know Long Outyen and his hounds are looking for me." The youth named Hai Lin snorted, "They won't find shit on their trip to the sea this time." The elder scowled, "You can run for now but not forever. He'll slay all of you. Wait until he becomes emperor before boasting." Hai Lin retorted. The youths present were quiet. Everyone had their own thoughts while watching this. Soaring Immortal took over a large territory after coming to the Grand Sea. This invoked the retaliation from the presiding demons and sea monsters. The sea monsters weren't a race. They were beasts living in the depth of the sea, such as gigantic fish, serpents, and turtles. Chapter 1598, Since the olden times, sea monsters have lived in the deep sea. In the beginning, they lacked intelligence, but with the passage of time, they began to evolve. Later on, some demons and sea monsters mated, and this expedited the process. They became smarter and built their own home. Because of this, the sea monsters commonly known in the Grand Sea were the offsprings of demons and the old sea monsters. However, these offsprings still maintained their unique characteristics even through the long years. Due to this relationship, many in this region listed sea monsters together with the demon race. However, some sea demons rejected this notion. Thus, sea monsters became its own classification instead of a particular race. Nevertheless, these 2 different camps were still very close, sharing both glory and humiliation. Because of this, they gathered forces to fight against the invader, Soaring Immortal. Hai Lin's ancestor was rumored to be a gigantic dragon sleeping under the sea. Who knows if this was true or not, but he had golden draconic scales since birth along with a pair of green horns. Perhaps it was due to his noble origin and great bloodline that he was very powerful since youth, capable of tearing apart his enemies. As he grew older, his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. As a teenager, he became the undisputed leader of the sea monster's young generation. During the invasion, he became a great role model for the soldiers and used his trident to fight against Soaring Immortal. He also challenged Long Outyen, but alas, he lost the fight and nearly died. His seniors had to save him. Later on, no one could stop Soaring Immortal's momentum, so Hai Lin and his allies had to fight and retreat back to the sea. Long Outyen didn't let up and gave chase, so it was strange that Hai Lin was here now. Back to the present, the elder loudly declared, "You are only a loser to my young lord, no need for him to become immortal emperor before killing you." "Is that so?" Hai Lin laughed. "I don't know whether Outyen can kill me or not, but I'm certain of one thing. I'm killing one of his hounds today." The crowd was amazed by his boldness. This was an elder from Soaring Immortal. How many people nowadays would dare to call one of them a hound? The elder became livid and exclaimed, "Hai Lin, cease your presumptuousness. One of us will die today." How could the elder endure this humiliation as a revered elder from the great Soaring Immortal sect? Despite knowing that he was not Hai Lin's match, he still had to fight. "Perfect, taste my trident." Hai Lin didn't waste words and pierced straight at the elder. "Activate." The elder crazily roared and used his imperial laws. The figure of an immortal emperor emerged in the sky like a mountainous shield. There were numerous imperial runes carved on this shield with sonorous hymns. It can be said that this elder was also a top expert in the contemporary. Many youths felt their knees shaking under the aura of an emperor and were instantly suppressed. Alas, he was encountering the ferocious Hai Lin today. Hai Lin soared like a dragon in the sky. His trident seemingly turned into a dragon claw and mercilessly scratched the shield. Boom! The shield shattered under this attack and the elder went flying from the impact. Lin Hao was shocked and quickly flew forward to catch his master. Hai Lin's power stunned the crowd. They didn't think he would be so powerful, no wonder why he could survive after fighting against Long Outyen. Too bad for you. If you had an imperial weapon, you could struggle for a bit longer. Hai Lin pointed his trident at the elder and uttered coldly. Hai Lin might not be as powerful as Long Outyen, but few could be his rivals among the young generation. Moreover, his pure and prestigious bloodline gave him a battle advantage over people at the same cultivation level. Lastly, the trident in his hand was a mighty ancient artifact. Despite being from the depth of the sea as well, he didn't come from the ancient heritage like Wulong Xian. Nevertheless, his bloodline was still very exceptional. Do as you please. The elder had a strong backbone and didn't bother trying to escape. Very well, I'll take your dog head today as revenge for my people. Hai Lin aimed his trident at the elder with a cold glint in his eyes. Young noble Hai, please show mercy. A group dashed over with an old man leading the charge and shouting from the distance. Clan Master Yu is here. A spectator recognized the old man. After arriving, the old man hurriedly spoke, "Young noble Hai, Discover is a city of peace, don't bring the conflict here." This was the current clan master of the Yu. In a short time, all eyes were on Hai Lin. Though the clan master wasn't a top expert, he had a wide network of connections in the Grand Sea. Because of his clan's position, he enjoyed a high status in this region. Bringing conflict here? Hai Lin sneered, "Clan master, this is not me ignoring you and your clan, but it is my feud with Soaring Immortal. They killed my brothers, so I shall kill their disciples. Blood for blood. Young noble, it is better to make peace. How about my clan acting as a mediator today? If you let go of the elder, you can name the condition." The clan master slowly said. He didn't wish to see this elder die at Discover. After all, the elder came to congratulate his clan, so face would be lost if the elder were to die here. Clan master, I didn't see your clan at the battlefield maintaining justice and speaking up for us when Soaring Immortal took over our territory. Hai Lin spoke coldly, but now, you're speaking up for Soaring Immortal. The clan master's expression became awkward. All he could say was, the battlefield is one thing, but this is Discover, you can't conflate the two. I'm afraid I can't obey. His head is mine today. Hai Lin chose against showing the clan master some sensibilities and said coldly. The clan master was put in a difficult dilemma. It was either to fight Hai Lin to save the elder or just to watch the guy die. Spare this elder and your race shall have the same treatment at Discover. A stern and mighty voice came about as a newcomer appeared before the clan master. He continued on, no one shall touch your tribe members as long as they're in Discover, not even the Soaring Immortal sect. Father. The clan master quickly bowed. This was a middle-aged man who looked much younger than the clan master, so the clan master's address came as a surprise. Ancestor Yu. One of the Yu's 3 god kings. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. The 3 god kings consisted of the reclusive matriarch Yu, this middle-aged man, and his grandfather, the Yu forefather. However, few have met this forefather. He was a perennially renowned grand god king during Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's generation. The Yu clan wasn't big, but it had 3 god kings, a force enough to overshadow many imperial lineages. This was another reason why it was so famous at the Grand Sea. Rumor has it that it used to have 5 god kings. Unfortunately, 2 of them have died, or the clan would be even more illustrious in the present. Ancestor Yu, are you sure? Hai Lin's eyes became serious. I stay true to my words. The ancestor spoke, as long as my clan is here, your members can rest easy at Discover. So be it, I can also keep my words. Hai Lin took a deep breath and put away his trident. He stared at the elder and coldly uttered, it's your lucky day, dog. This was a wise decision. If one day, there was nowhere else for them to run, Discover would become a haven. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the ancestor going back on his words. At this particular level, everyone spoke with a certain integrity. Meanwhile, the elder from Soaring Immortal was livid from being humiliated by a youth in this manner. Chapter 1599, The atmosphere was oppressive. An elder from Soaring Immortal was being threatened by a junior in this manner in this humiliating ordeal. At the same time, the youths here were shocked at Lin Hai's domineering attitude. Despite losing to Long Outyan before, he was still provoking Soaring Immortal. Not too many would choose this course of action. He didn't stay long. The guy turned to leave, but he paused and bowed his head towards Li Qie standing on the 12 scales. Brotherly, this little brother has heard of your reputation long ago. I am a big fan, but unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to and can't have a drink with you. I shall ask again in the future given the chance. Li Qie simply smiled and nodded. Seeing the two acknowledging each other left the crowd with admiration. One was a monster while the other was the fiercest. No wonder why they would like each other. People heaved a sigh of relief after Hai Lin left. Ancestor Yu told the elder from Soaring Immortal, Elder, my apology for being an inadequate host. Please come to our humble abode. I agree. The elder hurriedly said. The purpose of his trip was to congratulate Matriarch Yu. Wait until my business is finished before leaving. Li Qie lazily said as the two were about to leave. The elder was aghast while Ancestor Yu's expression soured. The elder was completely livid for suffering this humiliation today in the hands of Hai Lin and Li Qie. However, he could only keep it in since there was nothing he could do. Fiercest was even more ruthless and powerful than Hai Lin. Anyone had to play the nice child in front of him. Ancestor Yu frowned and slowly said, "Young noble Li, no need to add to the fire. If the disciples from Soaring Immortal have offended you, you are the bigger man, why not?" He was also shocked by Li Qia's ability to reach the peak. He had heard of the guy's fame long ago but didn't wish to see anything happen to the master-disciple duo at Discover. "No need for your clan to stick its nose in." Li Qia interrupted him with a hand wave and said, "Return from whence you came, you're not qualified to mediate my issues." Ancestor Yu's expression turned ugly as well. Though he was only a grand god king, he was still an influential figure in Mortal Emperor. Moreover, with his clan's prestige, he was qualified to interfere with worldly feuds. But now, Li Qia had shown him complete disdain in public. This has become quite unbearable. The elder from Soaring Immortal coldly responded, "Li Qia, our Soaring Immortal sect isn't to be bullied. We're not afraid of trouble, I know." Li Qia interrupted him too and chuckled, "No need to talk about how strong your sect is, I'm well aware and still don't give a damn. However, I'm a reasonable person too. This issue has nothing to do with you. It's your disciple who is trying to besmirch my reputation. I won't make it difficult for you, hand him over and you can leave." Lin Hao turned pale after hearing this. If his master were to really hand him over to Fiercest, death was the most likely outcome. "That's impossible." The elder immediately refused, "I will not watch a disciple of my sect being harmed by others." He was a protective person and would never hand his disciple over to an enemy since he was aware of the fatal outcome as well. "If that's the case, I'll take care of you too." Li Qia leisurely smiled and said, "Come then, I'll take you on." The stubborn old man was unyielding. He knew he was no match for Fiercest but still chose to protect his disciple instead of just watching on the sideline. Courageous enough, not a disgrace to the Soaring Immortal sect. Li Qia said with a smile. Ancestor Yu stepped out to join the conversation. "Young noble Li, how about dropping this matter? Discover is willing to welcome both sides, too much nonsense. Run back to your clan." Li Qia said dismissively and spread out his palm at the ancestor. The ancestor wasn't happy at this disrespectful gesture before the crowd. He roared and with a loud bang, a light emanated from his body and made it seem gigantic. The aura of a grand god king engulfed the entire city, almost causing it to blow up. "I'll have a taste of your peerless art then, young noble Li." He couldn't bear this humiliation so he decided to go all out. Boom! A long and melodious note resounded. Dao runes floated around Li Qia's palm. Next, a gigantic palm that resembled Li Qia's own emerged. It was made from thick and divine laws. This was the palm of a true god containing the power of their sacred race. Boom! 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 A string of Dao melodies came urgently as if the player was pulling the zither string with great speed. Boom! Ancestor Yu's incredible attack instantly faltered before the true god's palm. He staggered several steps backward from the impact. The power of the 12 scales. Ancestor Yu was astonished. He knew about the scales more than outsiders. Even their clan couldn't control its power, so this came as a huge surprise. Scram! Li Qia didn't bother glancing at the ancestor. He swept his sleeve and a storm came about, nearly pushing the entire city up to the sky. The ancestor and the children from the Yu clan were helpless and instantly swept flying back to their clan. When they finally calmed down, all were pale. Even the elder from Soaring Immortal was shocked. Rumble. At this time, the sky suddenly turned dark. Gigantic ships spanning for 100 meters emerged like monsters. These ships were made from pure gold and beautifully decorated with red lacquer. The diagrams carved on the surface made the ships look blazing. There were a total of 8 ships with cannons on the left and right hulls. Skyfire warships. People who were aware of these ships' battle potential cried out. Fire! The elder was ecstatic and gave the command. Their ships were here to celebrate Matriarch Yu's exit from meditation. They were also meant to showcase their sect's power, but now, this force was being used on Wuxia. Whoosh! The refined jades engraved on the ship lit up. A majestic worldly energy instantly ignited the sun fire inside the cannons. Boom! 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 Several hundred cannons on the 8 ships unleashed the sunfire shots like raging dragons towards Wuxia on the 12 scales. The Skyfire warships were soaring immortals' tools of war. The earliest version was created by Immortal Emperor Tunri. Later on, the sect created another batch using his original blueprint. These were the preeminent weapons used by them to occupy the territories in the Grand Sea. Their power was not to be underestimated, evident by numerous past exploits. Boom! The entire city quaked before the incoming barrage. The refined jade served as the catalyst while the sunfire became the shots. They could render enemies into ashes instantly. The spectators were astounded to see the raging fiery shots and understood how soaring immortal could push back so many demons in such a short time. Not too many great powers could withstand this first round of bombing. Discover seemed to be under a great crisis. Bang! When all the shots struck the 12 scales, smoke filled the entire area so no one could see what was going on inside. Chapter 1600, When the smoke dispersed, they saw Wuxia standing there safe and sound. An iron barrier floated above his head with a flowing, metallic shimmer. It wasn't his own power since it came from the 12 scales. They lit up with flowing colors that eventually turned into this barrier enveloping Wuxia entirely and stopped the barrage from the 8 warships. The elder was completely caught off guard to see Wuxia not suffering the slightest damage. The experts on the ships became alarmed and suddenly had an ominous feeling. The elder had the urge to run away. In the beginning, he hoped that the ships could do something. Even if they couldn't kill Wuxia, subduing him was still fine. Alas, they were completely useless. Wuxia glanced at the 8 warships and chuckled, Skyfire warships from Immortal Emperor Tunri. You shouldn't use them on me. Having said that, he reached forward and more musical notes of a rapid temperament came about. They echoed across Discover as each individual step was playing their own note as if composing a supreme symphony. Clang! All 12 steps lit up. In a split second, a terrible flame crazily surged like the eruptions of countless volcanoes into the world. Boom! Even Discover vibrated with the scales. Many figures emerged on each step, large enough to blot out the sky. Everyone looked up in admiration at their sight. They wore the heaven due to their monstrous size and trampled on the earth. Endless brilliance oozed out of their very being and turned into fire. Even the sun paled in comparison. The scary part was the holy and eternal auras emanating from the figures, indicative of their might. Are they gods? A sense of fear rose among the experts here. No other races had this type of divinity. It was completely different from an immortal emperor's aura and seemed to be innate since birth. Its holiness instilled a primal fear. This was a race above all other races with the greatest of bloodlines. No one knew what these huge figures represented, but a sense of dread and doom permeated. Kill! Wuxia gave a flat order. This, in turn, heralded a series of explosions. The giant figures reached forward and grabbed all 8 warships instantly. When they closed their palms, the world seemed to be sealed and there was nowhere to run. The troops could only sit there, awaiting death. Boom! 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 The caught ships continued to fire at the palms, but even their strongest onslaught couldn't pierce through it all. Crack! When the palms began to close, the ships were torn asunder. Ah! Miserable screams resounded. The disciples on the ship wanted to escape, but the palms have sealed the area, so they were crushed along with the ships. Wuxia, stop! The elder shouted and soared into the sky with Lin Hao in order to stop him. Even though they knew it was futile, they must exert their meager strength for the sake of the sect. Boom! The moment they got up in the air, they were immediately slammed back down to the ground. A sonorous note then suppressed the two instantly. Crack! Finally, it was over for the 8 warships. They turned into 8 large iron knots with beautiful colors. Outside of the paint, there was also the color of blood. Bang! The 8 iron rubbles fell into the ground and created huge pits. Not one disciple was able to escape, to the dismay of the elder sitting down there. He couldn't stay calm at all. This scene was too much of a blow, it destroyed his mind completely. For millions of years now, their sect has been invincible and glorious, capable of calling for rains and winds. In their eyes, as long as their sect came out, it would be invincible. After arriving at the Grand Sea, they were able to take over one sea region despite some opposition. It wasn't a problem with their strength. Alas, their 8 warships have been rendered into scraps by Wuxia. At the same time, he also crushed their prestige. They have never been utterly defeated and humiliated like this. The elder simply sat there while feeling his strength leaving him. He had no words to describe his feelings when facing fiercest. Pluff! Wuxia attacked again with a sound wave from the 12 scales by gesturing with his finger. Lin Hao was instantly turned into a bloody mist without a chance to scream. As for his master, the elder sat there in a daze. He was powerless to resist and struggling was futile. He finally felt true despair before fiercest, unable to stop a single thing. I'm sparing your life so that you can send a message to your sect. I don't care who the leader is right now, immediately scram from my sight or I'll destroy your sect sooner or later. Wuxia coldly glared at the elder. In the past, the shocked elder would still make some stubborn retorts regardless of how powerful the enemy may be. After all, Soaring Immortal has never been afraid of anyone. But now, he couldn't utter a single comment. Just like that, he finally crawled up and left quietly. He seemed to have grown dozens of years older. Wuxia then stared coldly at everyone while being on top of the 12 scales with deity-like existences surrounding him. He was a supreme god, reigning above all else. Everyone present became afraid and lowered their head in order to avoid his gaze. He simply smiled and turned towards the U-mansion before sighing quietly. Next, the light on the 12 scales disappeared. The place regained its original form as he started walking down one step at a time. People quickly made a path for him. From beginning to end, not one person dared to look at him directly. After coming out, he told the monarch, "Come, it's time to visit the Yu clan." Having said that, he started walking away. The monarch's wits returned and hurriedly followed him. Inside the mansion, Ancestor Yu and the others were aghast. The entire mansion was quiet and confused. Even a grand god king like Ancestor Yu felt a cold chill. Wuxia's strength was one thing, but the matter that scared him the most was the guy's ability to control the 12 scales. This was because he knew that the 12 scales weren't only a place for examination. It was also a very important weapon for his clan. Chapter 1601, Ancestor Yu calmed down and ordered the disciples inside the mansion, "No one goes outside for now. I will be going to see the forefather." The disciples present were moved after hearing this, for they understood the significance. The ancestor traveled deeper into the mansion until he reached a shabby house. He tidied his clothes without any slight and prostrated before the door. "Your grandson greets you, forefather. Come in." A powerful sound came from within. The ancestor took a deep breath and entered the building. It was very neat with nothing else but a straw mat with an old man meditating on top. He had a large stature and wore a hemp garment without any adornments. His gray hair was shining as he sat straight like a rock. This was forefather Yu. Descendants no longer knew his real name. They only knew that he was Yu Taijuan's only son. This was the second God King from the clan, a very powerful and 9 worlds God King. The clan once had 5 God Kings. Outside of Taijun, who was an emperor assailant, her husband was also a terrifying God King. Another God King was the Yu ancestor's father, or the forefather Yu's son. He was also another powerful God King. Unfortunately, these 2 God Kings were no longer in this world. Their lives ran out among the slow path towards the Grand Tao. Just think about it, a clan that wasn't an imperial lineage actually had 5 God Kings and 1 emperor assailant. Despite its small scale, its power and prestige were mighty enough. These God Kings were the reason why the Yu clan had an illustrious position in the Grand Sea. After seeing the forefather, the ancestor bowed again and said, "Forefather, I'm afraid we are facing a strong enemy. He had climbed on our 12 scales and used its power." "I know." The forefather slowly nodded. "Who is he?" "A junior named Wuxia. He came from the cleansing incense ancient sect with no real backing to speak of." The ancestor busily answered. "Wuxia, cleansing incense." The forefather murmured these 2 names and fell into quiet contemplation. "He came with ill will. First, he seriously injured our descendant and tortured him. Then he tore apart my grandnephew's arm. This is a very aggressive man. Right now, he's using our 12 scales to destroy the Skyfire warships. I'm afraid he's coming for us soon." The ancestor worriedly said. His nervousness was understandable. Wuxia came aggressively and seemed to be aiming for his clan. Moreover, he has heard of Wuxia's title, Fiercest, as well as the notoriety accompanying it. "Elaborate." The forefather inquired. The ancestor told Yuzhan's story again and how he and his uncle were taught a lesson by Wuxia. They reported the matter to the clan master and the clan master, in turn, reported it to the ancestor. After hearing this, the forefather gently waved his sleeve and said flatly, "Let the juniors take care of their own problem. The boy is to blame for not being skilled enough and lose. Tell him to train harder. The only thing to worry about right now is the 12 scales." He frowned after saying this. Ancestor Yu mulled over the statement as well. He was a bit surprised that his grandfather didn't want to step up for their descendant. However, he didn't dare to remark on it because his grandfather was much more insightful than him. He surely had his reasons. It'll be a problem for Fiercest to have control over the 12 scales. We need to eliminate this to avoid further complication. Ancestor Yu said. The forefather took his time thinking before answering. Nothing is surprising since there are many great yet hidden masters in the world. However, in our generation, there should only be 2 people who can completely understand the 12 scales. Which 2? The ancestor said. The first is Gu Zun from Heaven Suppression. His talents are virtually peerless. The forefather replied, if he really wants to, he can definitely understand the mysteries within. It's just that mother is still around, so he doesn't want to antagonize her. Who is the second then? The ancestor didn't doubt Gu Zun's talents. After all, this was an Ionic genius. The second, you won't know this person, no need for me to waste words. The forefather's eyes flashed for a bit, but he refused to answer. This astounded the ancestor. Just what kind of terrifying characters could this be that even his grandfather didn't want to comment on? Wuxia comes with menacing intent, but he's probably not on the same side as Gu Zun. The ancestor said quickly, we're on the same side as Heaven Suppression with good ties with Yi Zhozhou's people. Gu Zun doesn't need to aim for us, plus, Wuxia also erased Gu Zun's shadow on the scales. We can't predict Gu Zun's actions with an ordinary perspective. The forefather shook his head. To call Gu Zun a genius is not unreasonable, but to call him a stubborn madman is fine as well. A simple junior like you can't speculate his thoughts. The ancestor obediently kept his mouth shut. Mother will be out tomorrow. Select a few descendants and let them see her because she might not see your group again later. As for Wuxia, she'll make a decision. The forefather said. Her venerable wants to come out. The ancestor was ecstatic. Though the world knew that she was finished with her cultivation, she still hasn't left her meditation. No one in the mansion was qualified to see her outside of forefather Yu. Go. The forefather ended with a wave of his sleeve. The happy ancestor took a deep breath and bowed again before turning to leave. One more thing, no need to be so close with soaring immortal. We do not walk on the same path with them. The forefather added. The ancestor was dazed for a while. He eventually calmed down and had to comment, soaring immortal indeed wants to befriend us. If we have an ally like them, the benefits will come. In fact, the seniors in the clan knew of Yu Yulian's crush on Long Outyin and were happy to see it coming to fruition. Even ancestor Yu wouldn't mind her marrying into soaring immortal. The forefather raised his voice, what do you know? In the eyes of soaring immortal, we are only tools to be used. Just shallow juniors like you are qualified to talk about an alliance with soaring immortal? Allying with them will bring about a sect-destroying disaster. Well, the ancestor hesitated and didn't know what to say since deep down, he wanted to form this alliance. Just keep this in mind, no need to investigate any further. You'll understand in the future, our foolish descendants cannot accomplish anything great, understand? The ancestor bowed deeply, your grandson will bear this in mind. Even though he didn't agree with this view, he was still very respectful towards his grandfather. In the deepest location of the mansion was a forbidden area. The Yu descendants weren't allowed here because this was their ancestral grandmother's living area. There was an old and simple shrine here that had experienced countless years and beaten by the weathers. Squeak. The tightly shut wooden doors finally opened. An elderly woman with white hair running down her temples came out. Nevertheless, one could still see that she was an amazing beauty judging by her current elegant demeanor. She walked to the garden and looked at the flowering old trees and sighed disappointedly, "Old man, the trees we planted have blossomed but you are no longer here, leaving me all alone in this world now." Who? Her eyes suddenly became serious during this sentimental moment. Her entire being changed and a mighty aura erupted just like a general that has swept through the 9 heavens. The Grand Tao is always a solitary path, you're not the one alone. At this time, a young man floated over and said, "Qing Feng, long time no see." The old woman was shaken to hear the greeting. Her eyes that were exuding frightening light widened as she stared at the young man in disbelief. Is this really you?" Her voice was trembling. "Who else can control the 12 scales besides me? When I changed your constitution back then, you also had the same expression, one that didn't believe in miracles." It was Wuxia who answered with a smile. "Your Excellency, it really is you." The old woman shouted emotionally. "Yes, it's me." He sentimentally spoke while looking at her, "It has been a while. Time is truly cruel." Chapter 1602, Yu Qingfeng was the ancestral grandmother of the Yu clan, the first general of the Black Dragon Legion during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. She was prominent as an emperor assailant, a truly dreadful existence. "Qingfeng greets you, Your Excellency." After calming down, the old woman quickly prostrated on the ground and exclaimed. Wuxia quickly helped her up and said, "You are no longer part of the Legion, so this ceremony is unnecessary." After being propped up, she looked at the youth while gripping his hands. After a long time, she finally touched his face. "Your Excellency, you have truly gotten your real body," she said emotionally. "It is to the Black Dragon King's credit." He gently sighed, "He went all out and sacrificed the heavens will in order to get out with my body, then my soul and spirits returned. Your subordinate is ashamed, not being able to aid the Dragon King and you." She sighed. When the Black Dragon King attacked the immortal demon grotto, she was still undergoing her death cultivation and couldn't lend him a hand. Otherwise, she would have participated. "It's not your fault." Li Qie shook his head. "Your lifespan was over back then, so it's already amazing for you to last till now." Looks like you won't be able to live for another life, but this death cultivation will at least replenish your lost longevity." She became dejected and answered, "The reason I can do this is all because of the old man. He used his own life to replenish mine, but she sighed again and stopped. "He has always loved you and it was his choice," Li Qie said. "We promised to live till the end together regardless of mundane matters, but in the end, our descendants are incompetent, so the old man changed his mind. He hoped that I could live longer to protect them. It's just that the fools don't know our trouble and sacrifices." She became gloomier. Her husband was also a general under the Black Dragon Legion, though he wasn't as strong as her. The lovers decided against sealing themselves and chose to live an ordinary life until death together. Alas, their descendants deteriorated one generation after another. Only ancestor Yu in this generation was capable of doing anything. After him, the Yu clan had no talents to speak of. This made her husband change his mind. He decided to let her live longer to protect their clan for a few more generations. Thus, during the end of her lifespan, he helped with the life replenishment. Despite the successful attempt, her husband couldn't surpass this ultimate trial, so he sacrificed himself for her sake. How many people in this world can see through death so easily and let go? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. She invited her into the old shrine. It was also very simple inside, with a few carved diagrams to the left and right. They were the historical records of the Yu clan's ancestors. She sat down and spoke. "I'm sure you will be able to do a lot with your real body in this generation, Your Excellency. If you need my assistance, just say the word. I shall exert all my power for you once more." Li Qie refused. "No, the two of you have gained freedom and left the Legion, so I won't break your tranquility. It's time for you to enjoy old age instead of being a part of my war chariot. I owe you that much, Your Excellency. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. No, I wouldn't be alive either. The Yu clan wouldn't be so prosperous as well," she solemnly said. "You don't owe me anything." Li Qie smiled. "I merely guided you and gave you a chance. What you have achieved is due to your own efforts, and furthermore, you have paid everything by working in the Legion for so long already. And remember, I only did a little bit to help. Your big brother is who actually saved you." Yu Zhengfeng sealed his sister back then and spent an entire generation to accumulate enough materials before asking Li Qie to save her. Because of this fateful encounter, they joined the Black Dragon Legion. After many victories and meritorious contributions, Matriarch Yu became the first general of the Legion. "It's all because you showed love for me and our clan." She gently sighed. At this moment, she was willing to come out again to work for Li Qie, and same with her clan. However, he wouldn't agree to this. "This is what you and your clan deserve," Li Qie said with a smile. "It's a pity that the juniors are so incompetent. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening to me. Big brother doesn't want to look at these unworthy children, so my old bones have no choice but to live on in this sad manner. Zhengfeng can still live for a very long time." Li Qie nodded. "Alas, he has the world-weary Dao. It's understandable that he doesn't care for the descendants. In his eyes, the Yu clan doesn't need his attention. Big brother," she became sad when talking about her brother. No one might remember a famous character like Yu Zhengfeng in the current generation, an emperor contender hiding in Discover. But Matriarch Yu will always remember. Zhengfeng started on this invincible path just to save his beloved sister back then. Big brother didn't used to be like this back then. He was a bright and energetic person on top of being very magnanimous, but the trial of love overwhelmed him. He grew tired and no longer cared for mundane matters. She stated. No. Wuxia shook his head. Your big brother has made peace with his failed love for immortal Emperor Qianli. His inner demon isn't about love but himself. After choosing this Tao, it is exceedingly difficult to turn back. The farther he went, the stronger he became and the more he grew tired of mortal issues. In the end, he became cursed. Not even the heavens want to take him. He'll have to stay this way? She had to ask. She didn't wish for him to suffer such a dark fate in the upcoming years. No one can help him if he doesn't want to leave. Wuxia shook his head. He knew what he was getting himself into and what he would have to face. Because of this, he fought against immortal Emperor Qianli back then one last time, but she didn't want to kill him. He probably made up his mind to walk on that imperial Tao just to save me back then. She smiled bitterly, realizing the price her brother paid just to save her. He created his own grand Tao back then. In fact, it was a very amazing one, so he had escaped the world-weary Tao, yet he returned again. His choice was the same as immortal Emperor Muzhua. Wuxia commented. Muzhua was an emperor then, so his fortune and cultivation were greater than your big brother, but he still went back to this terrible Tao to be forever cursed. It was their choice, no one can do anything about it. Wuxia smiled wryly as well. Why did the emperor choose this path? He already had an imperial way. Matriarch, you didn't quite understand. The emperor's grand Tao was enough to shoulder the heaven's will. It was a mighty and unstoppable path. But in the end, he gave up this Tao and chose his previous world-weary Tao. No one could imagine such a choice. I don't know. I'm afraid no one knows the reason either, just some guesses. Wuxia chuckled. Some believe that he did it to live even longer. Or maybe this is a type of running away. However, I don't think so. Then what's the reason? She asked. Wuxia pondered for a bit before answering. I don't know either. We'll have to ask the emperor himself in order to find the answer, but if he won't tell anyone else, there's no way to know then. Chapter 1603, Matriarch Yu exhaled quietly after hearing this. She also wanted to help her brother so that he could have a different life. Alas, she was powerless in this matter because Xiaofan was even stronger than her and more knowledgeable regarding cultivation. If he didn't wish to leave the Tao himself, there was nothing she could do. The only good thing about the matter was that he would lead a very long life. He has trained the Tao to a cursed level, hated by both gods and devils. It was very difficult for him to die, so in a certain sense, he has exceeded the limit of a cultivator. Wuxia said, it's up to him alone now, but there is still hope for a changing opportunity. He alone knows what it is though. After a while, she changed the topic and asked, are you returning to take back heaven suppression? Wuxia shook his head. I've never thought about retaking it for my own. Heaven suppression is separate from me, but I do not want to see Gu Zun in charge, that's all. Other than him, I don't really care if anyone else were to take over. Gu Zun. He won't give up. It's been 3 generations already. Her eyes became serious. This is why he is exceptional. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. To be perfectly candid, sometimes I do admire the brat a bit. He knows exactly who I am and know just how futile it is, but he still won't give up, still hellbent on taking the treasures from me, snatching food from the jaw of a tiger. Such greed will not subside even after I took his creation and imprisoned him in the eye of the sea. Such Tao heart is definitely persistent but so misguided. Otherwise, his future would have been boundless as an incredible emperor. Matriarch Yu nodded her head in agreement. There was no need to doubt Gu Zun's talents, but his mistakes have cost him his future. He knows you won't kill him, that's why he has no qualm right now without repenting. If it wasn't for the Black Dragon King, he would already be ashes. She was aware of the past. The king beseeched for his sake, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill him now. Li Qie chuckled, my tolerance and patience have a limit. Gu Zun chose not to appreciate it, so if I catch him again, there won't be mercy even if the Black Dragon King comes back to life and plead. She quietly agreed again. Outsiders didn't know about Gu Zun's imprisonment in the Eye of the Sea, but as the first general of the Legion and one of the executors of the sentence, she was privy to the information. He won't give up so easily. She speculated from her own understanding of Gu Zun's characters. Yes. Li Qie smirked. At this moment, his disciple, Yi Jiuzhou, is in charge of heaven suppression. Though he isn't showing his face, he's controlling everything in the background. Jiuzhou is only a pawn. Great as Gu Zun might be, just give the commands, our men shall capture Gu Zun so that you can sentence him. The matriarch offered. Though the Legion was only in name right now, the old generals from Immortal Emperor Qianli and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generations were still alive. No. Li Qie shook his head, this started because of me, so I shall end it. If he won't repent, I'll personally kill him in order to give the king a fair answer. She became sentimental and commented, an Ionic genius. A single thought ruined his life. With your guidance and the Black Dragon King's protection, he could have been one of the greatest emperors of the ages. Alas, he has fallen to this level. It was no wonder that she would have such feelings. Gu Zun had incomparable advantages compared to everyone else back then. It would have been difficult for him to not become an emperor due to his talents and having a supreme overlord like the Black Dragon King as his backer. Greed destroyed his boundless potential. His fortunes were also taken away from him during his imprisonment. Death would have been his fate if it wasn't for the king. If it wasn't for his ill-considered thoughts, it wouldn't have been Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation after Immortal Emperor Qianli. Gu Zun would have been the one. In the end, such unparalleled talents were wasted. After Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, Gu Zun also thought about becoming an emperor. Maybe he wants to use that power to fight against you, Your Excellency. Perhaps he has the same goal in this generation. The matriarch wondered. So what if he becomes an emperor? If he dares to oppose me, I'll kill him all the same. Li Qie said flatly, the sin of past has been forgiven. However, during Immortal Emperor Takong's generation, he has committed an unforgivable crime, enough for eternal damnation. Do you know why I still haven't tormented him just yet? Li Qie asked. Because of the king. She briefly mused before answering. That's right. The king seized my real body again at a great price. He also knew that I won't spare Gu Zun, so when that day comes, he hoped for a swift end, unlike the torture back then. Li Qie gently sighed. The Black Dragon King's expedition back then wasn't only to pay back Li Qie. A small part of it was due to Gu Zun. He has done as much as he can for Gu Zun. The matriarch replied. He knows that Gu Zun isn't worth it. It's only because he has promised Gu Zun's older sister to take care of him, and that as long as he is still in this world, nothing will happen to Gu Zun. He thought that he owed her that much, that's why he begged for Gu Zun. Li Qie sighed again. Gu Zun was the king's younger brother-in-law, the only relative of his wife. She died early, so the king has lived in anguish, thinking that he owed her. Because of this, he promised her to take good care of Gu Zun, and that as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to Gu Zun. This was why he begged the Dark Crow to spare Gu Zun after the crime. Otherwise, Gu Zun would have died 100 times over. The king is a man of his words. The matriarch gently sighed. This was one of the reasons why so many people respected the Black Dragon King. Alas, having a brother-in-law like Gu Zun only dragged him down. I'll be swift when killing Gu Zun out of consideration for the king. Li Qie said flatly. The matriarch didn't say anything else. She could sympathize with the king's emotions. For example, her descendants were a mess as well, so she was quite frustrated. "I wonder when my clan will fall because of those fools," she said with feeling. With the 12 scales and 18 crystal cannons, even if the future generations are incompetent and the clan starts to decline, it is still impossible for outsiders to destroy it. Of course, unless they were to provoke some real emperor assailants. Otherwise, the clan will still go on. Wuxia chuckled. "That's why I'm worried." The matriarch forced a smile. "The fools don't know that there is always a higher mountain and a better man. They think that because the ancestors are around, anyone will give them some face. That's why I won't give them the 18 cannons, that will only harm them." "Makes sense." Wuxia laughed. "If they were to experience that power, they will be too happy and think no one can mess with them. I don't know how much longer I can live." The matriarch responded, "Zongying doesn't have that much time either, so who knows how long the clan will last if the fools are in charge. Zongying was her son, forefather Yu. Living can be a type of pain, even if it is through hibernation." Wuxia commented on her mood. She was quite sad and wanted to wait for death after the passing of her husband, but she needed to live longer to take care of her descendants. Living was painful for her at this moment. Chapter 1604. For many eons now, not too many ancestors were willing to give up on their descendants. Because of this, many famous god kings chose to hibernate underground and lived in the dark in order to stay alive. They relied on their own reputation and power to protect their descendants. "Children have their own fortune, just let them be," Wuxia said. "I'll do that after this and maybe the next generation, since I'll be one with the earth by then." She sighed gently. She was ready to die. Wuxia said with a smile, "The years are always changing. There is no evergreen tree, and the Black Dragon Legion that has threatened the world for 3 generations shall end too." He exhaled in lamentation. Just imagine how prestigious and invincible this legion used to be. Even imperial legions had to make way. Alas, no one could live for that long, so the soldiers and generals in the legion continued to change. From immortal Emperor Qianli to immortal Emperor Yin Tian and finally, immortal Emperor Takong, so many brave warriors came and went. Matriarch Yu was the best general during immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. At the end of this period, she and her husband were granted permission by Wuxia to leave and start their clan. Many generals did the same. As they grew older, they went back to their home and lived reclusively. However, even the strongest couldn't withstand the test of time. Without hibernating underground, they wouldn't live for much longer than 1 generation. Because of this, many of them have passed away. I still remember the generals quite well. I guess it's not possible to see some of them face to face now," he said with a tinge of disappointment. She nodded sentimentally and responded, "When everyone returned to civilian life, the painting drawn by you is still being stored in my clan. Wait, I'll bring it here for you to see, Your Excellency." General's diagram, huh? Wuxia couldn't help but smile. He nodded, "All right, it'll be comforting." She quickly entered the building and took out a painting. Wuxia personally drew it back then and gave it to the couple before they left the legion. After she left, Wuxia went around to look at the murals on the 2 walls. Some detailed the glories of their clan. Of course, the couple played a prominent role in the murals since they were the strongest ancestors. Any battle involving them was recorded in great details. Wuxia was immersed in this viewing about the couple's old battles. He suddenly went back in time with expeditions across the 9 worlds. This was a brilliant era, at least for the Black Dragon Legion. They reigned for 3 generations and became synonymous with the Black Dragon King to a certain extent. Unfortunately, after his incredible battle, the 9 worlds fell into the difficult Dao era. From then on, the Legion also disappeared. No one saw its banner again. Li Qiye sighed while looking at the murals. The king paid too high of a price to save him. Of course, he understood that part of it was the king trying to make up for Gu Zun's crime. As Li Qiye was relishing this moment, it became loud outside with a row of people filing in, both young and old. They respectfully came inside in an orderly fashion. The person leading the way was Forefather Yu with Ancestor Yu after him. There were several other influential ancestors after them. Then it was Clan Master Yu and some excellent prodigies. Yu Yulian and Yu Zhan were part of this group. Today was when the matriarch would come out, so the forefather brought the descendants here to see their ancestral grandmother once. In fact, the young ones never had this chance previously, not even the clan master. Even a god king like Ancestor Yu had only seen her a few times growing up. The forefather was the one who saw her the most. "Who are you?" All the members were shocked to see Li Qiye standing there. Forefather Yu's expression sank. This was their important ground and outsiders were forbidden to enter. But now, a person was here out of nowhere. How could the forefather who was responsible for safety precautions here not be shocked? His eyes turned cold as he glared at Li Qiye. "That's him." Yu Zhan reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. His face turned white as he pointed and shouted at Li Qiye. He unconsciously took a few steps back from fear of the last beating. However, he became bolder since all the ancestors were here, so he arched his chest proudly. "Fiercest." Ancestor Yu and the clan master were astonished to see him. They didn't expect for him to show up in this place. Of course, they were aware that he might have some plans toward their clan, but not this fast. He ignored the rest and gazed at Forefather Yu. He smiled and said, "Zongying, right?" "You are." It was the forefather's turn to be astonished because Zongying was his childhood name. But now, a stranger actually called him out with it. "What's going on?" The matriarch got the drawing from her room and asked after seeing this scene. "Your venerable." Ancestor Yu immediately prostrated on the ground. "Your descendant greets you and wishes you good health." "Your venerable." The rest of the members who had never seen her before prostrated as well. Only Yu Zongying was looking at Li Qiye in a daze. In this split second, he certainly thought of something. "Rise." The matriarch nodded. Everyone stood up and became quiet. The ancestor took another look at Li Qiye and reported softly, "Your venerable, this person is called Fiercest. He harbors ill intentions towards our clan and actually has grasped the 12 scales power. Your venerable, this person has besmirched our reputation and hurt our members. He even crushed all of my bones. I was useless and couldn't maintain our prestige, so he humiliated me." Yu Zhan saw Ancestor Yu's hostility and quickly added some convincing evidence. Yulian was surprised as well. She didn't think he would be so courageous as to enter their forbidden ground and provoke an emperor assailant in their ancestral grandmother. It was as if he has eaten the heart of a tiger and guts of a leopard. Fiercest looks down on everyone and thinks he's the best. Your venerable, please annihilate his arrogance and punish him for the crime of insulting our clan. Yu Zhan wanted to leave an impression with this first meeting, so he boldly narrated Li Qiye's evil deeds. Shut up, slap him. The matriarch uttered with a cold expression. Yu Zhan was stunned after hearing this, same with Ancestor Yu and everyone present. No one expected for the matriarch to side with an outsider. Pa! Pa! Yu Zongying regained his wits and slapped Yu Zhan twice until blood spilled before pushing him down. Kneel. Yu Zhan helplessly kneeled on the spot. Mother! He then bowed towards the matriarch while glancing nervously at Li Qiye because he had understood a few things. Zongying, back at heaven suppression during your childhood, do you remember your sun-gazing meditation? She said slowly. The forefather shuddered with both excitement and fear. He stared at Li Qiye in disbelief and stepped forward, then kneeled before him. this lowly one didn't think I could see your hallowed appearance again in this lifetime. Please excuse me for my lack of hospitality. Rise, no fault in not knowing." Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve in response. Chapter 1605, Yu Zongying stood up with an uncontainable excitement. Not even in his dreams did he think he would get to see the sacred teacher again. He was very young back then, but he still remembered the sacred teacher taking him out to watch to sunset on a whale at sea. One had to remember, the sacred teacher was a supreme existence, the ruler of the 9 worlds. To a large extent, it was only because of his parents' contribution that he was able to earn the teacher's favor. After so many years, the ruler of the 9 worlds had visited their clan again. This was the greatest of honor. Yu ancestor and the others were wide-eyed. Forefather Yu had a great position in the clan. This was a 9 worlds god king kneeling before fiercest today. It was all too shocking. "Fools, frogs under the well that can't see Mt Tai," the matriarch scolded. "Forget it, it's not their fault." Li Qiye sat on the master chair and gently shook his head. He would have done something to the others, but because of the matriarch, he couldn't get angry at all. Otherwise, how could someone like Yu Zhan prance around in front of him for so long? In a short time, the group didn't dare to breathe loudly. They didn't know Fiercest's identity, but their forefather was so respectful. Even an idiot would realize that his background was incredible. Meanwhile, Yu Zhan didn't even dare to look up while kneeling. The matriarch was disappointed while staring at her descendants lowering their head. The Yu clan had fewer capable people as time went on. There was a clear deterioration. Zongying could take care of the clan as long as he was around, but once he became older, only ancestor Yu could do anything. The decline was near if such a large clan relied on 1 or 2 people for administration. She found the situation quite difficult. It wasn't a lack of resource but a lack of disciples with potential. Of course, this wasn't only in talents. This prompted her to yell at them, "A bunch of stagnated fools. A lifetime of fortune is wasted on all of you." Ancestor Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything back. "Your Excellency, do you see any hope for them?" she asked Li Qiye. In her mind, in terms of grooming and recognizing talents, no one could compare to him. He had trained too many peerless characters across the ages. The group shuddered after hearing her address and became even more afraid of Fiercest's background. "I'm old now, so I don't want to waste their time." He gently shook his head. She gently sighed after hearing this and knew that her worthless descendants couldn't get into his sight. Otherwise, if any of them were to gain his favor and tutelage, they would have a bright future. "Everyone, come greet His Excellency," she coldly ordered. This was her attempt to create a safety net for them. They didn't dare to show any slight and quickly went forward to kneel. Li Qiye only nodded without speaking. Zongying standing to the side also realized that Li Qiye didn't like any of the children here. The matriarch looked at them and scowled again. "All of you have so many resources, but look at yourselves, some half-ass cultivation, not even as strong as a vagrant cultivator. Too used to playing around, have you forgotten that you're a cultivator? Maybe you think of yourself as a regular noble son and daughter." The kids didn't dare to utter a single word back. She continued on, "Little Dan, you have been working hard these years, but you lack foresight and are too doting on them. The lack of discipline has turned them into these young masters. Ancestor Yu has been in charge of the clan. An old person like forefather Yu rarely asked about daily businesses." The ancestor bowed his head and apologized. "Your grandson is incompetent and had ruined their development, please punish me. You shall personally teach them now." The matriarch uttered, "From today on, our clan shall close its doors. All children and disciples will adhere to strict discipline. Before reaching a certain cultivation, no more leaving the clan in order to avoid losing more face." She had no choice but to do this. The members lacked the right Dao heart, not resources. They have lived too leisurely and everything came easy. Their high status in life left them complacent. Because of this, they couldn't resist external temptations and found it impossible to meditate in peace. Thus, the first thing she will do after coming out is to use an iron law to sharpen these disciples. I shall obey. Ancestor Yu kneeled down again. Next was Yu Zhan's turn to be scolded. She said sternly, "You are young, so it's fine to be ignorant, but you have no skill, only rely on the clan to show off. No more resources for 30 years, go immerse yourself in the marsh for 100 years to wash away your vanity." The boy turned pale. This punishment was not easy for a young master like him, but he didn't dare to disobey. He prostrated and said, "I accept the punishment." She scowled again but was lamenting in her mind. All seniors loved their children, but she had to be strict to change the current superficial culture in the clan. "Your Excellency, how about picking one of them?" she asked Li Qie once more. She has dropped all of her pride in order to beseech him again, even if he didn't like any of them. She hoped that he would at least give some guidance to just one. That would be more than enough for the clan. Even if it was a talentless person, they would have the chance to be exceptional under his tutelage. The clan had no successor at the moment. Zongying won't live much longer, and same with Ancestor Yu. Because of this, they required a youth that could handle the responsibility. This was the reason why she let go of her pride to ask him and seize this rare opportunity. Li Qie sighed in response. He naturally wouldn't care about this matter if it was someone else, but since this was an old general asking, he had to give her some sensibilities. In the end, he perused the crowd. His eyes ended on Yulian, her then. The kneeling girl was surprised to be chosen by Li Qie. After all, their last interaction was one of hostility. "Come over." The matriarch smiled at his concession and waved at Yulian. The dazed girl still came over and kneeled. "Yulian greets you, ancestor. This will be a test for you, will you accept?" The matriarch spoke slowly, "You need determination and will in order to seize the chance at reforging your unstable Dao heart." She stared at Yulian and continued, "This path will not be easy, laden with difficulties even. You need to face pain and hard choices, but if you can keep going with a firm Dao heart, your future will be glorious." She was hesitant with a mix of hope and fear. Ancestor Yu was anxious and confused at her hesitation. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Even a grand god king like him couldn't be this lucky, yet Yulian was given this godsend chance. "Child, what can't you let go of?" As an emperor assailant, the matriarch has seen everything and understood. The girl couldn't speak. Because of Long Outyan? Ancestor Yu realized right away and spoke softly. "I don't know." She blushed and lowered her head. In the past, their clan wanted for this to happen, but this was no longer the case. Now, he wanted for Yulian to stay. After all, after her training, she would play a pivotal position in the clan. The soaring immortal kid is not suitable for you. Even if you marry him, nothing good will come of it. The matriarch poured cold water over her. "Ancestor," Yulian cried out but didn't know what to say. Chapter 1606. Chapter 1606. Yulian's choice. While Yulian was opening her mouth, Ancestor Yu hurried interjected, "Ancestor, the successor of Soaring Immortal is a grand completion immortal physique, one of the strongest candidates for the throne with the arts from 5 emperors. Quite a rare talent." He gave a quick glance at Li Qie without daring to say more. "What is this about being one of the strongest candidates? It is only fleeting like the early morning dew or the moon on the river's surface." The matriarch said coldly, "A grand completion soaring immortal physique still won't do." Her juniors weren't aware, but she knew that all of this was still useless. Moreover, as the first general of the Black Dragon Legion, she understood the result of those who would compete against Li Qie. Even if the boy was from Soaring Immortal, he would only serve as bones on Li Qie's path in the future. Yulian still kept her head low. The seniors knew that she liked Long Outyan, but no one explicitly stated it. A young girl like her felt quite shy at this moment. The matriarch went on, I shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's love. However, is it a one-sided affair or does he like you back? Yulian trembled a bit after hearing this. Outyan didn't know of her crush at all. It was her one-sided crush since she had never expressed it. Her expression couldn't elude the matriarch's eyes. The matriarch spoke, so it's one-sided. The girl was pale and didn't dare to respond. Reflect on this for me. The monarch elaborated, if he's the successor of soaring immortal with the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion physique, so many princesses in the world will adore him. Even though you shouldn't belittle yourself, some self-awareness is necessary. In terms of talents and beauty, can you compete with all the other women? Can you make him love you? Her head tilted down even more. She knew full well that her conditions were good, but there were more exceptional women in this world. Long Outyan wouldn't necessarily like her, which was why she had never confessed. Even if you have the chance to marry into that sect, it's already pushing it for you to be a concubine. There are too many disciples there at the same level as you. The experienced matriarch explained, if that's the case, why should the sect take you in? It is simply to win our clan's influence in the Grand Sea. They want to take advantage of your ancestors. Outside of that, they don't care for our clan nor you. We'll just be used as tools. She shuddered again after hearing the assessment. Every girl had some dreams, more or less, in their heart. But now, the frank assessment cruelly pierced through these dreams. She clenched her fists and tried her best to stop trembling. Love is human nature, so that's not a criticism on you. However, you are still young, yet to see the real world and the resplendent Grand Tao. The matriarch continued. Your talents are fine, but now, you are given the chance. Make up your mind and polish your Tao heart, then your life will change. Once you reach that particular level, you can live for several tens of thousand years while maintaining your youthfulness. At that point, when you stand at the apex, your vision will become even broader and you will come to understand that there are even more wondrous and scintillating things in the world. You will meet even more exceptional talents. That is when you will know what you truly want. Her sonorous guidance reached the heart. All of the clan members were carefully listening. Even Ancestor Yu sighed in his mind. A god king like him could be considered to be an experienced man and had a different interpretation of her words. In the past, he failed to understand this until he was older. Alas, it was too late then, since he didn't become a god king till old age. At this particular level, one had a different perspective on the world. Perhaps this perspective would change even more at the Emperor Assailant level. That's not something he would dare to imagine, however. He knew that Yulian was the most hopeful child in their clan as well. If she could be groomed, then her future would be quite promising. If you sever romance now, you will be able to pick a different path. Do you want to be an ordinary woman or a master smiling down on the world? This is your choice. The matriarch asked. A conflict waged in her mind. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said solemnly, Ancestor, I accept the training and guidance. Very good. The matriarch nodded approvingly while looking at Yulian. She turned towards Wuxia and said, Your Excellency, what do you think? I can't stay long, so I can't personally teach her. Wuxia shook his head, but it is very suitable for you to teach your own descendant. In my view, she's suitable to cultivate the step scripture, so I'll allow for you to teach her that. The matriarch was slightly disappointed until she heard the latter part. Wuxia had guidelines for his followers. Certain merit laws were passable to their descendants and some weren't. As someone who had cultivated the step scripture, she knew better than anyone just how powerful it was. Thus, his permission was a very big deal. Thank His Excellency already, others couldn't ask for such a fortune. The matriarch told Yulian instantly. Yulian regained her wits and hurriedly bowed towards Wuxia. Nevertheless, she had no fitting words for this occasion. No need for formality. Wuxia waved his sleeve. Your ancestor seized this fortune for you, do not let her down. Yes. She quietly affirmed. From today on, you will stay in the courtyard so I can teach you. The matriarch told her. This was a glimmer of hope for the matriarch. She couldn't teach all the children at her age, but now, she could plant the seed for their future successor. Yulian bowed again without speaking. Meanwhile, Clan Master Yu was very excited for his daughter. Being taught by the matriarch meant that she would be the next successor. No one would be able to take this away from her. Everyone, leave now. The matriarch ordered. Zongying, you stay. They followed her command and everyone left, outside of Zongying. Zongying was still shaken all the same. The other disciples didn't know who they were looking at, but he did. This was the supreme ruler of the 9 worlds. Ordinary people weren't qualified to know his identity. To see you again, sacred teacher, is beyond my wildest dream. Zongying said excitedly. You have a good memory since you were only learning how to speak back then. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. The old man smiled awkwardly. He seemed like a child before someone as old as Wuxia. Sacred teacher, I have always looked up to you. The boy never forgot about you and even wanted to join the Black Dragon Legion, but the old man didn't let him. The matriarch smiled and shook her head. The past embarrassed him, so he let out a hollow laugh. The Black Dragon Legion threatened the world for 3 generations with the hallowed Black Dragon King. Sacred teacher also reigned eternally, so I really dreamt about leading the troops to battle back then. It's good that your father didn't let you, or I wouldn't know what to do. The Yu clan only has you, so if anything bad were to happen, how can I face your parents? Wuxia laughed. The children didn't try hard enough. The matriarch let out a long sigh. Otherwise, we would have let him train in the Legion. The couple didn't only have one child, but Zongying was the only successful one. His other brothers and sisters have already died before him due to their weaker cultivation. Because of this, the Yu clan only had him to take care of everything, so his dad didn't permit him to join the Legion since any mishap might end their lineage. Chapter 1607. While Wuxia stayed as a guest at the Yu mansion, news suddenly came from the Grand Sea regarding the marriage alliance between Soaring Immortal and Heaven Suppression. Zi Queening will marry Long Outyin. They will meet to talk about the marriage at Soaring Immortal's territory. There was an uproar after this news since there had been rumors previously. However, they came from different channels, not the official ones like right now. Because of this, though many believed it, some remained skeptical until this official announcement. The alliance was no longer limited to speculation but more of a sure thing. 2 behemoths in our generation are still deciding to join forces. One ancestor from a great power murmured in a daze. Any insightful person would know the result of this alliance. It meant that nothing would be able to stop them since one had 5 emperors and the other reigned for the most recent 3 generations. Perhaps an immortal emperor would be able to stop them, but nothing else in the 9 worlds. Soaring Immortal had been separated from the 9 worlds for a long time. They indeed need the support from Heaven Suppression. Nothing could be more perfect and powerful than this alliance. Even God Kings from the last generation were aghast after hearing this. The great powers in the Grand Sea had the biggest reaction since they didn't want to see this the most. This alliance would infringe on all of their territories. It meant that all decisions on the region could be arbitrarily made by just 2 sections. Everyone else must listen because these 2 could turn a great power to ashes overnight. Alas, no one could change the situation. Meanwhile, many enjoyed talking about it as well, especially the younger crowd. They didn't care for the politics and balance of power, only the angle of romance. I heard Heaven Suppression Goddess was very close to fiercest back in Eastern 100 cities. There were some rumors about them being lovers in the Heavenly Tao Academy too. A gossiper revealed. Fiercest is indeed strong enough to be arrogant, but nowadays, the only thing that matters is one's origin. He came from cleansing incense, that's nothing. It's a different story for Outyan with Soaring Immortal. He has the lineage of an emperor and the arts of 5, such a noble upbringing. How can a nobody like Wuxia match him? With the goddess proud background, she naturally should be together with a heavenly prince like Outyan. An old-fashioned cultivator said with disdain. Some immediately became unhappy with this guy who thought he was better than everyone else just because of his background. One young cultivator, who was a big fan of Wuxia, retorted, so what if they have noble upbringing? Fiercest doesn't give a damn. Oppose him and even imperial children will be slaughtered like dogs, not worth mentioning. That's right. Many vagabonds agreed with the sentiment. You think having a noble upbringing is that great? Fiercest never lacked women before. So many prestigious princesses and saintesses are willing to marry him. Fairy May, sword goddess Bai, all of them are from imperial lineages and they want to follow him anyway. Most cultivators from smaller sects and especially the vagabonds disliked hearing contemptuous remarks the most from the nobles. They found such rhetoric to be contemptuous. Meanwhile, cleansing incense was a downtrodden sect. Thus, in their eyes, Wuxia's achievement was a breakthrough for them, so they viewed him as their pride. I agree. Fiercest won't have a lack of women just because of his accomplishments. He can get as many as he wants. Another person added, Heaven Suppression Goddess only agreed to marry Outyan because of the marriage alliance, it doesn't mean that she likes him. She probably loves Fiercest even more. After all, he was her first love back at the academy. The debates became fiercer and eventually turned into scandals. Many began to spout that Wuxia and the goddess promised to marry each other back at the academy. Thus, the current marriage proposal was purely political in nature. I heard that Fiercest will steal the bride for sure. Some unknown cultivators spread this message. Who knows their real intent behind this? Steal the bride, really now? Many were stunned after hearing this. 100%. Just think about it, who is Fiercest? Has he been afraid of anyone? Soaring Immortal and Outyan are nothing to him, same with Heaven Suppression City. If Outyan dares to steal his woman, he might try to trample both the city and Soaring Immortal. A speaker swore to his friend about the validity of this rumor. Regardless of the ulterior motives of the message, many people found it reasonable. They all knew about Fiercest's temper and merciless nature. There was nothing he didn't dare to do in this world. It would be strange if he didn't try to flip Soaring Immortal over since Outyan was trying to steal his woman. Fiercest will definitely teach Soaring Immortal a lesson. The helpless great powers wanted this particular development. At the same time, the Peacock Bright Monarch immediately reported to Wuxia about the commotion. Wuxia simply smiled after hearing about the marriage. I'm afraid Ancestor Ye's group is forcing the city lord. Maybe she lost her authority now. The monarch worriedly said. With me here, Gu Zun's tricks won't amount to anything. He chuckled. The monarch quietly nodded since she couldn't do anything with her own power, so she placed her hope on him. She stared at him for a bit but refrained from speaking. Go ahead. Wuxia took note and said with a smile. She smiled wryly with a strange expression before speaking. Rumor has it that you and the city lord had a marriage pact back at the academy, so a lot of people think you will go steal the bride. That's just a message sent by the local great powers. Wuxia laughed. Very well, if people want to have a show, then why not? It'll be lively when I go do it. He certainly understood that people wanted to egg him on. However, he didn't really mind. Since Gu Zun was aiming for him, he wanted to return the favor by destroying the alliance. He went to see the matriarch afterward. She also heard the news and said instantly, this is Gu Zun's plan. He wants to drag Soaring Immortal down and use its power to oppose you. I know. Li Qiye replied, Gu Zun knows himself that he alone can't take me on at all, so he requires an ally, and who is better than Soaring Immortal? Is there a more powerful lineage compared to Soaring Immortal in the 9 worlds? Chapter 1608. The matriarch shook her head in response. Even if Gu Zun involves Soaring Immortal, they can't stop you at all even if they utilize their full potential. That sect needs to pray for their own fortune. If they grow some eyes, they can continue to survive. But if their eyes are on the back of their head, then I'll just end them. Li Qiye smiled leisurely. The matriarch was accustomed to such style. For the world, Soaring Immortal was full of experts and could be considered the supreme of the 9 worlds. However, for Li Qiye, this was only a big sect at best. He could destroy them whenever he wanted. This was the reason why Soaring Immortal chose not to come out for 3 generations. The sect should know a bit about you, right? She said. Li Qiye smiled back. You lived during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation, so you don't understand Soaring Immortal completely. Its power structure isn't simple. It has many external realms with an incredible amount of citizens and maybe more than 10 million disciples. He paused for a bit before continuing. Its power structure, to put it in the simplest manner, is made up of 5 branches. It is complex and changes in each era. Whichever branch has the advantage would be in charge. That might be so, but does it matter which branch is in charge? None of them should try to touch your whiskers, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mie's branch. The generals under their wings should still be loyal towards you. The matriarch said. The times are changing, same with Soaring Immortal. Plus, Tun Ri and Ba Mie aren't considered my students since I only helped and taught them a bit. Li Qiye shook his head. Plus, they are powerless too. After all, the sect has its own rules and they have made their pact. Moreover, they are old now and might not have control over anything. He elaborated. If they really wish to oppose you, then they're just frogs under the well seeking their own destruction. She stated. Li Qiye revealed a faint smile. The chance of them suiciding is quite high. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's influence is great, so his branch should be quite strong now. She frowned in response. You think the Emperor still had grudges against you back then, so he left behind some plans to oppose you? Ren Xian has great self-control. Regardless of his origin and bloodline, he is still an emperor with the foresight to understand what should and shouldn't be done. In spite of his great achievements, he still showed great restraint after becoming emperor. That's why he wanted the title, Ren Xian. He wants to get on your good side on top of showing his determination against his origin, so his title flaunts a human origin. The matriarch was aware of the circumstances. Back then, Ren Xian was the chosen candidate from Soaring Immortal for the Heaven's Will. However, because of his bloodline, Li Qiye didn't agree with this, but Soaring Immortal was hellbent on having a 5th emperor. They had a minor fight because of this, but the sect ultimately made many promises, even a blood oath. The emperor himself was part of this. Due to all the concessions, Li Qiye chose to turn a blind eye to the competition. During that generation, the young emperor didn't let the sect down. He swept through the 9 worlds and seized the throne. Nevertheless, even after becoming invincible, he kept his promise and was still very respectful towards the Dark Crow. Although I didn't agree with him becoming an emperor, he did a good job after the fact. Regardless of his sincerity, he still kept his promise and exercised self-control. He didn't do certain things just because he was an emperor or his sect was Soaring Immortal. It's hard to criticize him in these aspects. The problem is his descendants. They believe Soaring Immortal is the true ruler of the 9 worlds, and that their bloodline is the most powerful and precious. These beliefs drove them crazy. Therefore, they were forced to isolate themselves, not allowed to come into being during Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. she said. She didn't personally experience the ordeal, but she had heard of it before. In the past, some people in the sect secretly did a few things with their bloodline and invoked the anger of the Dark Crow. He forcefully searched every inch of Soaring Immortal. The sect trembled before his coming and many big shots were forced to commit suicide. In the end, they isolated themselves from the world. This was the reason why so few disciples from the sect showed up during the Black Dragon King's 3 generations. A bunch of idiots being bitten by their own blood, thinking that they're the masters of the world. Wuxia said emotionlessly. Bitten? She was surprised to hear this. Will it devour their body eventually? Wuxia shook his head. I don't know, but they'll increasingly be removed from their own race while inching closer to the true nature of this bloodline. This is why the bloodline is so frightening. Even the thinnest strand could have a chance for atavism. That's why this race was so powerful. Did you find any clues when you searched the sect back then? She asked after contemplating quietly. Just a little bit. They had absolute loyalty to Soaring Immortal. Once they knew that I was about to pry even more, they immediately committed suicide and destroyed all traces. However, I know some of them tried to experiment with this blood already. Wuxia chuckled. They actually hid it from you? It must be a big deal then. Her expression slightly changed. It has something to do with a supreme artifact. Wuxia's eyes became serious as well. It's not at Soaring Immortal, but I'm sure it has secretly shown up there every once in a while. That's the reason why I'm certain the item is still in this race's possession. She vaguely understood what the item was because Wuxia had been searching for it when he was in control of the 9 worlds. It doesn't matter since it won't escape my grasp in the end. Wuxia calmly declared, I don't care how many generations or how well they hide it, I'll take it one day. The matriarch knew that Wuxia has set up a big trap and was just ready for the enemy to fall down. After a short while, she said softly, Your Excellency, why did you relent then? If you were steadfast against letting them train Immortal Emperor Renxian, they wouldn't necessarily dare to do it then. Wuxia pondered this question carefully. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the master chair as if sleeping. He eventually opened his eyes and replied, No one really has a heart of iron. Or maybe it was because I have killed too many people so I turned soft-hearted then. She didn't reply, only waiting to listen to him. Sometimes in the dead of the night, I thought about whether I have massacred too many people. But then again, I should never show mercy on this matter. If humans or any of the races had something to do with this, I should slaughter them. He said slowly. Your Excellency, you were right about this. Only by wiping out this blood completely would the 9 worlds have peace. Otherwise, darkness shall still loom over all of us. The matriarch said solemnly. Qingfeng, I know you have always supported and listened to me. But, you have never actually witnessed the periods when I massacred the 9 worlds, when I let the blood seep deep into the soil. During those times, some generals started to waver. Tell me, what should I have done with them? Kill. She answered without hesitation. Yes. And killed them I did. Wuxia closed his eyes again and said bitterly, personally ordering the death of loyal generals with countless meritorious exploits. It's not an easy thing for the heart. Silence took over the room. After a good while, he gently sighed, therefore, I am a tyrant, the dark hand behind the curtains. I am someone who can only exist in the darkness. I'm not an immortal emperor, a beacon of light, only a heartless butcher who had slaughtered the 9 worlds. My hands are stained with so much blood. Chapter 1609, The monarch carefully chose her words. It doesn't matter who you are, Your Excellency. You are someone who shoulders what no one else dares. Immortal emperors have their shining generations, but they only shoulder an invincible power, not the immense weight of the 9 worlds. Who is the one doing so, besmirched with infamy, but still protect the 9 worlds. It's not the immortal emperors and the myriad races and powers. You are the Watcher, Your Excellency, the stopper of the darkness. Your existence allows for the brilliant Emperor's era. She paused for a moment before continuing. Without you, the darkness would be coming again sooner or later. You have been doing your job, wiping away this bloodline all this time, not the Emperor's. They were indeed amazing, and there's no denying that they had walked on a path paved with bones too, but none had ever committed a massacre of your magnitude. It's not because of their inability, it's because they did not wish to do so. They were enamored by their own reputation, not wanting to be reviled by future generation as a butcher who slaughters the innocents. A sigh interrupted her speech. They cherished this reputation too much and feared that doing evil deeds would end with criticisms. For example, killing innocent people after becoming emperors. Many of them were aware that at the beginning of the Emperor's era, this bloodline was still flowing in the 9 worlds. They scattered with hybridizations everywhere. With this information, they also knew that the darkness will come again, but why didn't they do a mass cleansing? It's all due to their own self-absorption. Because of this, all along, you're the only one who has to shoulder the curses of the world. You're the only one who doesn't care about the respect of others or whether they fear you or not. Due to your lack of ulterior motives, you are able to correct the grand mistake by raising your executioner blade to sever the bloodline. She earnestly continued, you were indeed a butcher, the dark hand behind the curtains. However, without your continuous cleansing, what would the 9 worlds look like now? Like you have said, the blood will bite back. With the slightest incaution, the myriad races will cease to exist. Humans, spirits, golems will be no longer, only one race will be left. It won't just be an enslaving darkness, since by that point, every race will have become just one. Thus, all creatures in the 9 worlds should be grateful to you. Your conquests made it possible for them to live to the present. But maybe you are right, I have never experienced one of these great massacres. However, I can see one thing for certain, the future of the 9 worlds without you. Because of this, I will support you. If you need to purge the world once more, just give me the order, I shall carry it out without wavering. Li Qiye seemed to be sleeping on his chair. After a long while, he chuckled in response, people have the rights to their own opinion. Each general back then deserved this right. A few things can't be forced in this world. In each generation, the world had always praised the emperors and their majestic accomplishments. However, they cursed your name without trying to understand your exploits. Even if they actually knew of your existence, they would still only react with fear. This is due to their own lack of foresight. She said. Let them be. Li Qiye smiled leisurely, since I'm a butcher, should be raising my blade against the 9 worlds. The particular narrative is fine. He gently sighed at this point. As the Dark Crow, he didn't care about the words of the world. However, when his loyal and accomplished generals resisted him, personally giving the order to kill them was an unwilling and painful choice. Nevertheless, someone needed to do so, just as the matriarch had said. Every dreg of that blood must be swept clean or the darkness might come again. The matriarch, his old comrade that had been to hell and back with him, stared at this seemingly ordinary man. She knew that he might have lost feelings due to his iron Dao heart, there were substantial pain and unwanted memories lurking below. This was why she truly admired him. He quietly endured the suffering and infamy in order to protect the 9 worlds. Even emperors paled in comparison to his sacrifices. It's fine to do another purge. Li Qiye sat up and said, if Soaring Immortal wants to come, then let them. I want to see what they have hiding in this generation. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. The monarch was ready for the incoming bloodbath after seeing his expression. But I'm a little tired of killing all the time now. Li Qiye said with a smile, your 18 crystal cannons haven't been used for a long time. Take it out to test its strength now. Killing a chicken with an ox blade is very amusing. I'll bring them here, Your Excellency. She walked away. A moment later, she brought back 2 crates. One was overly large while the other wooden one was very portable. They were protected with many layers of seals, indicative of the content's value. The matriarch then opened the seals and plumes of glittering and translucent light came out from the large one. A sizable cannon made from crystals and decorated with mighty runes was contained inside. The material emitted a mysterious power. The strange part was that the cannon wasn't just one barrel but a cluster consisting of different sizes. The 18 crystal cannons. Li Qiye smiled after seeing it. This type of crystal is indeed the finest. Only the crystal fowl immortal mine would be able to produce them. It's a shame that those geezers are too stingy. These cannons were the defining treasure of the Yu clan, their ace card. Even those who were aware of their existence in the clan hadn't seen them in person before. This is your love for us, using such precious materials to craft this peerless weapon for our clan. She said. I was only bored and practicing. Li Qiye said with a smile. The cannons weren't created with a method from this epoch. It shared the same origin as the Netherlord Hexagear launcher, but their own blacksmithing art had been lost in history. The main difference was the material type. The launcher was much more precious and the cannons were created afterward. After creating the launcher, Li Qiye rarely used this blacksmithing method again, but due to the matriarch and her husband's contributions, he created this weapon with some materials at hand and gave it to them. She opened the other crate too. This one had a neat row of red diamonds serving as ammunition. Each resembled the sun itself with a spectacular flame. Dragon flame uranium. Li Qiye looked at each diamond and smiled. Loading then firing them will be spectacular. Your Excellency, you had to squeeze the essence out of an entire sun just to make these diamonds. She said with emotions because she had seen the devastating power of this weapon before. Chapter 1610, The Soaring Immortal Sect made a camp in the sea region they occupied after arriving at the Grand Sea. The area used to belong to some demon great powers. They did try to resist but it was futile. In the end, these demons were forced to retreat while Soaring Immortal gained complete control. Such a move attracted plenty of criticisms but nothing came of it due to the sheer power of the sect. In fact, before the reign of the Black Dragon King, Soaring Immortal's influence spanned across the 9 worlds. After all, they had 5 emperors, so they had extraterritorial headquarters all around. Strangely enough, during Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation, the sect suddenly left all of these headquarters, not a single disciple was left behind. From then on, they rarely showed up in the 9 worlds again. People didn't know what the heck was going on, but the disappearance of this behemoth was a good thing for many great powers. Nobody actually wanted to have such a threat looming around them. But now, the sect was back and used an unstoppable momentum to take over this region. This worried the cultivators in Mortal Emperor. The announcement of the alliance with Heaven Suppression shook the mind even more. Henceforth, many eyes were fixated on their every move. Of course, others paid attention to Fiercest as well. The majority of people, especially the ones in this area, wanted to use Fiercest to retaliate against Soaring Immortal. The romance rumors between Fiercest and the goddess became even more intense as if it was the truth. Whether it be deliberate or not, in short, everyone knew that these two had a marriage pact back at the Heavenly Tao Academy. The young generation had a wonderful time talking about how Outyin dared to compete against Fiercest. They wanted nothing more than to come and watch the bride-stealing show in person. Fiercest is here. People immediately discovered the moment Li Qiye and the Peacock Bright Monarch made it to the Soaring Immortal sect's territory. This news immediately spread with an unbelievable speed across the region. Is he really taking the bride away? All eyes were on Li Qiye. The great powers became excited since this was what they have been waiting for. Fiercest was actually here. What did I tell you? Fiercest is invincible and prideful. He isn't afraid of anyone. Someone like Audiobook is nothing. This guy thinks he can steal Fiercest's woman. He's about to be annihilated. Some young fans felt their blood boiling after seeing Wuxia. However, a few noble youths disagreed. One snorted in response, "Fiercest might be strong, but all of you are blind, can't even see who young Emperor Long is. His backing is the Soaring Immortal sect with countless god kings and even emperor assailants. Humph, no one has dared to oppose Soaring Immortal all this time. Nothing good will come of it. So what? Audiobook is just a dog relying on his sect then. Fiercest will kill the weakling so fast." Wuxia's supporter retorted. "Don't be so sure. Young Emperor Long has a grand completion physique. He's unstoppable among the young generation. Even the older generation can't take him on." Long Audiobook's fans instantly shouted back. "Fiercest has 13 palaces, one and only in the ages. A grand completion immortal physique is shit, there have been too many of them already." Wuxia's support bit back. "Young Emperor Long has triple saint talents and the arts of 5 emperors." The other side contested. "Fiercest has 13 palaces." This sentence was repeated to show Wuxia's unique achievement and invincibility. Young Emperor Long is the Denari King. He fought against the world for 10 days and 10 nights without faltering, going against millions and even killing god kings. Audiobook supporters were still unconvinced. "Fiercest has 13 palaces." Wuxia's supporters chanted this sentence even louder. "You." Audiobook's side trembled with anger without a response. Fiercest's amount of palaces had rendered all geniuses in this world breathless. Neither their achievements and brilliance mattered, all paled before the 13 palaces. Since the ages, there have been many immortal emperors and grand completion users. However, Wuxia was one and only. At this time, the duo entered Soaring Immortal's area. They saw immortal energy and mist everywhere. Pavilions could be faintly seen in the distance along with big ships. Trees were connecting together to form large landmasses. People had to admit that the sect was able to turn this area into a land of immortals in such a short time. It showed just how terrifying the number of resources they had at their disposal was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their trash could please a great power. This was the style of a sect with 5 emperors. Clang! 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 The gong of war resounded. The disciples from Soaring Immortal became vigilant. Both ordinary members and even elders were getting ready for battle. Soaring Immortal might claim its supremacy, but it didn't underestimate Fiercest at all. They knew of his battle records all too well. Most recently, he destroyed their Skyfire warships. In the past, he killed their god kings and banished their spatial channel. This was a worthy foe. The eruptive atmosphere between the two sides robbed the breath of spectators. Some were eager for a fight already. "What? This is how your sect treat a guest?" Wuxia leisurely smiled and said as if strolling through a garden. Even his enemies or those who hated him admired his boldness. Being able to smile before Soaring Immortal was very impressive. Their legs would be trembling if put under the same situation. This leisure attitude made the experts from Soaring Immortal glance at each other. They didn't know whether they should start fighting or not. "Is Long Audiobook going to fight?" one cultivator murmured. "Long Audiobook isn't here. He led some experts and ancestors to hunt the sea monsters right now at the depths." A well-informed spectator shook his head. "Wuxia, what do you want?" An instructor from Soaring Immortal took a deep breath and asked with a serious tone. Soaring Immortal found this situation difficult to accept. All of this time, their sect has been sweeping through everything without resistance. They have never met such a strong enemy before. They didn't show the slightest carelessness and understood that elder-level characters weren't enough to stop Fiercest. The lowest requirement to confront Fiercest was God King. Nothing. I heard that my old friend, the Heaven Suppression City Lord, is a guest at your sect, so I'm here to see her. He said slowly. So domineering, he got straight to the point. The experts nearby secretly praised. Only Fiercest would be so unrestrained against Soaring Immortal. The elders here were silent in contemplation. If it was someone else demanding this, they might have even killed the guy under their fury. However, they needed to be careful when it came from Fiercest. Chapter 1611. Soaring Immortal had also heard about the hot matters between Fiercest and Z Queening. Such rumors were very unfavorable for them. After all, Z Queening would become their mistress in the future or even the Imperial Queen. That's why they didn't wish to hear such gossips regardless of whether they were true or not. For their sect right now, the best outcome was to kill Fiercest. If you two are old friends, then please come. After contemplating for a moment, the instructor replied. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. That's how it should be, the style of a lineage with 5 emperors. This is more presentable. The instructor wasn't willing to respond. Soaring Immortal is actually relenting. The spectators far away were actually startled to see the sect allowing Wuxia to see Z Queening. No one expected this particular development. They thought the instructor would try to stop him, then a massacre would ensue. But now, they unexpectedly conceded to the astonishment of the crowd. The sect had been domineering after descending into this region with an unstoppable conquest against the demons. They had no qualms moving against anyone until now. The validity of the scandal between Wuxia and the goddess didn't matter. Most importantly, she was about to marry Long Outyen, but Wuxia decided to interfere at this crucial moment. This meant that as long as Fiercest was still alive, he would be a smudge on Soaring Immortal's reputation. Fiercest might be the only person who can force Soaring Immortal to concede. Someone murmured. A disciple now led the way for Wuxia, who was all smiles. He and the monarch casually entered the sect's territory. Anyone else would treat this place like the lion's den. They would surely be prepared for him, but Fiercest was completely indifferent, drawing even more admiration from the crowd. On the contrary, Soaring Immortal was ready for battle. The disciples here didn't dare to relax at all. They had full battle adornment ready and guarded their positions. This was because Fiercest was too notorious. Everyone knew of his blood-stained hands. This was someone who would destroy a sect after some unfriendly words, so how could Soaring Immortal not be careful? They didn't want to be like the disciples on the Skyfire warships, crushed like a pulp and dead without a grave. It didn't take long before the disciple took him to an old pavilion. It was floating in the air with a stairway made of clouds. It was heavily guarded with experts from Heaven Suppression instead of Soaring Immortal. Young Noble, I can only take you here. The Soaring Immortal disciple quietly left after taking him here. This was a wise move from the instructor. He didn't want to confront Wuxia directly and instead threw the problem at Heaven Suppression. It was the city's choice now whether he can see the goddess or not. In his opinion, the marriage between Queening and Outyen had been decided by the high-ranking ancestors from the two sections. No one could change this outcome. Because of this, he was confident that Fiercest wouldn't be able to break this marriage alliance either. For this alliance to work, Heaven Suppression must also be on their side when dealing with Fiercest. Halt, who are you? The guards protecting the pavilion immediately pointed their weapons at Wuxia as he drew closer. In fact, they were aware of the situation and who they were facing. Nevertheless, they must not let him see Z Queening. They weren't here to protect her but to isolate her from contacting outsiders. Someone of her power level didn't need the protection from these experts. They were only under Yi Jiuzhou's order to avoid any potential complication before the marriage was done. Of course, Jojo's preparation wasn't meant for Fiercest, only the other dissenters from Heaven Suppression. If he knew Fiercest was going to be coming, he would have personally presided over the area. Good dogs don't block the way. Wuxia glanced at the prepared forces and smiled. A youth came out from the guards. He was well dressed with a high crest while radiating a dazzling light with the powerful aura of a noble. Fellow Daoist Li, our city lord isn't seeing guests, please leave. The youth didn't back down even before Fiercest. Dream Dragon King, Yi Jojo's favorite disciple. The experts nearby recognized him right away. He's quite strong for being so young, already a half-completion immortal physique on top of training the other amazing arts from Heaven Suppression. It's a shame that the goddess is too talented, so he was doomed to be under her shadow. An expert who knew him said with a tinge of emotion. It was almost a tragedy for the Dream Dragon King because his incredible achievements looked less impressive before Z Queening. He couldn't become the city lord. It's not up to you and not up to her either. If I say I want to see her, I shall. Wuxia stared at him and declared nonchalantly. The king's expression turned ugly. He found it hard to swallow this anger when someone came to the Grand Sea and treated Heaven Suppression in this manner. Despite knowing Fiercest, his sect was no slouch either. Moreover, his master and grandmaster were Yi Jojo and Gu Zun, respectively. Wuxia, everything has a limit, you shouldn't be too aggressive or you will have no place left to go one day, despite how vast the 9 worlds are. The king took a deep breath and didn't want to concede. He answered with the perfect tone, neither supercilious nor obsequious. No need to get all philosophical with me. Wuxia said with a smile, I don't care about reasons. I will count to 5, if you don't make way, I'll kill you all. The experts here weren't happy to hear such contempt coming from a junior, evident by their angry glare. Fine, Wuxia, I'll check out your supreme arts. The king didn't back off and was ready to fight to the death. He had received the orders from his master to not let anyone see the city lord. You are not his match, get back. Z Queening appeared on the pavilion above and gravely said. The king hesitated and stood there quietly. He wasn't in the position to disobey her publicly. After all, she was still the city lord. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. This was a peerless woman just like a fairy, a goddess of the sea. Z Queening had a stern demeanor since she was robbed of her authority by Yi Jojo's group. To be perfectly frank, she was virtually put under house arrest. The spectators were holding their breath to see how this scandal will unfold. Wuxia chuckled after seeing her, not bad. Girl, time to leave. Queening smiled wryly and shook her head, brotherly, certain things can't be dealt with right now. I have my own problems, please excuse me. She naturally wanted to go with him in order to avoid the marriage. However, all the ancestors and old men from the village were locked into the Black Dragon Hall. The city right now was under Yi Jojo's control. If she were to leave, she would be playing right into his hands. Thus, she must stay and wait for the right opportunity to strike back. Chapter 16:12, Wuxia remained firm despite his ever-present smile, you must go with me. Brotherly, please understand. Z Queening naturally knew that this wasn't about romance like the rumors said. He came for Gu Zun, not to steal any bride. She also wanted to resist Gu Zun, but protecting the ancestors and disciples from Heaven Suppression was a priority as well. I'll take care of it. Do you want me to massacre Soaring Immortal or Heaven Suppression? Wuxia chuckled. Experts from both sects furiously glared at him after hearing this. He spoke as if they were mere ants. Z Queening became silent after hearing this. She understood that he wasn't the blustering type and would stay true to his words, especially when it came to massacre, for his name is Wuxia. Alright, I'll listen to you then. She took a deep breath and solemnly said. She had to change her strategy to deal with Gu Zun's group now. With Li Qia's help, maybe they could break through Gu Zun's grasp on heaven suppression in a different manner. Fiercest is so domineering. Any woman would want to follow a man like that. A few experts misunderstood her intent and said with emotions. The Dream Dragon King became alarmed, for this went against his duty. If Zi Queening were to leave, he would be letting his master down. City Lord, heaven suppression does not yield to anyone. He shouted hastily. Zi Queening stared at him and understood his thoughts. She said flatly, "You're not young noble Li's match. Even if we aren't, we will still fight like true disciples from heaven suppression and will never." He declared sonorously. This was the only way he could answer to his master later without shame. "That's fine. Kill them." Li Qia interrupted the king and told the monarch disguised as a servant. "To battle." The king knew that his end wouldn't be pretty, so he roared to ready himself for battle. Clang! All the guards here unsheathed their weapon. A murderous aura engulfed the area instantly. Die! The monarch soared to the sky without any hesitation and unleashed a barrage of techniques. Each of them could cut the sun and take down the moon. This was truly a spectacle to behold. Boom! 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 Explosions followed by screams resounded. These armored guards simply couldn't stop her path. She was the Pearl City Lord and had obtained its inheritance on top of being taught by Lu Zhongsun. Her cultivation was definitely among the top at heaven suppression. The crowd was shocked to see a servant killing experts from heaven suppression so easily. Even a servant was this powerful? There were too many hidden masters on Fiercest's side then. Such power could rule any area instead of being a simple servant. This was too much to take in. Cease your arrogance. The Dream Dragon King had to join in. He jumped to the sky and exuded an oscillating light surrounding the monarch. This light could penetrate everything and turn people into a pin sieve. However, the monarch channeled her power with a cry. Halos emerged around her body to stop the incoming rays. However, the king's body became even more dazzling. A blinding expanse drowned the monarch. She instantly disappeared into this bright expanse. The spectators felt their soul leaving their body while staring at this vast expanse. One senior immediately reminded and protected his juniors, "This is divine light from heaven suppression. Don't look at him or you'll lose your mind." The young cultivators broke out in cold sweat after regaining their thoughts. Just glancing at this light alone was startling enough. Being directly struck by it would turn someone into a fool instantly. Boom! While people were amazed at the king's art, the monarch tore apart this sea of light and made the king vomit blood with a counterattack. She was perfectly fine. This soul-destroying art of his failed to affect her in the slightest. The king was aghast and activated his extreme yang physique at half completion. The area became sweltering as he formed a mirror with both hands. Whoosh! The sunfire instantly entered the mirror. The mirror then channeled this element into a tidal brilliance. It soared with an unstoppable speed towards the monarch. Keep in mind that a half-completion physique was already strong enough. This power was then combined with a divine mirror personally crafted for the king and became amplified to an incredible level. Boom! The monarch was slammed flying by this ray. However, the little pagoda in front of her chest also lit up as she no longer held back. Screech! A peacock screeched. Bright colors forming a screen appeared behind the monarch as if a peacock was spreading its tail. It immediately stopped the remaining offensive ray. Peacock Bright Monarch. Dream Dragon King immediately knew who he was dealing with. It's too late. The brilliant colors came crashing down like the suppression from the heaven itself. Anything could be crushed under such might. Bang! The king couldn't stop her barrier and was forced down to the ground. But he couldn't crawl up in time before a foot came from the sky and trampled him. He couldn't move at all, as if a mighty mountain was taking away his freedom. You! He was furious and afraid after seeing that it was Wuxia. This was simply too humiliating. He shouted at the monarch, "Monarch, you are a heaven suppression disciple. Conspiring with others is a capital punishment." The monarch stared coldly at him without responding. Many people found it strange. The monarch was a leading member of heaven suppression. Why was she together with Wuxia and even opposing her own sect? Wuxia looked at the king beneath him and smiled. "Should I crush you now or let you send a message to Yi Zhozhou and Guzun?" "Wuxia, do as you please. People from heaven suppression will never beg for mercy. See if I even grimace in the slightest." The king cried out. "Really now?" Wuxia said, "I'm indeed interested in seeing whether you are that unyielding after my torture. Fellow Taoist Li, please forgive him." An old man came out from Soaring Immortal with several elders accompanying him. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes were flashing with yin and yang and the derivation of myriad Tao. Even paragons would get a cold chill after meeting his stare. The person was simply too powerful. An ancestor from Soaring Immortal, the one in charge right now over the Grand Sea, a world-dominating God King. A sect master was aghast and blurted. Outside of Long Outyen, this ancestor was giving the orders. Countless big shots from the demon race in this area were murdered by him. That's the reason why so many experts from the Grand Sea were scared to see him. Chapter 1613. The spectators palpitated while looking at the ancestor from Soaring Immortal. All wished to see how this storm would end. Everyone knew that Fiercest would never back down from anything, even if it was Soaring Immortal. Meanwhile, Soaring Immortal wouldn't falter either. If their future mistress were to be taken away by Fiercest, they would lose all reputation and prestige. Thus, in this key moment, Soaring Immortal must either force Wuxia to submit or kill him. Anything else would besmirch their authority. "Who the hell do you think you are? Your sect isn't qualified to interfere when I want to kill." Wuxia glanced at him and said. The spectators forced a smile after seeing this. Who else but Fiercest would dare to talk to a world-dominating God King like this? The guy wasn't an ordinary world-dominating God King since he came from Soaring Immortal on top of everything. Even a regular God King would be humiliated before this public contempt, let alone one from Soaring Immortal. Because of this, the ancestor's eyes turned cold. He didn't become angry, but he wasn't going to let this go. Just one stomp from him could make the Grand Sea tremble. Countless would quiver before his name. Such a character wasn't going to take this sitting down. Nevertheless, he still maintained an acceptable demeanor and said gravely, "Fellow Taoist Li, it's not wise to become an adversary against Soaring Immortal and heaven suppression. If you keep on doing this, you will have nowhere left to go." "Yes, I know." Wuxia smiled leisurely. "All right, go ahead and use whatever means you have now. If you can't stop me today, this camp shall be flattened." Everyone gasped after hearing such aggressive words. Soaring Immortal expended considerable effort to take this land away from the demons and sea monsters. But now, he wanted to flatten it so easily? No one was a match for him in terms of bravado. Even the aggressive Hai Lin had to run away to stay alive. "Fine, we'll see just how amazing you are," the ancestor cried out. At this level of escalation, one side must die. Otherwise, Soaring Immortal would no longer be able to deter the rest of the world. Rumble. With a loud explosion, walls of refined jades flew up from the ocean. The jades lit up after the walls surrounded this sea region. Buzz. Imperial seals and runes emerged on these walls. A holy breath engulfed the entire area. Blinding plumes of light emerged from the walls and rushed to the Soaring Immortal disciples. Clang! 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 An unbelievable event occurred. Holy armors appeared on their body while their weapons exuded divinity. This was an immense increase in power. Their body even grew in size to match the new strength. In a short time, they became giants standing on the ocean like deities to preside over this world, to the horror of the crowd. Only the soaring immortal sect would have access to such a terrifying method, turning their own disciples into towering deities. What is that? Even ancestors from the great powers were shocked. Rumble. These disciples surrounded Wuxia and blocked off all escape paths. Soaring Immortal would never let him leave this place alive. This was to be a fight to the death. The scared experts found it prohibitively difficult for any man alone to break through this blockade. Wuxia, unless you have a grand completion immortal physique or have the power of a legendary god king, you're not leaving this place in one piece. The ancestor took out an imperial weapon and coldly declared. The truth was that the ancestor had no confidence in killing Fiercest, but he wanted to borrow this momentum and force him back. Really now? Wuxia glanced at the walls of refined jades and said, "Tyrannical destruction bulwark from Immortal Emperor Bamya. Not bad, but it is too old now. Your sect had used it too many times, so how much power do you think these walls can actually put out nowadays? As long as it is enough to stop you." The ancestor said, "It's not too late to leave now, or we shall chase you to the end of the world. Death to those who oppose us." The disciples from Soaring Immortal chanted in unison with an oppressive momentum. This chant shook the entire Grand Sea as if many gods were howling. People lost their mind under this divine aura. The weaker cultivators wouldn't be able to put up a fight at all since they have lost in terms of aura already. "Very well, time for me to kill then." Wuxia smirked in response at the deified disciples. With that, the 18 crystal cannons were in his hands. With a cracking sound, he instantly loaded it with one dragonflame uranium. All 18 barrels suddenly ignited with this refined flame after a quiet buzz. Kill him. The disciples didn't know what type of weapon this was, but they didn't mind at all. With a loud battle cry, they ravaged this world as they ran for him with their divinity. A destructive force came down in order to crush him. The spectators turned pale and understood why Soaring Immortal could treat the 9 worlds with such contempt after witnessing their capability. "Bring it." Wuxia laughed wildly at the incoming enemies. Click, click, click. The 18 barrels rotated at a crazy pace and spat out fiery sparks before unleashing bright particles. Each particle was around the size of a thumb with an unbelievable speed. No one could ever evade or stop these all-piercing shots. Zzz. In just a split second, a burst of penetrating noises resounded. Tiny jets of blood splashed out everywhere like springs. The inevitable bloody mists obscured the crowd's vision. Ah! Under the sweeping particles of light, the disciples' bodies turned into sieves before shattering completely. What was left of their bodies fell to the ground while they screamed pitifully. No one expected this development. Just a second ago, these disciples were threatening the world like gods. But in the blink of an eye, Fiercest had rendered them into fleshy bits. Words couldn't describe this terrible scene. The 18 cannons were crafted from an apex blacksmithing technique of an old epoch, not to mention the precious materials required. Moreover, its firepower came from a sun refined into dragonflame uranium. This was a wondrous creation culminated from the Dark Crow's efforts. Moreover, even Black Dragon King and Immortal Emperor In Tian helped in creating the weapon. The only result possible after its crazy barrage was a massacre. Chapter 1614. This might be the most overbearing and bizarre massacre the spectators had ever witnessed. From start to finish, Wuxia didn't channel his blood energy at all and didn't use any techniques. After a single barrage from the 18 cannons, the disciples were annihilated with mangled limbs. The crowd stared in horror at the weapon in his possession. Even the deified disciples were killed so quickly, others naturally wouldn't stand a chance either. Die! The soaring immortal ancestor erupted with rage. Even a world-dominating god-king like him had never seen such a terrifying ordeal. His imperial weapon's weeping echoed across the 9 heavens with its imperial aura. Tao laws poured down like the rain. The stars shattered and the ocean bled dry before this monstrous power, causing hair to stand on ends. This wasn't a true treasure, but under the control of a world-dominating god-king, the resulting attack was still formidable. Not bad. Wuxia laughed before the incoming storm of imperial laws. The cannons instantly sealed all the laws. With clicking noises, the barrels rotated again. All of them became red-hot and the particles began to fire at each law. The imperial weapon from the ancestor was indeed amazing, but not against the 18 cannons made with unique materials excavated from the crystal fowl immortal mine. Rumble. After another round of barrage, the ancestor could only shift his focus from offense to defense to protect himself. In this manner, the particles couldn't pierce through his imperial weapon, but he couldn't counterattack against this unique firepower either. The crowd gasped to see a god-king with an imperial weapon on the defensive. They were in awe of this terrifying weapon. It's a shame that your imperial weapon is lacking. This might have been interesting if you had a true treasure, but you're just a punching bag like this. Wuxia teased. The ancestor's expression soured. His sect had many imperial weapons, but it also had numerous experts with 5 branches. The world couldn't possibly imagine the number of god-kings in this sect. But the worst part was that his immortal emperor life treasure was a higher-ranked one in both the material and refinement method, yet Wuxia made it sound so worthless. This truly enraged him, but retaliation wasn't possible while being under fire. Click. Wuxia loaded a new piece of uranium with a smooth and lightning-fast motion. The ancestor couldn't seize this moment. He didn't expect that it had a reloading period. Ka. Suddenly, the 18 cannons were no longer rotating. 3 sets of 6 suddenly came together to form 3 larger barrels aiming at the same direction. Whoosh! The bundled barrels suddenly shot out 3 shuttles the size of a fist. With a loud bang, the shuttles instantly locked onto Ancestor's coordinate and exploded at the same time. Everything in that area became ashes before a small black hole took their place. This was spatial destruction. The Ancestor tried to escape to no avail, so he spat out blood from the impact. The weapon protecting him was still unhurt, but it couldn't save him from the terrible blow. The force was too powerful. Anyone else would have had their bones shattered or even died. Boom! 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 The cannons fired multiple waves with 3 shuttles each time. They locked onto the area before crazily exploding. Rumble! The barrages left nothing behind in this area, only a terrible wound. The spatial fabric here wouldn't recover for a while. The Ancestor went flying even under the protection of the Imperial weapon. He spat out even more blood and was completely aghast despite being an amazing God King. He took advantage of a momentary pause and immediately crossed through space to escape. That's what I'm waiting for. But the moment he did a spatial shift, Wuxia instantly locked onto him again and 3 more shots came out to destroy that space. Ah! The Ancestor instantly broke to bloody pieces and couldn't use the weapon for protection at this last moment. The panicking old man was tricked into escaping by Wuxia and fell right into his trap. If he had waited for a full reload, perhaps that spatial shift would have worked. Smokes were still coming out from the barrels. Once the heat subsided, Wuxia gently blew the smoke away. Sigh, even a world-dominating God King can't stay calm during perils. That's a lack of life-and-death experiences. Wuxia said leisurely. Spectators had nothing to say since fear overwhelmed them. They shuddered after looking at the weapon in his hands. The soaring immortal camp had been destroyed completely. Even a world-dominating god-king couldn't escape this fate. Such a weapon was too terrifying. The only weakness would be the day when it ran out of ammo. At that point, it would have no power to speak of, only a decorative piece. The experts nearby felt a chill running down their spine. A while ago, the demons and sea monsters mustered their forces and couldn't retake this area. Soaring immortal slaughtered and chased them away. But now, Wuxia destroyed this camp with no problem. Where is this weapon from? Someone quietly whispered. People shook their head in response since they didn't know of its origin. Only some ancestors with deep ties with the Yu clan thought about a particular legend pertaining to the weapon. This was the reason why powerful god-kings felt dread towards the Yu. They had such a monstrous weapon in their arsenal. Your turn now. Wuxia smiled at the Dream Dragon King. The guy was also horrified with a pale countenance. He had never seen such a monstrous weapon before in his life. I'll do it myself. He knew that there was no escaping today. The guy was tough enough and committed suicide instead of waiting for Wuxia. Bang! He dropped to the ground with blood dripping from his orifices and met death. Zi Queening gently sighed after seeing this. Though the king was Yi Zhozhou's disciple and part of the coup, he was still a disciple of heaven suppression. At the very least, he didn't throw away their reputation by begging before death. Okay, done with that. What a pity though, where is that successor from heaven suppression? He put away the 18 cannons and clapped his hands. In the distance, the cultivators didn't dare to say anything. This battle achievement had said enough. One particular question rummaged through their mind: could Long Outyan actually have a chance of beating Fiercest? The Denari King has been famous ever since Soaring Immortal descended on the Grand Sea. He challenged the world and defeated everyone after 10 days and 10 nights of combat. But now, Fiercest in action made the crowd question themselves again. Chapter 1615. Finally, Wuxia left with the monarch and Zi Queening before the silent crowd. After leaving this sea region, Queening told the monarch, "Thank you for helping me during this troubled period. If you weren't protecting the hope of our city, I'm sure the other lords would join Yi Zhozhou. City Lord, this is my responsibility and Pearl's reason for existence." The monarch respectfully replied. Wuxia glanced at Zi Queening and said insipidly, "Girl, you have the immortal blood spear, so leaving isn't difficult. What is your reason for staying in heaven suppression? The elders are all trapped in the Black Dragon Hall, so I can't just ignore them," she said. Wuxia disagreed. "You can't unlock the seal there since Gu Zun probably took an entire generation to comprehend it, so it's not something you can do. They're just trapped and won't die just yet, so it's pointless for you to stay there." Zi Queening seemed to have something to say, but she refrained. "Girl, it's best that you don't hide anything in front of me." Wuxia chuckled. "Gu Zun is quite strange right now." Queening relented. "How so?" Wuxia asked. "I can't pinpoint it." Queening pondered for a moment. "I only found out recently from Ancestor Shan. Before the difficult Dao era, Gu Zun's cultivation had been crippled by the Patriarch and then he was imprisoned in the abyss. Before his death, Ancestor Lu finally let him out for a quick reprieve. Zhangsun is too soft." Wuxia chuckled. "Gu Zun is someone who can bite back even with one breath remaining. So what if his cultivation was destroyed? He could still redo it easily as one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. This isn't the first time his cultivation got destroyed anyway, so he can still return to the peak." Zi Queening had no response because Wuxia was spot on. After Zhang Xuan's death, Yi Zhozhou from Gu Zun's branch began to gain more power at heaven suppression. Meanwhile, the monarch was completely taken aback. She had never heard about Gu Zun's crippled cultivation before. Even Lu Zhongsun and Ancestor Shan kept it quiet from her. What kind of secret was involved in all of this? Ancestor Shan said that when Gu Zun was dying, he wanted to dig his own grave. Queening said. Then he disappeared afterward. Li Qia understood right away, it was useless even if Zhongsun watched with his own eyes. He needed to cut him to pieces, destroy his true fate, now that's a real death. The ancestor, it wasn't proper for her to comment on her ancestors. I know, Lu Zhongsun couldn't do it since Gu Zun is the Black Dragon King's brother-in-law. Li Qia said flatly, the guy viewed the king as his father. He knew that the king had promised someone else to not kill Gu Zun, so he couldn't bear to do it either. The guy was perfect outside of being too humane. One could easily guess what happened after. Once Gu Zun came back, everything had become different. It was impossible even if Lu Zhongsun wanted to imprison him again. He had nothing to say about Yi Jiuzhou's position in the city either because the guy was considered innocent back then. The Black Dragon King didn't sentence him. Furthermore, he truly toiled and contributed to the city. Thus, in both logic and laws, he shouldn't be disadvantaged just because his master was Gu Zun. Gu Zun wasn't afraid of Lu Zhongsun, he was only accumulating more power. To put it bluntly, he's not trying to compete against your ancestor Shan either, or he would have already taken full control, given who he is. Li Qia shook his head. He naturally knew that Gu Zun was preparing to deal with him. Of course, he also wanted the treasury in heaven suppression. If he could open it, he would claim to not be afraid of immortal emperors. Tell me about your findings. Li Qia told Queening. She eventually stared seriously at him and answered with doubts, I feel that this isn't Gu Zun. A bit interesting. Go on. Li Qia smiled and said. I'm not too sure either. All in all, it was very strange seeing him each time because it felt different. He seemed to be very weak, as if someone had drained his energy. Or rather, it looked like someone has taken over his corpse. That's all I can say. Queening didn't know how to put it. There's no way. If that's not Gu Zun, Yi Jiuzhou would have found out already. The monarch was skeptical. That's the strangest part. Jiuzhou isn't reacting at all, as if everything is normal. Queening replied. She then frowned and continued, I think someone might be using Gu Zun to sneak into our city and take over. I'm concerned about an external collusion. This was the other reason why she wanted to stay. She aimed to find out the truth outside of just saving the ancestors. Girl, you don't understand Gu Zun and Yi Jiuzhou. It doesn't matter whether Jiuzhou is a good or bad man, but there are two things he will never do. First, betray Gu Zun. Second, betray heaven suppression. Furthermore, there's something you don't get either. Gu Zun will never hand heaven suppression to outsiders. In his mind, it belongs to him. Of course, he can tolerate you being in charge because you are a legitimate heir. Ultimately, Lu Zhongsun, Ancestor Shan, and you are all part of the main branch, eligible for inheriting the city. So, if an outsider wants to take over heaven suppression, Gu Zun would be the first to strike back. With that, he laughed and said, Gu Zun might be a bastard, but he does uphold some principles on certain things. He's not totally wretched, just yet. Then what if Gu Zun's body was truly taken over? Queening remained worried. Li Qia disagreed with this notion, you still don't know and underestimate him. The reality is that no one in this world could seize his body. Moreover, there's no need to doubt Jiuzhou's loyalty and devotion to Gu Zun. If anyone were to take over his master's body, he would be the first to go all out against them. Then what is actually going on? Queening was puzzled. Gu Zun was different each time regarding his status and expression. After all, a cultivator of Gu Zun's level wouldn't be so unstable with constant fluctuations. She was also certain that the person she saw wasn't a fake. You'll find out eventually. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. Just keep watching the show. The answer will be revealed soon. Zi Queening worriedly said, what about the trapped ancestors? Though it seemed like an accident, she was certain that Gu Zun did it. It was just that she had no evidence to show. Li Qie opened his fate palace and took out a law. The law then turned into a key and he handed it to her. Take it and open the Black Dragon Hall. Really? She said skeptically. Even their ancestors there couldn't open it, but an outsider like Li Qie did? It was indeed difficult to believe. Go, since what have I lied to you? Li Qie said with a smile. I'm off then. She took a deep breath and said solemnly. What if Yi Zhozhou and Gu Zun take action? The monarch found it worrying for Queening to return to heaven suppression. Li Qie shook his head. First, her position is legitimate, so Gu Zun won't kill her, or he would have done so long ago. All he wants is your authority. Second, it's different now. Capturing all of you was only testing the water, but after this, everyone else will be insignificant, not worth him wasting his time. His most powerful, lifelong enemy has arrived. A thick smile appeared on Li Qie's face after saying this. Go, nothing will happen. Li Qie told Queening, Matriarch, you will watch out for you too. Also, tell Ancestor Shan's people to not get involved with this, because once I start killing, I won't necessarily care which branch they belong to. I got it. Queening nodded while understanding that Li Qie was aiming for Gu Zun. However, she didn't understand when these two became enemies. No ancestors have mentioned it before, so she became very curious about the underlying story. Alas, it wasn't something she could ask. Chapter 16:16. Li Qie didn't return to the Yu after Zi Queening made her way back to heaven suppression. He brought the monarch to a remote location. They crossed the mountains, vast oceans, and a world of snow into the depth of the Grand Sea. This was the farthest and highest location in this region. In short, it was an incomparably long journey. Where are we going? She couldn't help but ask. A distant place. Since you have the Pearl Tower, you are eligible to know this place. Of course, whether you can find it again alone in the future, that's up to your own abilities. Li Qie said with a smile. The monarch was momentarily stunned. After crossing through so many locations, she probably wouldn't be able to find the way again. Why don't we just cross through space? She became curious and believed that someone of his power could reach any coordinate in the 9 worlds. Crossing space won't do. This is a type of hidden realms, you must walk around to avoid it before reaching the area. He answered. The monarch realized that their destination was very important and mysterious, or it wouldn't have this spatial protection. They crossed through the extremes of the world before finally arriving. Though the monarch tried her best to memorize it, she still wasn't certain of making it back here alone next time. A boundless land this was, with endless forests and towering hills. An ancient aura assaulted the newcomers right away, as if no one has ever inhabited this place. The lack of people was made up with howls from apes and vines reaching for the sky. This land was full of life. The spirit energy was so thick here that it became visible. It showed that no cultivators have tried to train here. This place? How come no one has tried to establish a lineage here? Even if she didn't understand cultivation geography, even a fool could tell that this place full of energy was the best for starting a lineage. Because no one is allowed. It has an owner already. Li Qie smiled. Just what exactly is this place? She inquired again. Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine. Li Qie said, only immortal emperors are allowed here, no one else. Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine? She has never heard of such a place. There should at least be legends about it. One of the 6 ancestral earths of the immortals. Li Qie said flatly. This shocked the monarch since she has heard about the Great Six locations. She didn't expect for this place to be one of them. There are really immortals around? At least in the ancient era? She asked. Wuxia shook his head. I can't answer whether there were immortals or not, but there are many locations with unbelievably old beings, older than your imagination. She froze for a bit after hearing this response. His answer implied that the world was far more than it seemed. At the very least, much more than their current era. Right now, she knew about the distant Desolate era, the Desolace expansion era when the races competed against each other, the Dark Ages of the ancient Ming era, and the Brilliant Emperor's era. Wuxia seemed to be saying that there were eras even before the Desolate era and some terrible beings from that period were still alive. She shuddered after thinking about the possibilities. Just imagine, anyone who could still live from those ages would cause a storm after coming into this world again. While the monarch was digesting the information in astonishment, the two made it to the bottom of a cliff. He smiled and said, "Clean this place up a bit and throw away the pebbles. If we are visiting our hosts, we need to do it properly." The monarch's wits returned. She looked around and saw vines, weeds, and stones everywhere. She was a top and famous character in the Grand Sea. Someone as prestigious as her doing manual labor would shock any spectator. However, she didn't complain at all and rolled up her sleeves to begin by cutting the vines and moving the stones. Her jade-like hands became dirty with mud from the diligent work. Someone as strong as her wouldn't have any problem moving mountains and shifting rivers. However, after listening to Wuxia, she didn't dare to do anything that could be considered offensive, so she took her time. Anyone else would feel sorry for such a beauty doing such hard work in this desolate place. No one could bear to watch. However, Wuxia didn't give a damn. He closed his eyes and didn't bother watching her do the menial work. She finally cleaned up this place after some effort. A bottomless cave was finally exposed. Wuxia finally stood up and smiled. He knocked on the entrance and said, "Okay, it's dawn now. Get up." Knocking was the wrong way to put it. He slammed on it, causing the entrance to quake with loud bangs. "Which bastard is ruining my good dream?" A spiteful voice came from the darkness. Wuxia waved his sleeve towards the monarch. She trembled and knew that this was an existence she shouldn't see, so she quietly left. A shadow emerged from the entrance. It stumbled back and forth as if it couldn't walk straight, on the verge of fainting from hunger. Once it came to the light, people finally saw its appearance, a malnourished and bony pheasant. Its feathers were sparse. Who knows how long it has been starving for? Even all the feathers were about to fall off. "Bastard, who the hell are you? If you aren't an immortal emperor, I will crush you to death for disturbing my slumber." Despite its sad appearance, it still crossed its wings and said fiercely, "Chicken, how long have you been on duty to actually look like this now?" Wuxia cheerfully smiled, "Your peers are really mistreating you. They hide in the cave and huffing and puffing the immortal energy while you are starving to death. Who are you?" The pheasant's sleepy eyes turned cold. This piercing stare could kill just about anyone. "All right, I'm here to collect your debt. It has been a while since my last visit, but you shouldn't have forgotten me just yet." He smirked in response. "Shit." The pheasant instantly jumped around several times, no longer drowsy. It then took several steps back and glared at Wuxia. "Is such an overreaction necessary? It's not my first time here." Wuxia has grown accustomed to such reaction from people. "You're that damned crow." The pheasant, or a crystal fowl, shouted at him. "Correct, no prize though." Wuxia was quite amused at this moment. The pheasant didn't want to hear this answer even if it was the truth. It looked defeated and lowered its head. "Nothing good will come of your visit, wait a minute." The pheasant suddenly looked up and glared at him again. "You're not just taking a lass here, you got your body back." "Correct again, still no prize though. Li Qie said, as for the girl, just showing her around. It's her own business whether she can get anything or not. Humph, damned crow, our mine has nothing to do with you. Stop coming here since we don't have anything this time. The pheasant unhappily complained. We've been friends for so long, do you really need to reject me before I even say anything? Li Qie wasn't in a hurry at all. Maybe you should invite me in for a cup of tea and we can have a little chat or something. Chapter 16-17. The fowl looked at Li Qie with one eye and said, he, damned crow, invite you in for a bit? It paused for a bit and loudly said, we must be sick in the head to let you in. Haven't you borrowed enough immortal crystal from us already yet you still want more? Plus, what if you don't leave until you get what you want, what are we going to do then? I'm really someone like that? Li Qie smiled and said, I'm always open and honest with a penchant for fairness. Yeah, you're someone like that. The fowl interrupted Li Qie without giving him any face. Li Qie was as carefree as always, there's no free lunch in this world. You can say that I did borrow a lot of immortal crystals from you cheapskates and never gave them back, but after the long years, shouldn't you all be thanking me? Thanking you, my ass. The fowl snorted, back in the ancient Ming era, you borrowed so much resources from us. Just that portion alone is enough to start a world. Exaggerating again? Li Qie shook his head, that's indeed the case but it was only a dozen or so crystals, the other stuff are just scraps. Scraps? The fowl had a bigger reaction this time and jumped up high. It stretched out its neck and screeched, I hope the heaven kills you, damned crow. You dare to say scraps? Those are precious materials of the immortal emperor level. Go die already. I'm just telling the truth. Compared to the special crystals here, the other materials are just scraps. Li Qie ignored the fowl and said, in my eyes, the immortal crystals are the real goods here. Humph, you got enough crystals already just from the ancient Ming era. A dozen? Damned crow. Not even talking about the other times, you still haven't paid back one from that period. The fowl was exasperated. I don't have any left. Remember, I was the one who ended the ancient Ming era and swept away the darkness. If it wasn't for me, can your mind still be so peaceful and you old chicken can sleep like this? No chance. Then, why should I need to repay you? Li Qie nonchalantly stated. Humph, we knew you would renege on your debt. Every single time, always some excuses to not pay back. The aggrieved fowl felt helpless as well. Li Qie continued, how can you say that instead of thanking me? Yes, I do borrow a lot of crystals but think about it, if immortal emperors had come to harass you every once in a while, or, if I had gathered the legions of the 9 worlds to attack your place, how many generations would this place last? How many crystals would be required to make up for the loss? There are 2 sides to everything, good and bad, so you shouldn't latch on to the bad all the time. Focus on the good now. For millions of years, because of me, you were able to have peace. Thus, lending me the crystals isn't a loss at all. Am I right? Li Qie smirked at this point. Crow, you're a goddamned bastard, a blood-sucking devil. The fowl indignantly shouted. I know I'm a bastard. Li Qie smiled leisurely, but, now that you got your yelling done, no longer angry, right? It's time to talk business. Humph, you're just here to borrow more crystals. Well, in this generation, we can only give you 5 crystals since you borrowed already 2 generations ago. Yes, 5 at the most. The fowl knew what Li Qie was here for but he had to acquiesce. Li Qie indeed came here for the so-called scraps back in Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Of course, these scraps were precious immortal items if others were to find them. The crystal 18 cannons of the Yu were made from the scraps of the crystal fowl immortal mine. 5 is not enough to satiate my appetite. Li Qie shook his head and refused. The fowl glared at him in response. Crow, you should stop borrowing from us so much. Remember, last time you promised us to bring the escapees back, but I don't see them right now, yet you have the face to come and borrow more? I know. Li Qie chuckled, but that's two different matters. I only promised to find them back then, but I couldn't, so how am I going to catch and bring them back here? The fowl guarding here wasn't afraid of people sneaking in or invaders. Its job was to stop people from inside running to the outside world. Humph, I don't believe your lies. There are things you can't find in this world? No way, it's just that you never really tried to search for them. It snorted in response. Li Qie shook his head. It's all in the past now, no need to talk about it. Let's focus on the immortal crystals. I need a certain number this time. 5, that's the max. The fowl said, that's the number we negotiated back then. Even when immortal emperors pushed it, whether they even got 5 or not was situational. And since you have borrowed some recently, all you can get is 5 now. The immortal mine wouldn't necessarily cave into immortal emperors' demands. There were strict standards in play. You want to chase me away with 5? Impossible, since I want to go all out in this generation. My supreme formation requires a large number of immortal crystals. Li Qie said slowly. The fowl stared at him before conceding. Okay, damned crow, give me a number so we can negotiate, but don't push your luck. We don't have that many. Not much, just 100. That's enough. Li Qie revealed. 100. The fowl screamed again with a long and piercing harshness. After a long time, it took a deep breath and said, Crow, that's not funny at all. Try again. I'm not joking. Li Qie emphasized. The fowl gave a careful stare and eventually found that he wasn't messing around, judging from his expression. There's no way. It coldly refused. We can give you 15 at best, just 15. 100, I must have 100. Li Qie didn't relent. 20, no more. Crow, this is the limit, and we're only doing this to give you some face. Otherwise, even the strongest emperor wouldn't get this number. The fowl said firmly. I'm not leaving without 100. Li Qie gently shook his head with the same unyielding attitude. Crow, don't take a mile when we're giving you an inch. The fowl turned cold. For millions of years now, our cooperation can be regarded as beneficial, so that's why we accede to your pleas for crystals. However, asking for 100 is simply crossing the line. You're not just robbing us at this point, but simply wanting to kill us. Li Qie stared straight at the fowl and said, Fowl, it's not easy to hide anything from me. Let us talk numbers then. No need to talk about ancient eras. All of you had only escaped here, so I can understand it was hard at the beginning. However, you have some reserves now, especially after the Emperor's era when it was peaceful. It should have been a handsome harvest, and I should be given credit for it. Now on to the numbers. Your production should be around 10 if slow in one generation, 20 if fast. Of course, your nest does consume some, so you keep at least 8 each generation. This is a conservative number. Of course, when I come to borrow, I go even lower at 5. That shouldn't be a problem at all. After some gains and losses across the generations, in my calculation, you should have around 200 crystals in stock. Of course, if you were lucky, the number should be around 300. He paused for a moment here. Even if you have 200 crystals, all I'm asking for is 100. That's not unreasonable. I'm still leaving some leeway. Chapter 16:18. The fowl didn't reply to Li Qie's calculation and only stared coldly at him. After a while, it finally spoke. Crow, even if you are right about us having 200 in our inventory, so what? We had to save each crystal from one generation to another, too reluctant to use them ourselves. The 200 pieces are our hard-earned yield, our lives, and our nest support. We will definitely not agree to you taking half of our life. The fowl was adamant about not giving Li Qiye 100 crystals. Li Qiye smiled in response. I know that it wasn't easy for you all to save this many crystal. It's not easy for me either, but it's the truth. I want 100. Crow, we can only give you 20 at best, this is our limit. The fowl said coldly, if you don't want that, fine, we'll be done here. I know that you are quite incredible and no one can endure your wrath, but keep on pushing it and we'll go down together. We're not your match in a one-on-one, but don't forget, we're a nest. Force the issue and we'll use our entire reserves, risk our old lives to take you down. We might not be able to kill you, but if we go all out, you will not necessarily be able to defeat us either. It doesn't matter how strong you are, control your greed and follow the previous agreement or we'll have to stop. After said his last words, the fowl was very heated and angry. You can try then. Li Qiye said flatly, I'm not here to negotiate, 100 is a must. Even if you don't give it, I'll flatten your coop and take all the crystals away. Li Qiye had a firm attitude to match the fowl's. Crow, you are saying you want a war against our mine? The fowl glowered at him. That depends on your attitude. Li Qiye replied, in short, you all will have to pay a great price in this generation. There is no free lunch in the world. I have brought peace to your mine, so if you want to maintain this serenity, you must pay. This is how it should be. Crow, don't forget, we have always paid up and you have always gotten crystals from us, but you are going too far this time. The fowl strongly answered. It's different in this generation. I will go on the offensive this time, but before the final battle, I must take care of a few gods and emperors that have always been causing trouble. Because of this, I need the resources to trample all the obstacles so that I can focus on the fight battle. Li Qiye explained calmly. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with us. The fowl retorted. Nothing to do with you? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Fowl, who is giving you peace? In this generation, the outcome of the final battle doesn't matter, you will be able to breathe easier. But if I actually win, then, needless to say, your nest will no longer need to hide in this place, void of the sun. If you wish to see the light again and not being glared at by the villainous heaven, shouldn't you pay a great price and help me? That's why I want 100 crystals. This is already nice enough of me, it is out of consideration for our past, fruitful cooperation. Otherwise, I would be asking for 200. Li Qiye uttered coldly. The fowl pondered for a moment before shaking its head. Crow, we're happy that you want to go all out and pray for your success, but we can't help you. Who knows how this battle will end? This is selfish, but if the boundless years of darkness will come, we need the ration to live through them. This treasury is our lives, so we can only give you 20, not more. We're not capable of anything else. There was no room for negotiation judging by the fowl's attitude. Li Qiye disagreed. Like I said, I'm not here to negotiate. It is not up to you, you must take out 100 crystals. Li Qiye's attitude became tougher. Crow, you want to play hard then? You are declaring war on us right now. You must think twice, because our immortal mine is not your enemy. If you bring the fire of war to this place, I'm afraid it will be the biggest misstep in your life. I won't deny that your mine is indeed unbelievably powerful as one of the 6 ancestral Earths. Even emperors can't break through your mine, or this place would have been taken by others already. However, what's impossible for emperors isn't necessarily impossible for me. It depends on whether I'm willing or not, whether I find the endeavor to be worth it. Like you have said, we have worked well together in the past. That's the reason why I've been so cordial and sincere instead of bringing my troops here and demanding the crystals. Li Qiye stared straight at the fowl. Crow, you are looking down on us. You might have a lot of methods and troops, but it doesn't mean that you can take our mine. The fowl raised his voice. No, I'm not intending on sieging your mind today. I will show you one thing. After seeing this item, you can decide whether to give me 100 crystals or not. Wuxia said with a smile. The fowl's eyes became serious. What item? A very ancient item only in the legends, older than anything else in this world. Wuxia smirked and took out the crystal pillar, the item that had instantly suppressed the peacock bright monarch. The fowl didn't care much at first glance, but after a while, it looked as if it had just seen a ghost. It turned pale in horror and staggered backward. What's little left of the feathers on its body suddenly sprung up straight. It was really frightened this time and stared at the pillar in a daze. Keep in mind that this fowl was an existence that can talk to an emperor as equal. However, terror still overwhelmed its mind. In fact, even emperors who knew the crystal pillar's origin would be scared in the same manner. The fowl continued to look. The power contained within was definitely the real thing. There was no way for Wuxia to trick characters of this level. Even if he tried, there was no way of replicating the power inside. That's impossible. This thing doesn't exist in this world. The fowl eventually said in disbelief. It is right before you. Wuxia said leisurely, you know full well what it is. Though all of you haven't seen it before, you have already recognized its existence long ago. But it is impossible to find. For eons now, you're not the only one searching for it. Even existences older than you and stronger than the gods and emperors tried to look for it everywhere. The fowl murmured. You old geezers tried to, but nothing came of it. Wuxia stated, but who am I? Don't forget, fowl, I am someone who can find the elusive and scattered clues from all the old beings. Your nest isn't privy to the clues, but after I pieced everything together and preparing for generations, I have finally obtained it. He became sentimental without showing it. He had spent countless efforts and paid a great price in order to obtain this ultimate item. You can't seal it and bring it along either. There's no way. It can kill gods and emperors easily, but it's of no use if you can't bring it out. The fowl murmured. Chapter 1619, Wuxia answered flatly, what's impossible for others can't restrict me. Don't forget, I am the Dark Crow, Wuxia. That's why it's in my possession, as simple as that. The fowl fell into a long silence. Despite its unwillingness to believe, the truth was right there. After a long time, it calmed down and said, Crow, you should know that this is one of a kind. If it ceases to exist, so does the world. I know, that's why using it to kill the emperors and gods is very wasteful. Only the final battle is worth it. Of course, I won't be using it unless there is no other choice. I took it out only to send a message. Wuxia said. If I can take out this thing, is there something else in this world that I can't get? You think I'm just boasting and posturing? You think I can only bring emperors to battle? To be frank, there is no emperor backing me up right now, but if I want to flatten your mind, trust me, I will still do it regardless of how much resources are required. Once I make up my mind, there is nothing I can't do. I even live to return from the end of the world. Do you think I'm still afraid of anyone? It's all a trade-off game for me. If I'm willing, I can take down anyone, regardless of how strong they are. The fowl had no response to this statement since he knew of the Dark Crow's sheer determination and propensity for success. This was the reason why so many people feared him all this time. In the eyes of the Undyings, this crow was an unkillable cockroach. Even if he were to be defeated and destroyed, he would rear his ugly head again one day and sweep through his enemies. His Tao heart was flawless, capable of withstanding all failures and defeats to start again. He looked at the fowl and said, so now, take a careful look at my ultimate item. Do you think 100 crystals are fine or not now? Is this an extortion? The fowl said with a tinge of helplessness. You can see it that way. No matter what, my final battle will let you have a glimmer of victory, allowing you to rest. Wuxia said with a smile. But if you lose, darkness will encompass everything. Or the world will no longer exist. The fowl scowled. To which Wuxia responded, so what? You have never seen the sun ever since you've started hiding here. Does it really matter if the darkness captures you? At worst, it'll only be a bit more troublesome than now. But after the darkness, waiting for a new prosperity, maybe your mine will have a great harvest. That's why you should be praying for my victory to see dawn again. Wouldn't that be nice? No one has ever been successful before. The fowl became weaker in tone. In each eon, so many have tried, but what was the final result? I don't need to say more about their miserable outcomes. Then wait and see. I know you can live till that day when I will either be dead or successful. Congratulations, you might be able to witness an unprecedented miracle. He said leisurely. The fowl took its time before taking a deep breath and looking up at Wuxia. It solemnly said, Crow, I can agree to this request, but I alone can't decide this. I need to talk to the others. I know you can since you have always been so persuasive in telling them to invest in me with previous transactions. I'm sure it won't be a problem this time and shall wait for your goods news. The fowl grunted and disappeared into the endless cave. In fact, they didn't actually have a choice. It was either giving him 100 crystals or war. In the past, they probably had some confidence in fighting against the crow or at least defend their cave successfully. But this was no longer the case. The moment it saw the ultimate item, it knew that the initiative was in the crow's hand, not them. The crow was right as well. If he could obtain this ultimate item, was there anything else beyond his grasp? They simply couldn't imagine the type of resources and methods he still had up his sleeves. As moments passed, the bottomless cave was still silent. Wuxia quietly waited with patience. In fact, he was completely confident or he wouldn't have been asking for 100 crystals. After a long time, the fowl appeared again with an extremely ancient chest. It stared at Wuxia and said, Crow, you win. We agree to give you 100 immortal crystals. Wuxia wasn't surprised at all, evident by his smile. You have always been so amazing at being in charge with great insight. Few can be your match in the cave. Humph, Crow, no need to flatter me. This is an exception, one time only. We hope to not see you again for 10 generations. The fowl unhappily said. Though Wuxia didn't show mercy this time to the chagrin of the nest, they still conceded with this compromise and chose to work with him again. So you all still want to work with me? The old agreement is still in effect? Wuxia laughed and said. Don't forget, you still owe us crystals from before. The fowl said with a stern expression. I haven't forgotten, but don't you forget either, the peace that you're enjoying now is thanks to me. I might owe you some crystals, but you haven't paid this time of peace back to me, so we're even. The fowl chose not to answer. This was the reason why they worked together with the dark crow. Others couldn't offer a time of peace, not even all-powerful immortal emperors. This was something only the dark crow could do. The crystals are yours now. I hope you can always sweep through all of your enemies. The somber fowl slowly pushed the chest towards Wuxia. Wuxia reached out to pick it up, but the fowl suddenly pulled back and stared at him. What? I know that you're not regretting the decision. Wuxia wasn't anxious at all. Damned crow, you promised me about finding those guys back then. You still haven't fulfilled this obligation. The fowl stared at him and said. Pheasant, what kind of news do you want to hear? A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. The fowl didn't respond despite slightly opening its mouth. I'll speak for you then. Wuxia chuckled. Pheasant, what do you do outside of sitting here and guard? Let me make a wild guess. Even a tiger might let its guard down at times, but not you. How could the guys have actually run away under your watch? I don't think that's possible. The fowl answered coldly, I just want to hear some news. Okay, I'll tell you two things. Wuxia said, first, they have changed. Even if the villainous heavens have eyes, it still wouldn't be able to recognize them. Secondly, they are still alive. That's all. The fowl gently sighed and didn't comment after a brief silence. Chapter 1620. In a secretive location filled with fog in the Grand Sea with a green shala tree, a young man approached with a matchless posture. His arrival dispersed all the fog. This man had an immortal aura with many visual phenomena accompanying him. His supreme temperament would make others want to bow in awe. It was as if he was an emperor during their youth. The earth and Tao resonated with him with visions and hymns. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Long Outyen, this was a name in the legends. People called him an imperial prince. His eyes fell on the shala tree with a man meditating beneath. He looked quite old despite his green hair. Death seemed to be imminent, this was his final twilight. He wore a grey robe and sat there leisurely without any expression. Senior Guzun. Long Outyen still called him senior even though he wasn't showing his aura. Remember, this was the imperial prince of this generation. He wouldn't utter such honorifics so easily. Guzun was one of the 10 Eonic geniuses and currently in charge of the scene behind heaven suppression. He wasn't that famous, but those who truly knew about his might were very respectful towards him. Imperial Prince, the pleasure is mine. Guzun said flatly with no intention of standing up to greet Outyen. Long Outyen stared at him with his eyes derivating the myriad Tao. This gaze penetrated the yin and yang as if wanting to see through Guzun. Guzun sat there, unperturbed as if nothing had happened. His terrible gaze couldn't affect him at all. Senior, you have personally agreed to this marriage and that heaven suppression will support us. However, your city lord refused this marriage, yet you are just standing idly by. This is not the agreement between you and my soaring immortal sect. Outyen said slowly. The marriage thing is not us changing our mind or a break in the agreement. Guzun gently shook his head, this came from Wuxia. He wishes to seize the heavens will, so he views you as an opponent and intending on using this as a way of hurting your Tao heart. This will make his future path easier. My Tao heart isn't so easily shaken. Outyen said, but, senior, your inaction this time really makes one wonder. Will heaven suppression give us an acceptable answer? Outyen came with a condemnatory tone. Others wouldn't dare to speak like this in front of Guzun, but not Outyen due to his incredible achievements, not to mention his sect. He was already giving Guzun enough respect by calling him senior. Guzun didn't seem to mind the aggressive tone at all. It's a bit meaningless for me to do anything, the opportunity is left for you. Wuxia's fame is great right now, like the sun during high noon, the most promising candidate for the throne. If you can kill him, no one else will dare to oppose you, immortal emperor, anymore. Wuxia will only be a pile of bones beneath your feet. At that time, you can win the beauty back and gain the worship from the people of the 9 worlds. If I were to take action, it would be robbing you of this chance. Others would only say that I have bullied Wuxia since he's part of the young generation. Guzun spoke in a pleasing manner with a completely reasonable argument. Outyen slightly snorted and couldn't retort. If this is the case, excuse me then. But may I ask, what is Miss Queening doing? Why is she going with Wuxia? Outyen spoke. You don't need to worry about that. The city lord has returned to heaven suppression. Guzun answered, the marriage is already set in stone. All you need to do now is defeat Wuxia and shoulder the heavens will as soon as possible. That is the correct path. Senior, you don't need to worry about that either. Wuxia might be notorious right now, but once I see him, I'll cut off his dog head and sacrifice his blood to my dead brothers. Outyan spoke with absolute confidence. He couldn't be blamed for having such bravado. His grand Tao was complete on top of having the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion immortal physique. The only thing he was lacking right now was the heaven's will. In his eyes, no other youth could match him in the contemporary. It was only a matter of time before he kills fiercest. Gu Zun explained, it's not hard for someone of your power to kill him, but he also has behemoths backing him up. For example, the grand completion immortal physique from the Heavenly Tao Academy and the Middle Continent Princess. Do not underestimate them. Only a grand completion immortal physique, there are more than just one of them in this world. It's one thing if this person doesn't come out, but if they want to interfere, I'll see how strong they are. Outyan confidently said. Few in the contemporary would look down on grand completion physiques, Outyan was one of them. He believed that his current capabilities were enough for him to challenge anyone. In fact, his confidence wasn't due to possessing an arrogance nature. Ever since his debut, he hasn't tasted defeat before and had killed god kings. Imperial Prince, don't be complacent. Your achievements today are peerless, but remember, 2 fists can't handle 4 hands. You need to be prepared for this and ask your ancestors to be your Tao protectors. If you can't overcome these obstacles, you can't become emperor and win the beauty's heart. Rest assured, Senior, Ancestor Long will be my Tao protector and personally come out if necessary. He'll flatten the Heavenly Tao Academy. Those who oppose me and Soaring Immortal shall be killed without mercy, he said firmly. Of course, Gu Zun nodded. With Ancestor Long, no one will dare to block your path and fulfill the legend of a lineage having 6 emperors. Senior, no need to waste energy worrying about Li Qia's matter. Outyan said, but you need to stop watching with folded arms about one thing since we are an alliance. What is it? Just say the words and heaven suppression will do our best without uttering a single complaint. Gu Zun said. Heaven suppression is the leading power of the Grand Sea. Right now, a few remnant demons and sea monsters are hiding in the depth. I need Senior to give me some guides to find them. I want to personally annihilate them to create an unshakable imperial foundation at the Grand Sea. Outyan's eyes turned cold with an oppressive aura after this declaration. Oh, this matter. Gu Zun smiled, just a trivial thing, don't worry, heaven suppression will assist you. These demons and sea monsters can't reach the apex. Their armies are routed by you, they trembled before your name while living a borrowed life. Outyan enjoyed being praised by Gu Zun. In this world, so many praised him non-stop, but he simply didn't care for them. Alas, it wasn't the same when it came from a character of Gu Zun's level. This was an eonic genius with a peerless constitution in present time. Being praised by Gu Zun was a glorious matter. Very well, I will wait for your news, Senior. Outyan nodded. He initially came to question Gu Zun but left happily. After Outyan left, a burly man appeared before Gu Zun. He didn't look too old, so his white beard became even more conspicuous. This was Gu Zun's disciple, the loyal Yi Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou, order some people to be his guides to find those demons hiding in the trenches. Let him kill for a bit to satisfy his vanity. Gu Zun ordered. Master, don't worry, I'll send some elders that are very familiar with the sea to show the prince the way. Jiuzhou answered respectfully. Gu Zun simply smiled. In his mind, Outyan was only a pawn. There was no chance for Soaring Immortal to separate themselves from this storm now. Master, the city lord came back. She has opened the Black Dragon Hall and released the ancestors. Jiuzhou reported. I know. Gu Zun nodded. He wasn't surprised at all, for he had expected this to happen. Chapter 1621, Yi Jiuzhou hesitated and said, what should we do with them, keep or let them go. Let them do whatever. Gu Zun didn't mind at all, they're only baits. The big fish is out already, the baits don't matter anymore. I understand. Yi Jiuzhou nodded respectfully. It will be quite a show. I wonder how many old men from Soaring Immortal will come out to join the fun. I hope they will go all out. Will Soaring Immortal take the bait too? Jiuzhou became worried, they still have old generals that recognize His Excellency Dark Crow. Yes. Gu Zun was certain and said, while they are still resting, we'll exacerbate the situation. By that point, Soaring Immortal can't escape even if they want to. What if they surrender like last time? That might save them again. Jiuzhou commented. No, it's different now. Gu Zun disagreed, back then, those old geezers knew what kind of existences they were facing. Even Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King were there as well. They had no choice but to give up. That's not the case anymore. The younger generation might not know about him. Even if they have heard of some legends, they won't keep it in mind at all. A thick smile appeared on his face as he continued, this is especially true for Ancestor Long. He has been itching to come out and play. In the past, this was a supreme genius with a grand completion physique at a young age. He was undergoing some training in the 9 worlds to become the emperor eventually. Alas, he was born in the wrong period. Soaring Immortal had to close its doors, so he lost the chance to become emperor. This had always haunted him, so now, as one of the leaders of the Renxian branch and the Young faction, his ambition is burning strong, wanting to fight and unite the 9 worlds. Do you think those young ones want to compromise so easily? They possess enough strength, so do you think they care for a legend? They believe that legends are meant to be broken, with that, they will become the new legend. He smiled after stating this. Jiuzhou sighed after hearing his master, Master, do they have a chance of winning? Gu Zun shook his head, no. Soaring Immortal has 5 emperors, 2 of them were under his banner. If he were to attack Soaring Immortal, he'll have certain things that Soaring Immortal won't be ready for. What about you, Master? Next came the important question. Gu Zun pondered for a moment before his eyes flashed with a sharp, cold glint, capable of tearing the world apart. He eventually withdrew the gaze and looked at his disciple, Jiuzhou, if you are afraid, then withdraw, I won't blame you. You're not the only one who is afraid of him in the generations. Even emperors are apprehensive, let alone others. No. Jiuzhou shook his head, Master, I know who we are facing. As long as you don't give up, I won't either. My life is yours. It's a shame for you too, being born in the wrong era, or you would have a chance to become emperor too. Gu Zun sighed. Jiuzhou didn't respond. He chose to stand by his master despite the insurmountable odds. He knew that death was virtually impossible to escape, but he had no regrets. Muzhua's demonic city was a great lineage in the Grand Sea, among the top of the rankings. It was majestic with towering walls and spanned for 10,000s of miles. This gated region seemed to be its own world. It was an ancient and sacred city, especially in the heart of the demons. The city was prosperous with billions of inhabitants. It passed on for one generation after another with the same riches. They had to be praised for having the proper administration. It was considered an imperial lineage with an immortal emperor, true treasure with deep roots and considerable power, capable of contending against the imperial lineages in mortal emperor. Its status did indeed have something to do with its origin. It claimed to have the Tao system of immortal emperor Muzhua as well as many of his great techniques. That's why they considered themselves to be an orthodox branch. Their members also claimed to be his descendants. There seemed to be no problem with the city taking this claim in regards to their Tao system and bloodline. However, it was worth further deliberation on whether they were his orthodox lineage or not. It can even be said that this was a slight overstepping. There were very few writings about the emperor. Some people were sure that he didn't pass down his system. Though the city had many arts from him, a few researchers found that he didn't pass down heavenly Tao. In other words, he didn't recognize the city as his lineage. The researchers didn't disagree with the self-proclaimed notion that the city had many of his arts. All along, no one knew how many merit laws he had actually created. They didn't even know what his supreme grand Tao encompassed. Of course, no other sects were known to have his arts. This was the reason why people accepted the city's status so readily. One couldn't deny that the city consisted of his descendants. However, this didn't mean that they had the direct line. Despite the lack of records, people knew that he had many lovers of high status, including goddess, demoness, and saintesses, before eventually settling down with the prettiest woman in one of the 9 worlds. Their child eventually lived in this city, but the emperor has never spent a single day in this place. This was the amusing aspect about the whole thing. In other words, this city couldn't actually be considered his main lineage, only a side branch. His direct lineage disappeared along with him and the imperial queen. Their branch no longer showed themselves, but people said that it did have successors. No one knew where they went. Due to the silence of the main branch, the demon city was able to claim this prestigious position without any backlash from the public. Regardless of the claim's validity, the city has always been prosperous and didn't besmirch the emperor's reputation. People busily came and went in this special place inside the demonic city today. Suddenly, a terrible and tyrannical aura loomed in the sky and engulfed the entire location. Mortals kneeled and cultivators trembled before this aura. Boom! A supreme grand Tao descended from the horizon. A grand path paved itself with countless immoral light. Heavenly flowers and amazing trees were inside this light while the deer ran among them. When this grand Tao appeared, it looked as if an immortal world was being opened. At this time, a person with a flawless temperament slowly approached, just like an immortal from the upper realm. His robe fluttered as he was being accompanied by the laws and hymns of the grand Tao. He emitted a radiance akin to an ascension ceremony. All were waiting for his blessing, the myriad existences in the world prostrated before him. He was above the 9 heavens and looked down on the myriad realms and their inhabitants. In this particular moment, he solemnly assumed the role of an emperor. When his 11 palaces emerged above his head, an undying might drowned the world, giving him an insuperable position. A primordial energy rained down with his steps as if he came from the origin of the world, the beginning of the grand Tao. The world was his alone. Long out Yin. People cried out after seeing the youth walking on this grand Tao. Even those who haven't seen him before shuddered in fear. This name, full of charisma, represented nobility, invincibility, and all that was bright. Chapter 1622, Audiobook was born to be in the limelight and to be extraordinary. All eyes were destined to be on him. The successor of Soaring Immortal with triple saint talents and 11 fate palaces, possessing the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion immortal physique, fighting against the world for 10 days and 10 nights, any of this was enough to look down on the geniuses in this world and steal their spotlight. Audiobook didn't try to hide his aura at all after coming to Wuxia's demonic city. He unleashed his energy in order to threaten the inhabitants in this place. It wasn't only a posture of aggression. He wanted to make his invincibility clear. The city has always been powerful. Not many would dare to try such a thing, but Audiobook was here to show his might. The Denari king, only fiercest, could compare to him in the contemporary. An expert murmured. Audiobook's prestige used to be peerless when Soaring Immortal descended on the Grand Sea. Many people thought that he would surely become emperor. However, fiercest once again entered everyone's eyes and had a negative impact on Audiobook's perfect momentum. Everyone saw that Audiobook's rival had arrived. Only fiercest in this world would be able to take him on. Despite the obnoxious fanfare, the city didn't show any signs of discontent. On the other hand, the current city lord, Golden Dragon Prince, and the other ancestors personally came to greet him with servility. Many knew that the Golden Dragon Prince and Long Outyen were sworn brothers. Their two sects were alliance as well, so it wasn't strange for the prince to be so respectful towards Outyen. In fact, they didn't find this sycophantic act to be shameful. By flattering and obtaining Soaring Immortal as a backing, it would grant a lifetime of benefits. Others would love to have this chance. I came here today to learn the Grand Tao with the heroes of this world and to disperse this information to the world. Outyen slowly said, I'm willing to talk with anyone, including Fiercest. Outyen's calm voice emanated across the entire city and even this sea region. Despite the lack of hostility, it still shook everyone's mind. The crowd gasped in response. They knew that no one would dare to participate in this Tao discussion with Outyen in the form of a spar. He had killed plenty of god kings. Others simply weren't his match. Thus, they understood that this was a challenge aimed towards Fiercest. A great battle is coming. The two best candidates will be fighting even before the heavens will take shape. This was the first reaction. The spectators became breathless at this development. They knew that this was the start of another storm. After leaving the Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine, Wuxia returned to the Yu Mansion. Someone immediately wanted to see him. Wuxia granted the audience and smiled widely after seeing the guest. Time passed quickly after our last meeting, Brother Li. Your style has become even more matchless. I feel inadequate standing before you. The youth prostrated and said with respect. His scholarly aura would fool a stranger into thinking that he was a helpless young man. Wuxia was amused to see the guy. A bit interesting to meet you again. You want to come out and play too? The youth looked up and said, No, Brother Li. I lost to you convincingly back then. You are the sun in the middle of the sky, how can we, tiny fireflies, compete with you? Wuxia chuckled. Shouldn't you be saving those words for your senior brother? Which duos do you think will win? The youth contemplated before bowing again. My senior brother is a contemporary hero and so are you, both are dragons among men. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. Since you, Heavenly Emperor Lin, came from Soaring Immortal, forcing you to say stuff like this is a bit too forceful. Thank you, Brother Li. The youth answered. Nothing can hide from your sight. It's not that I didn't want to tell you back then. I just wasn't in the position to. Forget it, I already knew. Wuxia said flatly, your cultivation method could only come from Soaring Immortal, so you had to be a disciple of the sect. The youth was no one else but Heavenly Emperor Lin, who had lost to Wuxia in the past. He was very famous in the barren earth back then, but his background was too mysterious. No one knew which sect he came from. Sit. Wuxia glanced at him and said. After sitting down, Lin cupped his fist towards Wuxia and said, The truth is that I was born in a scholar family, all my ancestors were mortals. Later on, my master toured through the barren earth and took me in as a disciple. He told me not to tell outsiders of my background, so I had to obey. There was no ulterior motive in hiding it. Lin's background was indeed surprising and misled the cultivators in the southern region. Your sect has violated the agreement and had disciples sneaking into the 9 worlds. That's the reason why your master didn't dare to let outsiders know. Wuxia said with a smile. Lin's expression turned awkward after hearing this and was at a loss for words. In the end, he said, I have heard the seniors talk about this, but I know very little about it, being a junior and all. It's fine, I'm not criticizing you. Wuxia answered with a glance. Thank you, Brother Li. Despite being from Soaring Immortal, Lin was still as respectful towards Wuxia as ever. It's no secret that for the last 2 generations, your sect's disciples have been sneaking into the 9 worlds. But this time, such a blatant entrance, looks like it is going all out then. Wuxia commented. Lin carefully weighed his words before answering, brotherly, to be perfectly candid, coming into being this time was not my branch's idea. Is that so? Li Qiye smiled and said, judging by your cultivation, you should be a member of the Qianlong branch. From what I know, your branch was shining and even greatly supported the brilliant immortal Emperor Ren Xian. Well, Lin was hesitant before speaking softly, brotherly, the truth is that our branch has fallen, not the same as before. Is that so? Your branch had Azura, allowing you to stand above the 9 heavens. Li Qiye continued, so to say, Azura is no longer in this world. Yes. Lin replied, the seniors said that after the troubles back then, forefather Azura's lifespan was nearing its end, so he eventually passed on. Really now? Li Qiye laughed, it must immortal Emperor Ren Xian's descendants taking over. Azura has lived since immortal Emperor Qianlong's generation with an ocean of resources to keep him alive for so long. Now when your sect has been suppressed and he has lost his authority, there is no more life prolongment resource, right? Lin could only sigh in response. Soaring Immortal was the strongest lineage in this world. When it faced a common external enemy, the sect had no problem uniting. However, no sects in this world, including Soaring Immortal, could be transcending enough to escape from the internal power struggle. This particular contest within the test was cruel beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, this shouldn't come as a surprise. A behemoth like Soaring Immortal would allow the person in charge to wield the ultimate force in the world. Anyone would be moved by this temptation and authority. This was the reason why no single branch in Soaring Immortal could hold the power. There were ups and downs, ebbs and flows, and prosperity and declination. For example, the Qianlong branch that Lin was from, they used to be at the zenith with an invincible forefather like Azura backing them up. This allowed them to control the direction of the sect itself. Chapter 1623, during the time when their Qianlong branch had the highest authority, they chose to support immortal Emperor Ren Xian. When the emperor was still young, forefather Azura took care of the dissenters and was a staunch supporter of him. Later on, the emperor shouldered the heavens while so Azura became even more respected in Soaring Immortal with a peerless position. This was the reason why he enjoyed so much resources for longevity. Unfortunately, no flower can bloom for 100 days. Eventually, the branch finally declined. Forefather Azura's immense strength alone couldn't do it all. They were robbed of their power before being pushed out of the political scene completely. Li Qiye simply smiled and said, Azura's current situation is not unexpected. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian might be a man of his words, but this doesn't mean his descendants are the same. Lin simply sighed in response. A junior like him wasn't in a position to discuss the inner politics of his sect. I don't think you're here today just to chat with me. Li Qiye looked at Lin and smiled. Lin sighed in response, I'm here this time in hope of talking to you about the current situation in Soaring Immortal. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's people are in charge. Li Qiye replied, I know, you are saying this isn't the idea of your entire sect. Yes. Lin busily said, we are asking Brother Li to convey the message for us, as well as our respect. Li Qiye was amused by this. When he used the benevolent armament back then, some old men from Soaring Immortal have guessed a few things. However, they didn't personally expect for him to actually be out with his real body. They assumed that Li Qiye's backing was the Dark Crow. This misunderstanding was reasonable since, for millions of years, the Dark Crow has only trained emperors and never personally came out. Thus, these old me thought that Li Qiye was the Crow's disciple and representative. This was the reason why they sent Lin here. Is that so? Li Qiye said, is this the Qianlong's intent, or are you the messenger for the Tunri and Bamya branches? The two ancestors from the other two branches feel the same way, but they couldn't come themselves due to their withering lifespan. Lin answered. Li Qiye shook his head in disapproval. if those old men knew who they are facing, they needed to understand that they, themselves, must try their best to earn this opportunity. It won't just fall down from the sky in front of them. The ancestors are aware. Lin hurriedly explained, they are doing the best right now to convince the other ancestors so that everyone can be on the same side. Wuxia smiled, unfortunately, I don't see much hope in this. Your sect still came into being with an oppressive and sharp momentum. Looks like your ancestors were ineffective. Lin lamented again, brotherly, you might not know this but right now, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's branch has an unprecedented influence in our sect. Even if our three branches are working together, we might not necessarily be able to suppress that branch. The young ones from that branch, especially, want to rule the 9 worlds. That's why the ancestors can't convince them right away. A bunch of fools thinking that they're the heaven's favorite children. Wuxia said flatly, after so many generations, they still think they have a nobler lineage than any other beings. Lin couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. Once again, it would be improper for a junior like him to comment. So, your group must have the throne this time around. Wuxia stared at him and stated. Well, Lin coughed awkwardly and said, the ancestors from our 3 branches, at the very least, do not want to do so. However, eldest brother's ambition for the throne is the decision of the Ren Xian branch. Ancestor Long himself will be the Dao protector. Ancestor Long? Wuxia asked. Ancestor Long's isn't well known to the world. His name is Long Zhantian. Lin quickly answered, he was born in the later years of the Qianli generation and even had wanted to compete against Immortal Emperor Yin Tian. His venerable has a grand completion soaring immortal physique, far better than eldest brother. His cultivation has reached the highest attainment too. Ancestor Long, as the leader of the young faction, greatly supports eldest brother's effort. He went against all oppositions to help eldest brother. Lin wasn't all too pleased with this. Long Outyan's position for the throne has been decided by the sect long ago. Thus, all disciples must help him achieve this goal. I see. Wuxia smiled, the soaring immortal sect was under an isolation agreement. Your ancestor thought that he could have become an immortal emperor but this agreement restricted him. Because of this, he is full of grievances and anger towards the Dark Crow so he wants revenge. No, Lin was aghast. Though he was aware of this existence, his seniors had told him that the title, Dark Crow, was a taboo and shouldn't be uttered so carelessly. At this moment, Wuxia was bringing up this title as if to sentence their sect for violating the agreement. Even though he wasn't the Dark Crow, he was still the existence's representative. This was the reason why Lin became so scared. He quickly added, brotherly, please don't misunderstand. We really have no such intentions. Ancestor Long only wants to fulfill his wish of winning the throne and never harbored any ill will towards His Excellency. There's definitely no wish of revenge either. It doesn't matter. Wuxia smiled and said, for millions of years, plenty of hatred went around. Too many irreconcilable feuds have been created. Lin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Wuxia then added, however, are your old men this useless? Your Ren Xian branch might have 1 or 2 characters like this ancestor Long, but this is enough to suppress those old men? A grand completion immortal physique isn't exactly rare in your sect. Lin didn't know how to answer right away. Looks like your old men didn't reveal everything. Wuxia said flatly. Lin hesitated for a moment before divulging the real details. The ancestors are thinking that the imperial children are still alive and may be able to leave the immortal confinement. I see, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's sons, right? Back then, it is said that they wanted to train in there, but the truth is that they fled to that place, right? Lin was at a loss for words again. The ancestors told him that during that event, many people from their sect committed suicide in fear of the punishment or the truth getting out. The emperor's sons were said to be training in the immortal confinement, but the truth was that they had to hide in there to avoid the Dark Crow. They took the fatal risk to travel to that place. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Regardless of immortal Emperor Ren Xian's origin, he has always been a decisive and prudent man. Unfortunately, his sons didn't inherit his strong qualities. They had perverted thoughts of having the greatest bloodline and want to rule again using soaring immortal. Lin was very afraid of this grave matter. Even their sect wouldn't be able to handle the consequence. I won't comment further on your sect itself. However, Ancestor Long and your eldest brother are violating the old agreement, intending to obtain the heaven's will. They shall be destroyed. This is the price of betraying the oath. However, if your sect still has people wanting to cultivate that bloodline, then prepare for the consequence. No, absolutely not, nothing like that is going on. Lin broke out in cold sweat and panicked. Brotherly, please tell His Excellency that the past will not repeat itself. How could Lin not be afraid? Back then, some people in their sect wanted to try for atavism. This incited the fury of the Dark Crow, and the existence forcefully searched their sect. Despite being a lineage with 5 emperors and praised to be able to look down on the world, the entire sect still quivered before the Dark Crow's wrath. On that day, Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King presided over the battle. These 2 legions directly sealed all spatial paths belonging to the sect. Many experts with no lack of god kings committed suicide before the Dark Crow's forceful inquisition. In the end, the emperor's sons had to run into the sure-death prison. Later on, the sect made a vow before the Dark Crow finally left. Back in that generation, if they had tried to fight back, they might have turned into ashes already. Chapter 1624, Your old geezers know the truth. Li Qiye glanced at the stunned fella and said, they know just why so many people had to commit suicide and why the princes had to run into the prison. It took a while before Lin could muster a response. Our 3 branches had nothing to do with this, it's all Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's group. In fact, he understood that there was no point in defending themselves because it had already happened. Despite not experiencing it himself, he understood the immense loss they suffered as a consequence. I know. Li Qiye said, otherwise, Soaring Immortal wouldn't have been able to skirt past destruction so easily. Lin became quiet. Under the old circumstances, with Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King in action, they couldn't resist at all. Further resistance would only bring about destruction. Go back and tell the old generals to obey the vow. Out of consideration for Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Bam Ye, and them as well, your sect was spared in the past. However, a second time won't happen. If this is happening again and they can't deal with this looming disaster, I don't need to speak further on the consequence. At that point, they themselves won't be able to beseech anything, it will be too late. Li Qiye spoke emotionlessly. Lin shuddered after hearing this. Li Qiye was the Dark Crow's representative. His stance right now should be the same as the Dark Crow. Brotherly, don't worry, I will send the message. Nothing like back then will happen again. The ancestors will be able to take control again. Lin said solemnly. Li Qiye simply smiled. Though Lin indeed had this thought, the Soaring Immortal sect's current agenda couldn't be controlled by a junior like him. If your sect is so confident in grooming a 6th Immortal Emperor, then do you think who is stronger between me and your eldest brother? Li Qiye asked with a smile. This question made Lin a bit awkward. In the past, he would think that their background was even, or rather, his eldest brother would have the advantage. However, this was no longer the case since he found out the Dark Crow was behind Li Qiye. Go ahead, I won't be mad. Li Qiye continued. Lin hesitated before giving a straight answer. Brotherly, I'll be candid. In my personal opinion, my brother has the arts of 5 emperors and have fused them into his own grand Tao, not to mention his grand completion physique. His Tao is flawless with a sturdy foundation, leaving virtually 0 openings. Moreover, he also has an abundance of treasures from the sect. Of course, you have 13 palaces, that's one and only. A bit interesting. Li Qie said with a smile, so in your personal opinion, I am still a bit lacking compared to your eldest brother. You chose against flattering me despite knowing my origin. Interesting indeed. Lin smiled wryly in response. He didn't know whether Li Qie was praising him for his honesty or criticizing him for a lack of craftiness. The only thing he could do was to give a direct answer. In his mind, the 13 palaces were indeed a miracle. However, his brother's Tao foundation was too firm and flawless. Without taking the Dark Crow into account, he still thought that his brother would have a great chance in a one-on-one. Alright, I'll stop making it hard for you. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and said, Go now, tell your old geezers that there will be only one chance for soaring immortal this generation. Survival or demise, that will be up to their own effort. Lin took a deep breath and bowed before leaving. After his departure, Li Qie sat there quietly with a profound pair of eyes capable of piercing through eternity itself. A while later, Matriarch Yu entered the room. She sat quietly by his side for a long while before speaking. You have something on your mind? War is about to begin. This might be my final sweep in the 9 worlds. He uttered slowly. You want to mobilize against Soaring Immortal? The matriarch became surprised. Soaring Immortal avoided destruction back then after the search. Who would have thought that this would still end with a battle? Yes. He answered, it's time for me to go in this generation, but there are still people who won't give up regarding the ancient Ming's bloodline. Only by destroying Soaring Immortal will people learn that certain things are taboo for a reason. The matriarch responded, the ancestors could be considered pretty powerful since they were once great generals under emperors. They should have been prepared for this already with preventive measures since they know the gravity of the situation, killing the problem in the cradle. It's not their generation anymore. They are indeed old now while the fiercer crowd continued to appear in Soaring Immortal. As time passed by, they grew weaker as their vitality withered away, not able to reach the old apex. If they were capable of controlling the situation, Soaring Immortal wouldn't have appeared again. The young faction is unstoppable now. This was also the case when the old men couldn't do anything to stop Azura from supporting Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's ascension. He gently sighed before continuing, back then, Azura didn't only want to groom an Immortal Emperor. The truth is that the sect itself desired to break the limit, to become truly timeless, the strongest imperial lineage in history. Indeed. The matriarch quietly nodded. Soaring Immortal does have the most resources in the world. Their ancestral ground has turned into a separate world. Then they have their merit laws and excellent bloodlines. We add that to their previous successes with emperors, all of this fuel their great ambition. Her point was that if any other sect were to have the same advantages as Soaring Immortal, they would become ambitious as well. Otherwise, there would be a clear shortage of aspiration. After producing the 5th emperor, the young faction in the sect became emboldened with the desire to unite the 9 worlds. Because of this, they researched the bloodline of the ancient Ming. They wanted to possess the finest and most powerful bloodline in the world. This would boost them to a new level. Everything else would be within their grasp. This is my final sweep. The 9 worlds will have to rely on themselves in the future. Li Qie said insipidly. This wasn't a hasty decision since he understood that the ancestors in Soaring Immortal have lost control. Lin's arrival now only confirmed his speculations. No matter what, he would never allow this bloodline to appear again, so a cleanse was necessary to avoid the engulfing darkness. Li Qie was quiet for a moment before questioning, maybe I was really too soft back then. If I started with killing, something like this wouldn't be happening now. The matriarch replied, "It isn't your fault, Your Excellency. They made their choice and have to face the consequences despite being shown mercy before." Back in those days, he had a moment of softness and agreed for Soaring Immortal to groom immortal Emperor Ren Xian after all of their promises and concessions. The emperor had an extremely thin strand of bloodline from the ancient Ming. It was of a negligible level. All of the massacres wore him down, which led to this decision. However, the emperor didn't let him down and only conducted himself in a perfect manner. This was the reason why he chose his title to be Ren Xian, to display his human roots. Alas, his descendants didn't do the same. Some among them had ambitious thoughts which led to the forceful search from the Dark Crow. Seems like I must destroy Soaring Immortal. If I do not, the young faction there will never give up. Li Qiye said softly. Soaring Immortal had deep ties with him, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mie, who were essentially his students. He wouldn't be wanting to destroy their sect unless it was the last resort. Chapter 1625. Matriarch Yu stared at Li Qiye and declared, "For your conquest of Soaring Immortal, I am willing to be the vanguard." No rush. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. "Remember, Qingfeng, you should be enjoying your old age. I don't want to see you stained by the smokes of war again." She understood that he was protecting her. After all, at her age, she couldn't fight as freely since it would require expending too much vitality. Of course, it would be another story if her clan has been growing all along. Alas, they couldn't handle such a great war right now. "Your Excellency, which legion will you use?" she asked. The Black Dragon Legion was in name only after the last battle with their king. Only a pitiful amount of soldiers remained. The Azure Dragon Legion shall have this glory. Back then, they paid a heavy price. Too many soldiers died on foreign soil. All along, they have been recuperating. This is the time for them to shine again. Li Qiye answered. The Azure Dragon, a sense of respect rose in her mind. She has heard many stories about this legion. Though they had been reclusive from the world, she knew they continued to exist. The war back then was unimaginably cruel. When it was time to see the dawn, not too many old soldiers were left. He gloomily said. "I heard the Legion is hiding inside Heaven Guard." She softly said. He nodded, "That's right. The soldiers from the Legion came from all over the 9 worlds, but the main force is still Heaven Guard." Qi Zhen as the commander prepared a firm foundation for Heaven Guard. This is so that they could fight against the ancient Ming again in the future if necessary. After the end of the war, many survivors returned to Heaven Guard to rest and prosper. She enjoyed the snippets of the old war that she couldn't personally see in person. Nevertheless, she could still imagine the price this legion paid during that merciless struggle. When war comes again, the old soldiers will still be ready. Though I do not want Heaven Guard to join again since the previous carnage was too bloody, they deserve this glory and to be written down in history. It would be too cruel if all of their effort and sacrifice go unknown. Li Qiye said with a tinge of emotion. With the end of the ancient Ming era, what was left of the Azure Dragon Legion began to flourish. This legion even once asked to go with him above the 9 heavens to sweep through the enemy. However, Li Qiye felt sorry for them and didn't want to send the men there to die again. Thus, he refused both Heaven Guard and the Legion. Regardless of the changing times, he has always kept in mind of their sacrifice and that he owed them a debt of glory. Thus, this was the time for them to be remembered by the 9 worlds. This was the reason why he wanted to use the Legion for this particular battle. Their banners and reputation shall flutter across the 9 worlds again. The matriarch didn't say anything this time. She understood that it was over for Soaring Immortal. This incoming battle would change the landscape of the 9 worlds. In a near future, the name of this legion shall echo again. Just like that, the world didn't know that the fate of Soaring Immortal had been sealed. Wuxia wasn't in a rush after making up his mind. He quietly cultivated at the Yu mansion. A few days later, the peacock bright monarch came to see him. She bowed and said, "Young noble, there are some matters that I must attend to back at the sect. I have to personally return to Pearl." "What?" Wuxia asked. She answered right away, "A few demons and sea monsters are taking refuge at Pearl. Our elders are calling me back in order to decide whether to expel them or not. This must have something to do with heaven suppression too," Wuxia said with a smile. The monarch nodded after a slight hesitation. After their defeat, the demons hid in the depth of the ocean. Soaring Immortal tried to find them several times without being too effective. However, news came from the sect. Ancestor Yi ordered some people to lead the way for Soaring Immortal. Thus, the demons found themselves at a dead end. A dead end, yet they can still run to Pearl? Wuxia smiled in response, "So they purposely left the monsters a way out to Pearl so that they have an excuse to send troops there." She sighed in response. Pearl was a trading center for cultivators to come and go. The presence of the demons there placed the city in a precarious situation. She continued, "Some ancestors in the city do not want to allow their stay. This would be the best way to protect Pearl." She glimpsed at him. "You want to hear my opinion?" Wuxia couldn't help but smile after seeing her appearance. She hurriedly nodded, "Please do." She didn't only come here this time to bid farewell but also wanted to ask Wuxia for the right path. He smiled and said, "Your city already is an independent entity, there is nothing else to say unless they have the proper documentation. Plus, there's no friendship between you and Yi Jiuzhou. It seems meaningless to help him. More importantly," Wuxia said, "if Soaring Immortal is here, let them come. It is time for battle." "Fighting against Soaring Immortal?" She gasped after hearing this. Despite being a confident person, she would need to carefully think about the consequence of fighting against Soaring Immortal. "Is that your answer?" Wuxia smiled. "As the current ruler of Pearl, do you want to work with Soaring Immortal while they stay in the Grand Sea, or for them to leave, or maybe even destroying them?" She had no response to this question. "The decision is in your hands. My opinion is only to offer another viewpoint," he added. In the end, she eventually nodded, "I understand. How is your city lord now?" he casually asked as she were about to leave. "She has sent a message back. Ancestor Shan and the majority of disciples have decided to retreat. Some still wanted to stay to oppose Ancestor Ye's group." She elaborated. "Let them be." He didn't care for this matter and gently waved his sleeve, "They're only wasting time with Gu Zun there." She eventually bowed and took her leave. Wuxia still remained in the Yu mansion after her departure and began to refine his weapons. During this period, he had also heard about Outyan's challenge towards him. He wasn't in a rush to do anything since he also wanted to see just how much strength Soaring Immortal could muster. In his eyes, Long Outyan and Ancestor Long weren't his final targets. The ones he wanted were those who experimented on the bloodline back then. He knew that although many have committed suicide, the ones behind all of this were still alive and plotting their return. This might be the reason why they wanted an alliance with Gu Zun, since he had an unbelievable amount of information. Wuxia only chuckled at this notion. Both Gu Zun and Soaring Immortal would become ashes soon before he leaves the Nine Worlds. Meanwhile, the weapon refinement process was underway. The materials were extremely priceless. Back in Heaven Spirit, when he destroyed the ancestral Terra, he didn't only take their treasuries but also the 3 ancestral trees. They couldn't survive after being uprooted, losing their connection to the earth. Nevertheless, the trees were still precious enough. If someone was capable of refining them into weapons, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Chapter 1626. Flames were jumping with vitality coursing through them as Wuxia controlled the fire of the cauldron. He used this power to refine and empower this treasure. His fire mastery changed the cauldron fire into all kind of shapes. It resembled the rain of spring that carefully bathed the treasures, or would be like the raging storm to morph it. Other times, it would turn into an icy fire to encapsulate the item. Considerable changes appeared with the refinement process in terms of colors. This showed a fundamental shift in essence. At the same time, his vitality continued to nourish it without fail. This made the treasure inside seem to have its own life, as if it was a beating heart. Boom! It suddenly turned into a continuously rotating sphere before changing into little needles. All the needles were together just like a hedgehog. Next, it changed again into stacking pieces just like the formation of a wall. It continued this amazing process with the different forms. The treasure was made from the precious ancestral trees on top of other precious metals using an incredible technique. After the arduous process, a magical treasure finally came out. Bang! It instantly jumped out of the cauldron after completion and scurried away like a cannon shell, but was instantly grabbed by Wuxia. This shell-like treasure was the size of an adult's thumb with 3 adjoined colors, neither gold, jade, or wood. Even the finest scholars would find it difficult to recognize the materials. It was jumping up and down while trying to escape from Wuxia's fingers. He smiled and said at its struggle, "Since I'm your maker, you should obey me." With that, supreme laws circled around his fingers and imprinted themselves into this treasure, giving it no room for resistance. The treasure finally calmed down after the imprintation. It stopped moving and finally submitted. Wuxia smiled while looking at it. "If you have 18 transformations, let's call you the ancestral 18 explosions then." He didn't care whether it agreed with the name or not before putting it away. Just like that, he had a treasure jewel with this name. It belonged to the foreign Tao category, unlike life and true treasures. To a certain extent, it didn't require a powerful cultivation. Its power depended on itself, and because this one was made from an amazing material like the ancestral trees, it had an unbelievable advantage in this regard. He took out another item and placed it on the table after putting this away. It was the yellow cloth again. A female shadow condensed on the cloth. It was the girl that Wuxia had always called a brat with an extremely ancient identity. "Hey, were you dead or something? I yelled for so long and you didn't answer at all." The girl inside was miffed. "What's the hurry, you've been in there forever. You're not a living person either, the passage of time does nothing to you." Wuxia said leisurely. The girl has been anxious all this time since Wuxia ignored her completely while refining his jewel. She almost vomited blood from anger. If she could come out of the cloth, she would strangle him to death right now. "You should be as calm as the water and unperturbed for all eternities after being sealed for so long," he teased. The girl scowled since there was nothing she could do while being trapped in this cloth. "Where is this place?" She eventually calmed down and asked. "Northern Grand Sea, a vast aquatic region. We're still in Mortal Emperor," he said with a smile. "Never heard of it." She shook her head. He chuckled. "It's no surprise that you don't know. It didn't exist back in your era and you're not all omniscient anyway." "You're not omniscient either." She became annoyed again. "That's definitely true." He smiled. "For example, there are still a few things hidden from your era. I know that the world can be destroyed, but certain items can still continue to exist." The girl became alert again with this topic. He replied, "No need to be alarmed, such things are easy to guess. Plus, your identity isn't hard to guess either since you can survive after the end of the ancient era." "So what? This doesn't mean that you know it," she said coldly. "That's fine. You should know by now that a character of my level has been searching through time for a long time now. I know many matters unbeknown to others. With that, he stared at the girl and asked slowly, for example, in your epic, what was the ultimate weapon? Where is it hidden? In other words, what is the item left behind from your epic? I don't know. She denied instantly. How could I know such an untouchable thing? I was only an insignificant character during that golden period. An insignificant character? Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. You still survived after the destruction of the world. How can you be an insignificant character? You might have been cursed and trapped in this cloth, but you have never been a nobody. The girl didn't want to say anything else because that would only reveal more information. This was someone capable of derivating even more clues from every little things. Okay, let's move on from the boring stuff. Why did you want to see me in the last couple of days? He grinned. The girl slightly opened her mouth but didn't want to speak. Don't worry, I'm a man of principle. Even if you have some kind of treasures here at the Grand Sea, I won't take it all for myself. It'll be a transaction of sorts for us. He said during her moment of silence. How do you know? The girl became startled because this was a secret. Few during her epoch even knew about it, so no one in this generation should know. Just a guess. Wuxia said with smile, I have been to many places yet you had no reaction. But you became anxious the moment we got here. This showed that this place is special to you, something is calling for you here. You. The girl became surprised again. Only silence was the prudent move in this situation. Another item existing through the long years. This must be an amazing treasure, highly coveted by everyone. He nonchalantly said. She finally spoke, fine, how about this? Take me to a certain place and take an item out. It shall belong to me. In the future, I will pay you a handsome amount. Is that so? He said leisurely, but I am someone who wants a lot, an unimaginable greed, you might say. What do you want? She said slowly, just name the price, everything is possible. No, you are wrong. He shook his head, the key point is what do you have? That's the only thing you have to negotiate with me. I'm very picky, 3 or 5 incredible treasures alone aren't enough. Don't try to name an exorbitant price. She was very dissatisfied. Maybe what's considered an exorbitant price to you is only a normal transaction to me. I have too many treasures to count. Do you think that ordinary treasures, even those of the emperor level, can move me? Let's talk about the top items from your epoch instead. He casually said. The girl became quiet again. The truth was that she had no advantages to speak of when negotiating with him since she needed his help at the moment. Chapter 1627. After a good while, the girl said slowly, don't you want to fight to the end? Kill your way above the 9 heavens and sweep through the emperors and gods? If you want to be the last man laughing, you need to have all the untouched treasures in this world or you won't be able to go further. You're wrong about that. Wuxia smiled and said, no point in having an abundance of resources. Even if you have more, at the end of the world, it will only lend you a bit of strength. The truth is that you can only rely on yourself in order to win. Personal strength is the greatest force at the end of the world. He solemnly said. But you still need resources along the way? The girl said, how can your men contend against them without ample resources? How can you train your own legions? Why would people join your banner? I don't need to explain these logics to someone who had lived for so long. She paused for a moment before continuing, I can help you in this regards, giving you some things unavailable to others. If you know how long I have lived for, why do you think I don't have enough resources? Plus, it's not like I haven't been there before, I'm even more familiar to each blade of grass up there than you. He smiled in response, if you think you can give me some rare items, fine, if you can give me something I don't have already, not only will I help you in this matter, I will even assist you in escaping this cloth, for you to return to this world with your own body. What do you want? The girl became slightly moved and asked with a serious tone. It's very simple. Give me one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, then I will use everything in my power to help you escape the cloth and rebuild your body. Success is assured as long as I make up my mind. Of course, there are a few treasures I don't need among the 9. For example, the myriad thoughts pot. Even if you can get it, I don't want it. He grinned at this point, and yes, there are a few you can't get either, like the longevity grass or the void gate. They can't be in your possession. If I have the 9 treasures, why would I need to make a deal with you right now? She said with exasperation. That's why there aren't that many things I can't get in this world. Even the top weapons in certain epochs are in my possession. Imperial weapons are just cabbages in my eyes. The girl in yellow fell into a second silence. It looked like a wily old fox like Wuxia was her nemesis. Of course, it's not like you don't have a chance. He smiled and said, I can even help you come out in the future. When the time is right, rebuilding your body is fine too, but I have a condition. What is it? She eventually asked after a brief lull, understanding that a free lunch wasn't possible in this world. Wuxia had all the initiatives. Very simple. He said slowly, I only want one thing after releasing you from this sorry state, your loyalty and service for this generation. That's impossible. She coldly refused. He smiled in response, nothing is impossible in this world. I've seen many amazing women in the world. It doesn't matter how noble your origin might be, you are just a downtrodden phoenix right now, no, not even that. You. She would be vomiting blood right now from anger if it was possible in her current state. I don't care whether you are willing or not. He continued, this is ultimately up to you since it's no big loss to me, only a contributor at most. I can even groom emperors so there's no fear of not having new people. He stopped and smirked, it's not the same for you. I'm afraid there is no standing back up while being trapped in that cloth. Even if I was kind enough to release the cloth to the world, even if someone else were to pick it up, how many do you think can do the same as me, releasing and creating a new body for you? Of course, you have plenty of time if you can withstand waiting till that day. Maybe it will be millions and millions of years later or a dozen epochs. He was very pleased with his teasing. She contemplated for a moment before finally answering, fine, I accept, but don't push it. She still chose to compromise in the end. Her origin was unbelievably noble, but like he had said, she was nothing right now. If she continued to refuse his offer, she would be trapped in the cloth forever. Even if she could wait until someone else finds the cloth, they wouldn't be as capable as him. After careful consideration, she came up with this decision despite her unwillingness to serve him. This was the only way to have hope in the future. The two finally into an agreement. She said, now, you have to help me get something back. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word since we'll be a family then. He smiled and said. Who is family with you? The girl expressed her annoyance once more. After the conclusion of the arrangement, the two decided to leave. The matriarch told Wuxia before the departure, a second group of disciples from Soaring Immortal is entering the Grand Sea. They have sent many ancestors as well. I'm afraid even someone like Ancestor Long will be there too. Let them come then. Wuxia leisurely said, I actually want to see if those princes have actually escaped from the immortal confinement and just how strong they are. He was amused with the development. They can actually escape from there? I heard that it was virtually impossible to escape alive. Many geniuses from that sect have entered, but the only one who successfully left was Immortal Emperor Can Long during his youth. She found this surprising. This prison is not a bad item at all. Immortal Emperor Fei expended great effort just to bring it to his sect. Those who can leave the prison are very powerful indeed. He smiled. Of course, regardless of how powerful they might be, they were only his prey. However, Gu Zun isn't present. I used my divine intent to sweep through heaven suppression, but he's not there," she said solemnly. Despite her great power, she was very careful when dealing with someone as crafty as Gu Zun. He's just testing the water using Soaring Immortal as a pawn. He'll be hiding in the shadow to watch the fun. Li Qie expected this. He'll never give up though and will eventually make a move. Given his personalities, it would be the regret of a lifetime to not personally kill me, so he won't miss that chance," Li Qie said with a smile. "I'm just worried about his plans behind the scene," she said. "Don't worry, doing that will only expose him. The guy is very careful and won't do anything so carelessly. At best, he'll only bait others into action. I know Gu Zun too well." Having said that, Li Qie stared towards the horizon and chuckled, "I'm interested to see his killing move. Who knows how much work he has put in for revenge. If his ace move isn't something amazing, then it will be too disappointing. An Ionic genius has to be better than that." Chapter 1628. He entered the vast sea in this region after leaving the Yumantian to begin his survey. In fact, he had done such a task a long time ago, since he couldn't just find a random place to build heaven suppression. He understood after the agreement with the girl that he had missed a few things back then. Some little crevices and clues still eluded him. That's why he became even more meticulous this time around with all the minute details in this region. It became much easier with greater productivity due to his prior experience. The little details found this time made him find out that there were indeed some special matters going on in the Grand Sea for the treasure hunt, this time with the girl in the yellow cloth. Boom! 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 A loud blast occurred while he was exploring this oceanic region. A giant dragon suddenly flew to the sky with lightning speed. Ordinary eyes couldn't see it clearly at all. This was a golden dragon. However, its body wasn't covered with a radiating glow, only a faint one. Nevertheless, it could still be considered a golden dragon. Another distinguishing factor was that it had 4 claws instead of 5. Nevertheless, it still emitted a terrible draconic aura just like a typhoon. This could instantly destroy someone with its palpable presence. The dragon had wounds everywhere with many broken scales. There was a young man with dragon horns on his head lying on the dragon's back. He was also grievously injured with wounds so deep that the bones were visible. He gripped the golden dragon's horns tightly while drenched in blood. The dragon ran away with him using all of its might. Li Qie was surprised to see the youth as well, since he met him earlier back at the 12 Scales. On that day, Hai Lin was aggressive and fierce, a complete opposite of his current state with only one breath remaining. Boom! The sky shook and another youth came over. A supreme grand path was paved beneath his feet. His presence was incredible and instantly suppressed the location. Even the myriad Dao screamed in response with futility. Long Outyin. Li Qie chuckled at the newcomer. Even though he had never seen the youth before, the guy's aura made it too obvious. That's right, Long Outyin was chasing Hai Lin, who only made it out due to the golden dragon's effort. Hai Lin, I will slay you even if you run to the end of the world. I will kill all of you sea demons and erase your race from the Grand Sea. No one will be able to protect you. Outyin's voice echoed across the region. Hai Lin didn't respond and ordered the dragon to run in hope of losing Outyin. So it turned out that with the old guides from Heaven Suppression, Outyin and the other members from his sect were able to sweep through the demon survivors hiding in the depth of the sea outside of Hai Lin. Outyin was a guest at Mujua's demonic city and wanted to discuss the Tao with others. However, in just 2 days, he got news about Hai Lin, so he immediately gave chase. He was very unhappy about not being able to kill Hai Lin despite defeating him several times. In his eyes, anyone who opposed him must die without exception. Roar! The golden dragon crazily roared. The golden glow on its body exploded and gave it an explosive burst. Its speed reached the limit in order to escape. It was burning its own longevity blood in order to take Hai Lin away. Hai Lin was still no match for Outyan this time around. A senior in the form of this golden dragon had to save his life, but this still wasn't enough to fight against Outyan. The dragon was still injured and had to run away with Hai Lin. It needed to take Hai Lin to a safe place regardless of the price. Hai Lin was still young, so he played a pivotal position for the sea monsters. If he could survive, their race could still pass down. However, if he were to die, they would only linger on for a while longer before total annihilation. The other scenario was being lowered down to being an insignificant race. Keep on running, you're not escaping from my grasp. Outyan wasn't surprised at this speed at all. An immortal light exuded from his body as if he was ascending with an extraordinary aura. A remnant ray and many shadows were left on his path. He looked quite slow to the point of stagnating, but his speed was actually peerless. He made time slow down by half a beat. In terms of speed, a grand completion soaring immortal physique was virtually matchless. It wasn't hard for him to catch up to this four-clawed dragon. Alas, he took his time with this pursuit because he wanted to find their lair in order to kill all the sea demons. Wuxia, who was on his own mission, chuckled and casually gave chase. Outyan's eyes suddenly turned cold and slightly moved towards Wuxia's direction after spotting him. However, he didn't say anything and continued to chase after Hai Lin with great confidence. He was still as confident as ever, even with Wuxia after him. There was no sign of caution or preparing for the enemy. This showed his confidence and fearlessness even against a foe as powerful as fiercest. Thus, the golden dragon was running for its life while carrying Hai Lin with Long Outyan right behind them with the right distance. Wuxia was also following along to observe. In fact, when they crossed through this sea region, one would see that there was another army behind them. The majority consisted of demons from the Muzhua's demonic city. The leader was the Golden Dragon Prince. So it turned out that this sect was also helping Outyan to kill the sea monsters. Even though they were demons, closely related to sea monsters, the prince was still sworn brother with Outyan. The prince chose to ignore the ties, so he didn't mind helping Outyan. The chase created quite a spectacle and they crossed through several regions. This attracted the attention of the nearby inhabitants. In a short time, many experts from the sect followed along, including many big shots from the great powers. It's Hai Lin again. Some people said with admiration, the boy is an unkillable cockroach, escaping time and time again, what a miracle. Hai Lin has a lot of potential on top of having a good cultivation already. His bloodline is also prestigious, that's why he's so important to the sea monsters. Many powerful existences were willing to be his Tao protectors, that's why he managed to escape from Outyan so many times. A demon monarch commented. He ended up becoming gloomy. Outyan almost killed all the sea monsters and demons in this place. Only Hai Lin's group still dared to oppose him, the other demon powers have already started running for their lives. Chapter 1629, Chapter 1629, For Clawed Dragon. No comments were given about the chase and no one wanted to help Hai Lin, not even the other demons present. Soaring Immortal was in complete control at the moment and Outyan was considered invincible. Who would dare to fight against Soaring Immortal and Outyan for Hai Lin's sake? That's a golden dragon. Does the world really have such an immortal beast? A few juniors stared in awe at the escaping beast carrying Hai Lin. Some daydreamed about having one as well. People have always talked about dragons and phoenixes, but they also knew that these creatures didn't exist. At the very least, no one has seen them before. The ones with these names currently living in this world only had a very thin bloodline from these creatures. They were flood dragons and luans, not actual immortal beasts. The sight of this particular golden dragon at this moment made many people think that the real immortal beasts could be in this world. Hai Lin is something else, to even have a golden dragon like this, no wonder why he can escape from Outyan's grasp. With such powerful creatures protecting him, he could have become emperor if it wasn't for Outyan. Another expert said with envy. This golden dragon is his senior with a prestigious position and a noble bloodline. A demon ancestor said with emotions, this golden dragon can definitely assail an emperor, yet it is still not enough to face Outyan. While people were in awe of the dragon, Li Qiye was amused at their opinion. The world had many speculations and explanations regarding dragons, but they were mainly misinformed. The dragon race was both a vast yet narrow topic. When people talked about dragons, even flood dragons were considered ordinary dragons. Some with shallow knowledge even considered Dao serpents to be dragons. But in the eyes of real dragons, only those with the real ancient bloodline of the divine beast were considered dragons. This bloodline must be pure as well, not the thin one coursing through the veins of the many bastards. Because of this, real dragons looked down on the serpents and flood dragons that claimed to be part of their race. They considered them to be mere insects. Alas, true dragons were exceedingly rare even above the 9 heavens. The ones with fully matured bloodline could be counted with one's fingers. Putting that aside, dragons still had a very wide definition. Normally, one could be a dragon with enough inherited blood of a true dragon. Of course, derision and scorn would come from creatures with thin bloodline claiming to be dragons. As for this golden dragon ahead, it had 1/3 of a true dragon bloodline. This was the reason why its body was so resplendent and its draconic aura powerful. A matured golden dragon can indeed assail an emperor. However, it still wasn't a true dragon, only a side branch. Its blood was still tainted by the flood dragon race. Because of this, its bloodline and power were no match for a true dragon. This dragon's bloodline wasn't completely pure and it hasn't fully matured just yet. This was the reason why its scales weren't golden, only the shade. It was also why it only had 4 claws instead of 5. If the situation was different, that this dragon had 5 claws and golden scales, then it would be beating Long Outyan to death right now. Look, it's fiercest. The spectators watching the chase finally noticed Li Qiye in the distant sky. What is going on? Is fiercest aiming for Long Outyan? One speculated. That's possible. 2 days ago, Outyan challenged fiercest, so given his unbridled personality, it would be strange if he wasn't aiming for Outyan. One person answered. Outyan clearly knows that he's being watched by fiercest, but he is still as unperturbed as ever while fiercest is publicly following him. These two are really too aggressive and not afraid of anyone. Even a big shot from the last generation had to comment. Many experts were watching with bated breath. They simply wanted to see whether these two would start fighting or not. No one cared whether Hai Lin could get away or not any longer. Some found Outyan's ferocity to be admirable. That's an imperial prince for you, the successor of Soaring Immortal. Only him among the young generation would dare to provoke fiercest. Even those who hated him had to admit. The fleeing dragon became tired after dashing through several regions and began to slow down. Outyan still took his time following right behind him. Hai Lin, you won't get away. Just surrender and submit and I shall benevolently spare you. Outyan calmly spoke with complete confidence. Hai Lin didn't bother answer. He didn't groan at all despite his grievous injuries and bit his teeth to withstand the pain. People became more involved. What would be Hai Lin's ultimate fate? Would he surrender or be unyielding till death? Rawr! The dragon roared and suddenly went full steam ahead. At this time, mountain ranges emerged on the ocean. They were majestic and shielded with clouds and mists. A pure aura emanated from this mountain range, letting others know just how sacred it was. Mount Qingcheng. Someone shouted after seeing the majestic mountain. Another expert stated, "Does Hai Lin want to ask Ding Yuanhou for help?" In a short time, people glanced at each other. One demon monarch wondered with anxiety, will Mount Qingcheng protect Hai Lin and oppose Soaring Immortal? As members of the demon race, they wanted to see the sect protect Hai Lin. There was an aspiration for solidarity in order to oppose Soaring Immortal and Long Outyin. Otherwise, the demons here in the Grand Sea could be slaughtered. Despite the common sentiment, not many lineages were willing to take the initiative to save Hai Lin. After all, being the first mean taking a more precarious situation, risking a higher chance of being destroyed. One demon felt guilty and said, "I wonder if Yuanhou is strong enough to stop Outyin. Maybe, Yuanhou is a peerless god king, an unparalleled genius from the last generation. He's on the same level as Yi Jiuzhou of Heaven Suppression." One demon monarch yearned for such a moment. Ding Yuanhou was a demon with amazing achievements. He had left his shadow on the 10th step of the 12 scales, on the same level as Yi Jiuzhou. Later on, he rarely showed his face or asked about worldly matters. Nevertheless, he was still the strongest demon monarch in the mind of his race. Meanwhile, Mount Qingcheng itself was mighty. Thus, no sects or experts dared to take them lightly. Rar! The dragon roared and jumped into the city. Next, an alarm resounded across Mount Qingcheng. The entire sect became vigilant while the disciples rushed to their post and adorned their armors and weapons. Is Mount Qingcheng actually protecting Hai Lin? The alarms made someone have this thought. Whoosh! Scintillating defensive barriers in the form of heavenly Dao waterfalls protected the city. At this time, the experts there quickly took Hai Lin down from the dragon and began to cure him. The other disciples were ready for a battle. Outyin was also outside and stared at the erecting barriers with a smirk. Mount Qingcheng really wants to fight Outyin? Is Hai Lin really worth it? Someone skeptically said. I heard Mount Qingcheng has a great relationship with the sea monsters. Maybe they will do save Hai Lin. An older demon monarch said. The old man was right about the sect having strong ties with Hai Lin. However, he wouldn't have come here for help unless there was no other way, because this would bring the fire of war here. Alas, there was no other choice for him. Their hideout had been found by Soaring Immortal, so they had to come here for help. The spectators were watching intensely. They wondered if the sect would break all pretense with Outyin for Hai Lin's sake. Chapter 1630. Chapter 1630. Mount Qingcheng. Long Outyin stood outside of Qingcheng with an oppressive aura capable of crushing the sect completely. It was as if nothing could hinder his steps. Sect Master of Qingcheng, what is your decision? Outyin spoke calmly in the air. Each word rang sonorously like a gong in everyone's mind, instilling fear into them. Greetings, Imperial Prince Long, the pleasure is mine. Please advise. The sect master had to step out and cupped his fist together. I have no advice to give, my demand is very simple. Hand over Hai Lin and the four-clawed dragon, then I'll leave immediately without troubling your sect. No one found such aggressive words out of place. They felt like Outyin should speak in such an imperious manner. The crowd knew that it was unwise to become enemy with Outyin just for Hai Lin's sake. Anyone else should know the right choice easily. The sect master glanced at Hai Lin, who was being healed, and said with a deep tone, Imperial Prince, young noble Hai Lin has deep ties with our sect. We don't dare to comment on your grievances, but we must save him. You are a benevolent person, how about come back later to deal with him after his wounds are healed? The sect master's words were craftily chosen even against an overwhelming force. His opponent would find it difficult to refute or take action. I'm afraid it's not up to your sect at all. Outyan said with a sneer. Mount Qingsheng was a very powerful sect in the Grand Sea. Even though it wasn't an imperial lineage, it still had a peerless god-king like Ding Yuanhou. Not too many would dare to act brazenly against this sect. But Outyan didn't place them in his eyes at all. Even the disciples from Qingsheng didn't dare to retort. They knew just how powerful their foe was and his terrible lineage. Imperial Prince, leave a way out. Wait until Hai Lin is cured before trying to finish it. No. Outyan refused instantly in a cold manner. Sect Master, you only have two choices. Either hand the two of them over or wait for sect destruction. Many people felt suffocated after this declaration. They knew that he wasn't all talk. With his power on top of his sect, it was absolutely possible. Everyone glanced over at the sect master and wondered what he would choose. They understood that opposing Soaring Immortal was unwise, but some still had hopes about someone standing up against that sect. After all, ever since their arrival, they have been too aggressive. Perhaps their goal was to even rule the entire Grand Sea eventually. Many didn't wish to see this. The sect master glanced at the immobilized Hai Lin again. In the end, he sighed and said, Imperial Prince, if you want his life, our sect will have to take you on. He is our guest, so we shall protect him. The experts in the vicinity were shocked to hear this. Many became excited about this non-imperial sect daring to stand up against Long Outyan. Very well, impressive decisiveness. Then I'll see how long your sect can hold out. Outyan laughed and instantly stomped down on the sect. Rumble. The entire mountain range shook before this stomp. It resembled a tiny boat ravaged by the torrential sea that could go down at any moment. The experts here became anxious at the impending doom. Time for battle, defend your positions. The sect master shouted with a grave expression. The moment he finished giving the order, their defensive perimeter was broken by Long Outyan. Bright pieces of light faltered everywhere. This barrier has been built for many generations and empowered by a large quantity of refined jades, but it didn't manage to last long at all against Outyan. Charge! The experts and disciples here roared for battle. They unsheathed their weapons and channeled their blood energy, pointing their rage at Outyan. Pluff! Outyan instantly jumped into the sect with agility beyond comprehension. One could only see his fleeting figure. Pluff! Next, one pillar of blood gushed after another. The blood energy exuded from the disciples here were suddenly extinguished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of head meeting the ground finally came about. The scene of the guards dying was too shocking. Blood gushed out of their severed neck like the spring and turned into a rain of bloody flowers. In the end, these experts fell onto the ground. Their heads still had some consciousness left and could see their own headless body. Outyan had speed virtually too fast to discern. In the blink of an eye, the experts here were decapitated without a chance to fight back. So weak yet still dare to oppose me? He sneered proudly. This scene scared many spectators. This great speed allowed him to be a reaper. Even stronger people would lose their head against such speed. Mount Qingsheng became defenseless after this quick massacre to the dismay of the Pale Sect Master. Even so many experts failed to stop a single move from Long Outyan. The guy was indeed unstoppable. Long Outyan stared at the Sect Master and smiled. Sect Master, this is all your sect can do? That's too disappointing then. You all must really look down on me to oppose me with such meager power. Prepare the formation. The sect master and 17 other experts from his same generation instantly lined up. The entire mountain lit up with rays of light. Whoosh! Under the ultimate light of this formation, the entire mountain seemed like a starry ocean with floating stars and galaxies. The great formation presided over the mountain range like the Big Dipper. Its majestic aura emanated and amplified the mountain's presence as well. Many experts suddenly became excited. The killing earlier drowned them in despair, but this formation, on the other hand, showed them a sliver of hope. Big Dipper's 18 children. This is Mount Qingcheng's ultimate move. One expert that knew about the sect had to say, "They're the strongest disciples under Ding Yuanhou who have learned all of his skills." Long Outyan didn't give a damn. He laughed in response, "This formation might be derived from an ancient holy formation, but your sect's version has too many flaws. It won't be able to block a single blow." The experts shuddered after hearing this. People in the Grand Sea were aware that this formation was exceedingly powerful, especially when the 18 children were performing it themselves. But now, Outyan said that it wouldn't amount to anything. Just how powerful was he? Mount Qingcheng didn't respond to this arrogance. The entire sect was under the protection of this supreme formation in total tranquility. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.